there, boys and girls. We're going to have a chat and get an update on Tim's garden. Tim, how is the garden going?
I've been hitting the joinery hard. I didn't realise how big the space was going to be that I was decking. So yeah, it's taken me a lot longer than I thought, but of course you don't want to be cutting, screwing timber when it's raining, because then it gets moisture inside, it starts to rot, you get all sorts of problems with it. So yeah, it's just been a little bit of a slow process. Catching fingers with hammers, you know, all these are not even the good siege kind, real hammers. You know, these are all things that slow you down a little bit. Yeah, I'd like to do things I can use. I really love the idea of going out there, I'm making a meal, I'm making chili. So I go and get some onions, some garlic out of the veg patch, I take them inside and we get them in the dish. I'd really love to do that. So,
well, we've had a good chat there about his garden, but you lot are all here for the siege really. So let's get back to the broadcast with our next game.
And welcome back to EML. We are back for the final week of Stage 2 this year. And there's still the big question hovering over all of our heads. Who will the last two teams be to qualify to the Munich Major? Well, we're all about to answer that and more. Welcome back. Hi, I'm Milos, your host. By my side are Alfama and Fresh, who's back with us. We got fresh music in EML as of last week. Yeah. We got you back in here. Of course, it was a pleasure to have Anne with us last week, kind of chat about everything.
How was work in Barcelona? It was great, near the pool.
It was great. It was at the pool, was having meetings by the pool, on the beach, topping up the tan. It was a really hard week.
Oh, yeah.
He was really very pissed off the entire day, by the way. It's a good thing that Anne lives just down the corner.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, it was great. It was great. I was sad to be missing out on EML, but I'm back now.
Yeah, and we're all here to kind of converse about what's been going on. Obviously, there's been a lot happening over the past week of competition in Siege X, because we're saying if you're a Siege Esports fan, well, last week you were eating really well. It's actually kind of 24 hours a day you had Siege to watch. I want to ask you guys to kind of kick off that memory to start off the day about what you think of the NAL qualifications, because Wildcard were able to push it through, and so did SSG. And no OXG despite their entire process this stage.
Most importantly, no Dark Zero. First major they're missing in I don't know how many years.
Yep.
It is a big mistake for these guys.
Yeah, I don't know what's been going on with Dark Zero at all this stage, and obviously they missed out. That meant M80 qualified, which means we will see Fabian at another major. And personally for me, that is horrible. I live for Fabian's failure, and he qualified, so I had to congratulate him.
With friends like that, who needs enemies? And actually, we have to talk about a lot going on in EML. First of all, let's just pull up our bracket and remind you what's been going on, because first up, we already qualified two teams. Team Falcons and Team Secret have moved on to the Munich Major. They booked their tickets. There's still, of course, the fight for who gets to play Team Secret in the grand final. There's a lot more happening in the lower bracket today and tomorrow, Leo.
Absolutely. I mean, G2, one of the big three, has been knocked down all the way into the lower bracket, and they're now in the very same spot as Genji is, despite Genji missing the top 2 seed. And it's gonna be rough for these guys, because it's a battle to death here, Jack.
Feels ruthless for G2, doesn't it? Finish top 2, you know, get that advantage, only to play Team Secret that are then on fire, and then get knocked back down in the bracket to face up against Genji, as you can see in our schedule today. Good news about today is that actually, of the first 2 games, both for the best of 3s, whoever wins them, we qualify them to the Munich Major. Whoever loses them, that is all but their season over.
It is that easy. You see Genji, G2, BDS Wolves, whoever wins makes it through. And actually, let's take a seat, because of course there's been a lot of things happening in terms of qualifications and all of that. EML with still 2 more teams to go, but I want to know what kind of sets different regions apart. What makes them so special? What puts us really ahead of the curve, in my opinion?
Are you really asking what makes EML the best league in the world, Milos?
Entertainment.
Entertainment, yeah. So I call this the Entertainer. So actually, I pulled some stats from the 3 different regions and put them in a nice little handy graphic so you can see just what these regions look like. Now, on the graphic, you've got the favorite map of the region, the least favorite map of the region, and then some key stats, basically being, are we attacker or defender sided? How much do we plan? For EML, we're actually the entertainers. I will say this because we've got big, aggressive teams that like to take risks. We're much more 50-50, and we sit bang in the middle on those plant statistics.
Think of Secret, think of Falcons, players maybe like G2 as well that are extremely aggressive and are gonna play around the kills, are gonna play around the high-risk, high-reward playstyle.
Yep, and then for NAL and for SAL, I called NAL the perfectionist. The reason why, they're slower. Let's be honest, when you've watched NAL, we've all dozed off during a round and just came for the last 10 seconds, haven't we? Seems to happen quite often. Weirdly, despite the fact that they plant the most out of every single region, their attack win rate is also the lowest. Of course, the map that they like, Lure, it's quite balanced, it's quite 50-50, it's breaching, then it's planting. It's perfectionist Siege, that where you have people in the right ideas. The map where you can be explosive and just think on your feet, Shelly, they absolutely hate it as a region.
And that has been the NA playstyle for years now, but it's fallen a little bit in the meta, and that's why they struggle to attack a little bit too much. And that's why they are a little bit slow, a little bit predictable as well, and I think that hinders their chances at international events.
So you got pure entertainment, right? Action, reaction, EML, snooze fest, NAL. What happens then in SAL?
Well, SAL, I would say, is, I called it the strategist, but I think it's balanced. I think they still lead the meta in the best teams. I think the FaZe and the Furious of this world are still leading the meta. You can see, actually, it's the most 50-50 map. Most 50-50 region in terms of the map. Their favorite map, Bang, lends itself to that. 4 viable bomb sites, loads of different ways that you can play the game on Bang, and I think that's what SAL is good at. They're good at that variety, and of course, they actually plant the least, Leo.
Yeah, they plant the least because their playstyle revolves the most about the kills, about the fragging potential. If you think of Brazil, for so long, it was all about having the best gunners in the world. And in fact, they still have, in my opinion, the team that has the best gunners in the world. That is Furia. And so you can still see, and it's actually really funny to take a look at all of these statistics, and basically you can recognize the playstyle of each region. And in the end, we are the most entertaining one.
That's true. You got the executioners off. Then in SAL, I can't wait to see them perform once they get to the Munich Major. But we have things to talk about here that are more important. Let's flash them up on the screen. Our first game, G2 versus GG. Love, we have so many different Gs on here. It's G2 versus 2 Gs is all we need to learn. We have to talk about G2 in this case because they were in the top 2, and of course, due to the way that the bracket is, they lost their one game against Team Secret. They got knocked down, and there isn't a possibility that they're not going to Munich.
Yeah, that would be a shame, right? That would be a pity. A single BO3, 2 maps lost quickly against a Secret that came in really hot, and they are sent down all the way into the lower bracket. And I will say this, G2 is used to that fact. They're used to it because think of the LCQs last year. When you needed a last chance qualifier to make it to a major, G2 was always there, and they always won them. Every single LCQ, 3 in a row to make it to the major. They like playing their back against the wall. It's the G2 mantra.
It is the G2 mantra, but it's absolutely unthinkable that G2 wouldn't be at the major. In fact, we saw them tweeting it, went as far back as EWC when they were there, basically saying to other teams and to tweeting out publicly, we'll see you guys at Munich. And it's just, that mentality is, G2 are too big to fail. G2 will not be not at the Munich major. It seems unthinkable, right? But here they are. And again, I will say it, despite having finished top 2, they are now finding themselves, after losing to Team Secret, in a game where they lose 1 best of 3, they won't be at the Munich Major. And that is crazy. I've been on G2. I was on G2 when we failed to make 6 Invitational 2020. We got that pity invite to that event, right? And the absolute failure that you felt, because when you're on G2, you are expected not just to be at every event, but to be competing for every event.
And that competition is going to prove very important. You're facing off against Genji, the team that surprised everybody in this stage. But really, what makes G2 tick, and really what was unticked in their game against Secret, Leo?
Yeah, you have to think what is the biggest limitation of G2's playstyle, basically. And you have to think the way Alemao calls. He's got 5 of the most incredibly skilled individuals in the world. And so he plays really spread most of the times. And let's take an example of their game against Secret. They're struggling. They're down 4-0. And so you're going to see them defend the open area bomb site, a weak bomb site. What they do to defend it, they extend up top. And what do you see here? Loira around stock. At the same time, Alemao in meeting room. Blaz all the way here in CEO. 3 players up top who are there to deny the entry points, to play aggressive, to play their fragging style. And so what's really important? What is the limitation there? Look at them. They're spread out. They're completely cut off from the bomb site. They cannot receive help from the anchors. And that can be exploited by Secret in the way that they're going to call this attack. Because if you think about it, look at Mowgli here. He can pressure Loira. At the same time, Blitz can run in from square and pressure Loira as well. And all the way rappelling from Kento, it's opened, and Loira is stuck in a three-way crossfire. And on the other side, Joom, Noah, they can pressure from the windows the two players that are playing into CEO and into Meeting. And so basically, they've got a tremendous advantage, 5 versus 3 roamers. And so if we move on to this, you're going to see the way Secret abuses that power, that gap that they're leaving them. Blitz is going to rush through square into Janitor. At the same time, Mowgli pressures and sends the Lion, which in turn is forcing Legion to drop. 2 roamers left up top, Ace cutting them from lounge, Ram can rappel in, take the gunfight onto a Rex, pre-fire the Meeting player, and boom. In a span of 20 seconds, you've now lost 2 roamers up top, 1 is forced to drop, you're in a 5v3, and it's been extremely clinical. Look, 2 minutes left in the round. And if we move on to the rest, they're going to abuse the Blitz. The Blitz is pushing through, Hibana behind him, forcing and bullying that smoke, that poor smoke that cannot do anything. He's facing a Blitz and another player behind him. And it continues like this. Blitz continues, faces the Goyo, who is with him, an Ace, who can then go and play more aggressive. That's the beauty of how Secret counter G2. If you look at these skills, if you look at these clips, it's always a story of 2 or 3 players banging on a single G2 player because they're spread out and that can be abused. And that is the biggest limitation of G2's playstyle. It is aggressive, yes, but it leaves them completely isolated.
Yep.
And for a team that abuses shields like Secret, it is perfect. They're bread and butter.
When I think of G2, I think high risk, high reward. When that goes bad, it goes bad emphatically like we've just seen there. This is ultimately why G2 back in the day did bring Uno in to try and give themselves a little bit of stability and defaultness. Obviously, they've gone away from that now, so you kind of have to take the rough with the smooth there.
Yeah, it seems like when you are matched at that level of competition, well, your opponents can really figure out and see how to deal with you. However, it's all on Genji today to try to do that against G2. If anything, Genji could be described as the biggest surprise out of Stage 2. They've improved in every single metric from Stage 1 going into this one. And here they are, competing for a spot at the Major.
Yeah, the underdogs, clearly, when it came to playoffs, I think most people did not expect their run during the stage. They were consistent. A win, a loss, a win, a loss, but still, they were consistent. It was a seesaw, and it was many different wins against some, I guess, some really big teams as well, including G2 on that Chalet game. They were able to abuse the BO1 system, in our opinion, Jack.
Yeah, I think so. I think Necro said it in an interview that he thinks this team is actually going to be better in best of threes when they get there. I wanted to challenge that, so I did a little look, I did a little research into Genji in the best of ones against the best of threes, and the findings are somewhat surprising. So on the left-hand side of your screen, this is Genji's best of 1 maps played. Now, the number over the map that they've played is their opponent's map preference. So you can see the BDS game in the top left, the Falcons game, the Matchco game, and the G2 game. They got all of those teams on a low preference map. They surprised them. They got them on a map that that team wasn't comfortable with. And then against Fnatic and Wild, they got them on a map that that team loved, but had played absolutely loads of, and they had loads of footage. What that means is inside best of ones, they were able to spring an upset. And I think that's why we saw Genji do so well in the league. Now, Genji's results on the right-hand side of your screen in the best of threes are not good. This is the best of threes they've played this year, including EWC. They've won 1 best of 3 out of the 5 they've played this year, so a 20% win rate. In fact, in a best of 3, they've never won an opponent's map pick, and I think the reason is, Leo, they can't spring that surprise in a best of 3.
Exactly. The conclusion of that is that in a BO1, you can either counter-strat your opponent or you can surprise them with a single map, and that's enough for you to beat a top contender in the league. But if you don't have that map advantage, in a BO3, what happens? And this is the biggest question mark for Genji right now. Do you live up to the occasion? And are you able to beat a top European team in a BO3?
That is a lot of pressure on your support staff as well to make sure that they're all ready and helping you prepare for those map. And speaking of which, we got them ready to go. So let's take a look at our maps, taking through them one by one. Our first one is Clubhouse.
Hello? G2 are banning Bank and allowing Clubhouse? Am I in an alternate universe?
What?
So, just to explain the context of this, G2's permaban is Clubhouse. G2 are one of the best bank teams in the world. Of course, they did lose it last week against Secret. The only reason they've let this through is because they are ready to pull out a map they've been hiding.
Yeah.
There is absolutely no other reason G2 would ever let this through.
They knew that if Clubhouse was open, Genji would pick it. As a reminder, Genji played BDS twice on that map because Genji, every single time that BDS leaves it open, knows that BDS wants to play Clubhouse, and Genji says, I don't care. It's our first preference map. We're going to beat them every time. It happened in the first game, but then BDS beat them on that map, which then gives G2 the keys to victory.
Yeah, and G2 are going to be playing Skyscraper. Now, G2 meta setting on this map. They absolutely love it. They are so good, particularly on their attack half. In fact, these two teams played Skyscraper at EWC in the best of one, very first game. It was a very, very entertaining Skyscraper because Genji managed to put a few attacks on the board and then G2 swept Genji away on that map.
Remember, we saw Genji play on Skyscraper during the stage. They were impressive. Neiko dropped incredible numbers in attack as well with the Asher.
Oh, yeah, he was
some
so
of the
good,
biggest clips. Genji is not a bad Skyscraper team, and they're going to start in defense as well. And then they go in Chalet. Chalet, the one map where Genji were able to defeat G2. Why is that? Because the map layers of Chalet makes it really easy for an attacking team to split players that are spread out, which is the biggest flaw in G2's playstyle. Chalet can really be abused like this. On paper, yes, G2 is the favorite, but this map veto is extremely interesting on paper for Genji.
The Skyscraper is the one that I kind of expected. The Clubhouse and the Chalet, I definitely did not expect. I think when Genji and G2 played Chalet in the stage, it would completely caught G2 off guard. I don't think they expected it whatsoever. They will have gone back and they will have expected it. So Genji, as much as they did beat them in the stage, they lose that surprise factor on the map.
Well, with the map pool being as it is, maybe it is the slingshot in the hand of our David. A David versus Goliath matchup. The Goliaths of G2 Esports. They've already set the future. For them, the future could only begin in Munich versus Genji, who are just starting to climb up that hill. They got the fifth spot, the one that was just given to EML teams to go to EWC. Here, they can prove themselves in a real way.
They've got to fight a top 4 team to make it to top 4. Actually, in my opinion, the top 3 team with the downfall of VP. So it is a moment for them to prove that they have what it takes. With BDS facing Wolves, they're left to have to beat one of the biggest teams in Europe to make it to the major, and that's going to be a real challenge.
It's the juggernaut that is too big to fail in G2 against the absolute underdog in Genji that haven't got a good track record in best of threes, that have to step up and beat one of those top teams.
So because of the maps, and we have a little second here before our lobby is all set up to go, but you're talking about how G2 kind of set the meta on a lot of maps that they're on, Skyscraper, the way they can deal with things. We've seen how Cameraman scrims around with Denari, prepares themselves for it. Is there something that we might expect when you bring your opponent back on a map that even we're not expecting?
I know it.
So we're talking specifically about the Clubhouse pick here, or the Clubhouse allow through so that Genji pick it. Well, why doesn't it lend itself to G2? The reason being is because Leo just said, the way LML IGLs, the limitations that they have, you split yourselves around the map, you rely on individuals and you rely on synergy. Can't really do that on Clubhouse. It's very one side over on a lot of the attacks. It's very much a process-driven thing of breaching, of getting positions, of executing. None of those particularly, like G2 can do them all, but they're not the strength of G2. G2's strength is explosiveness and opportunity, exploiting an opportunity in gaps in defense and attack. Those don't really exist on Clubhouse because it's been played over and over and over again. So I know you're saying, Leo, they're cooking, but fundamentally, the style, for me, it doesn't particularly work.
Yeah, but
but they have to be cooking to have allowed it through.
That's my biggest thing. I think that map veto, I feel like the game was played in the map veto. I have a gut feeling, if for G2 to play Clubhouse, which used to be the permaban, and is the favorite map of Genji, and then for them to return to Chalet, the game they've lost against that same opponent, and for them to pick Skyscraper knowing they're going to start in attack, that's 3 reasons that, for me, ring alarm bells, Jack. And for a team to do that, it means that they've been cooking strats. 100%.
And also, this is a thing from, I don't know if you remember, when G2 won the 6th Invitational 2023, they actually played, I want to say it was Clubhouse. I think it was very similar. They played their permaban against Furia, W7M.
W7M back then.
And they played their permaban that was Clubhouse. And they lost it, but they went very, very close. And one of the things when speaking to Fabian he said is, yeah, we lost the map, but we won the mental war inside of that map. Because if they can only just beat us on Clubhouse, we're going to destroy them on every other map. And it kind of feels a little bit like that, Leo. You're saying, let's say Genji get over the line, but let's say it's an 8-6, 8-7, or, it's very, very close and they escape it. G2 will have won the mental war because it's Skyscraper coming up.
It is a gamble because they know that they're going to start Skyscraper on the map 2 in attack, heavily defender-sided. So if this gamble does not pay off on Clubhouse, then they have to go and start on the weakest side, on the most defender-sided map in the meta, and Genji close it up.
It could go the other way quite quickly,
We're still waiting on one more.
It's so intriguing.
We're still waiting on the one more player to join in the lobby and kind of get us ready to go. We're not yapping for anything. We're yapping because honestly, the map bans themselves just are blowing our minds with what can happen here. I know we're talking a lot about G2, but Genji have also proven that they can prepare. And if they've had this week, you play a best of 3, you can kind of see what your opponents are going for. It's still a different, better Genji performance-wise than what we had in stage 1.
Yeah, but I feel that they're going back to their defaults, and that's what's scaring me. If they land on Clubhouse, oh, great, we're given our first best preference map. Okay, we're gonna go on there, yes. Although we lost to BDS on that map, okay, we're going back on it. Oh, Shali's open in Decider? Perfect. We beat G2 on it. Great. It feels like they're naively going back to their defaults where the map is strong. And it is something that Neko shared with us in interviews. He did say, we tried too hard to counter-strat before. We did not feel like it was comfortable. So we ended up going and picking our maps that we felt we were the best on, Chalet, Clubhouse. And so in this BO3, in playoffs, they're relying on it again. Except that they've already showed these maps. They've showed them quite a lot, actually. And it's really easy for a team like G2 to adapt because their ceiling is much higher than Genji's.
Because that's what you get over the course of a best of 3, right? This is why we generally, like, I'm not saying Genji are a bad team, but against our top teams, you would expect over best of 3s particularly for them to come out on top. And yeah, this is such an intriguing map, Vito. I don't think I've ever seen a game like mentally go so different to how I expected in a map, Vito, though.
And I like the topic that you brought up, Jack, all the way back to SI23, to the way that things happened. If Genji were able to take G2 to overtime and still lose, that could be the nail in the coffin. But to me, that also says, hey, if Genji take map 1, there's a world where this can just flip on its head and then they sweep it 2-0.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing is, even if you pick Skyscraper in a best of 3, you've got to back it up and you've got to attack it. Now, Skyscraper is, for most regions, like we did the regions comparison, Skyscraper is a least preference map across every single region worldwide because it is so easy to defend. So we'll know pretty much after map 1 and 6 rounds of map 2 who's going to win this best of 3, in my opinion. I don't think the momentum will sway too much differently after that. So map 1, can Genji get it done on their own map is my big question mark. If G2 put in a really strong performance / win it, this best 3 could already be done.
Well, you mentioned Alamao, Nequo on either team, but who's really got to be stepping up on both G2 and Genji to really carry it forward? And you can pick who to start with, really.
I think we've mentioned that before. When we saw the stats of these rosters, we're showing the stats, especially on Genji's side, from the playoffs. And I think 2 players that were missing there were Deadshot, especially. Deadshot was dropping huge numbers. He was the main carrier of that team during Genji, during the stage, and I think he struggled to back that during the last BO3. He needs to step up if he wants his team to perform here.
Yeah, and then on G2 side, Doki for me. I think looking across the stage, I think Doki's had a very inconsistent stage on individual performance. He can be the superstar of this roster. I know it's filled with superstars, but I would like to see consistency.
Well, gentlemen, then let's have a chat with our casters for today as the lobby is ready. Oh my God, we got Dez and Ace. My friends, we're in. It's the big one. Whoever wins this game qualifies to Munich. There could be an upset here, Dez. It's in the making.
Yeah, it's hard because a year ago or so, maybe I'd have said, yeah, I can see that happening. You know, G2 losing to FearX, we think about it all that time ago. There's a world where they can lose games that are really important. However, this is a very different G2 to me, Tim. They've got that stomping power up. Is Tim not here?
What is Tim doing?
Is Tim all right?
Tim's in the garden right now.
Right. If you can hear me, there we go. You see now.
I can hear you totally fine.
Yeah, you see now, this is the issue. People behind the scenes don't know. We casters need to be in 2 places, and Des was only in one of them. So I'm like furiously messaging him, Des, you're not in the Discord. I can't hear you. So I don't know. Des was probably waffling a load of rubbish. But look, he
I don't know what Tim was on about, really. I can hear him the whole time. It's
Gentlemen,
fine.
Look, I'm going to let you argue about all of this and more in the game itself. Please don't break our hearts by the end of this match. So please, Des, it is a straight shootout. Game number 1, all yours.
It wouldn't be a Desiree stream if it didn't start out that way, Tim. Let's be honest.
I ended up on the blame end of that. Everyone's like, is Tim okay? Yeah, Tim's fine. Des isn't where he needs to be this time.
This is why you've lost all your hair over the years, mate. Too much stress.
So true.
All right, let's get into it. The crowd, apparently, the socials are behind Genji, no matter which way you want to balance it. I'm sure we'll see G2 appear on the right-hand side of that graphic in a second, Tim, and say that 73% of you are behind G2, surprising no one. They are the favourites, Tim, but as I alluded to during that part that you most definitely heard, we've seen them lose big games before. Let's think back to them. They got knocked out of a major by losing to FearX, for example. This is a very different look G2 today. I don't expect it'll be the outcome, but let's not count Genji out just yet.
No, absolutely not. Genji have been full of surprises throughout the stage, and I'm sure that they've got more up their sleeve. Reminder of the stakes for everybody. Winner will go through to the major as well. Loser will drop down to that 5th, 6th place playoff. There'll still be something to play for in terms of those SI points, of course, because 6th place does not get any SI points. 3rd, 4th and 5th all get 50. So definitely, you know, plenty to fight for still in that 5th place playoff, but neither of these two are going to be there. Interestingly, G2, of course, are the ones that have dropped down from the upper bracket. There's only one team that were finished in 3rd to 6th places that made it kind of through the upper bracket gauntlet, if you will, and that's Team Secret. Otherwise, everybody in this lower bracket is position 4th, 5th, 6th in the standings. BDS, Wolves, Genji, G2 being the one anomaly to that. So it just kind of sets the stakes. It gives us an idea of maybe the, you know, the hill that Genji have got to climb. But look, stranger things have happened. That much I can tell you for sure. You know, Genji already with a good result against G2 in the bag. And it's not going to be an easy one today, knowing what's at stake either. G2, they need to... I mean, they've got an interesting map choice as well. They're either going to look like geniuses or we're going to be sat scratching our heads at the end of this series.
Definitely. A fun little fact for you about the last 2 times that these 2 teams have played on Clubhouse, they have not won a single attacking round. Both getting 6-0 in their hearts. For G2, it was about a year ago. They actually lost that about 7-0, Tim. I think it's the trauma that's taken them a year to get over losing that badly on the map that they've now chosen this is the right time to bring it back out and show what they can do. For Genji, as I mentioned, they also didn't manage to win an attack. It was only 6 days ago against BDS. So both teams looking to do something a bit more work, you fair to say, on the attacking side. And G2 is one of our best attacking teams in the competition. I'd back to have a pretty good half, but we'll see how Genji can fare. Here we are, 60 seconds in though. Downstairs is where things very often start on this map these days, Tim, so I'm not at all surprised to see us be here. And G2 have made some pretty quick work of getting control of this ground floor. Still a couple of players to worry about out towards Lounge though, and they look aware of it, Tim. The shield's starting to bear on down in Alamau. They've got a view in through the bar softball as well. They know there are a couple of players here looking to be a little bit of a nuisance for them and can't really afford to ignore them, which is why you're going to see players constantly keeping an eye out towards that east side of the map, so Genji aren't getting any freebies inside the first couple of minutes.
Just going to be getting rid of those ingredients. Okay, removing the pipe that could hinder progress on the main stairs. He's having a little look downstairs as well, but Deadshot, he had a tough game the other day. Comes out with a big entry, taking down Loira. Great start. Damage to Doki will be downed as well. Deadshot's going absolutely nowhere. He's got his Kiba barricades. Play out about timing for that. Almost knows that the Blitz is going to push him and sort of preemptively throws the nade, but it's not going to be enough. Alamau manages to take him down. Skies does pick up Glass though. Doki has been put back on his feet, so we are in a 4 versus 3.
Yeah, with some less than ideal health bars on the side of G2 here, Tim. Alamau, your shield, your spearhead down to half. Doki, a single bullet enough to see him out and away. It's not looking too good for G2 here. I've got to try and make something stick or something work out. Alamau recovering the diffuser and probably going to head off towards main stairs here, unless they go for a full switch out towards blue. Maybe the Doki instead swings across and looks to join him over towards the west side of the map instead. We're into that last 30 seconds though, Tim, so whatever they do from here, they're going to have to commit to. And Doki, no! That's not the way to do it. I said a bullet would be enough, but also, of course, one of those cap can traps also going to help. Down he goes, and this one looking dire, but Alamau and Stomping going to try and make it work. Nako ready and waiting for the drop. Stomping might get one, but he's dropping in towards smoke here. Tim probably gets himself another kill off the back of it. Yes, he does, but he's got to collect 2 more. Up close, nearly gets rid of Skies, but no. Takes the bullets first, and Genji take that first round.
There was a second there where I thought Stomping was going to earn himself a 5-second 1v1 as he flipped to the shotgun and went face to face with Skies, but just couldn't get it done. And ultimately G2, they were all at sea after that opener. Deadshot got one and then managed to put Doki on the ground as well, and it really felt like G2 were battling back uphill from that point on. Let's not forget, of course, Clubhouse being G2's map choice, they need to be getting as many rounds as they can on this attacking half so that they can try and finish it off when they get into the second stretch on defense. And it was always going to be a tough first half. Of course, attacking onto Church and Arsenal, it's never the easiest position, but they just never really had any confident control of the map. We saw Skies getting I would say an unusual Capcan trap kill, but we saw Leakerpack going down twice the other day to Capcan traps, and they seem to be making a little bit of a return in their effectiveness, and they continue to do so here on Clubhouse. But yeah, G2 never really in control of the map. They get hit multiple times by a dead shot, and then we get another kill coming onto Blaz. We've got the Capcan traps, and it just always felt like that round was slipping through the fingers of G2.
I like to think the Capcan traps are the new Frost mats, Tim.
Yeah.
Obviously, Change is coming to Frost, which is not so popular anymore. But we spoke a lot about the magnetism that you and a good number of pro players, it turns out. I'm just saying, Tim, correlation and causation aren't always the same thing, but it could be that secretly you are a pro enough and you get sucked in towards those frost mats. But they have dropped away now, and we're seeing a lot of these Capcans starting to get picked up. And as you say, over the days, over the stage, we've seen quite a few kills start to be collected globally. So maybe we'll see it getting picked up more and more. One thing I often say about Capcan is as soon as you see one trap, you know there are 4 more around the map for you to discover, oftentimes on that same doorway where you found the first one. But it just slows everything down. You have to be cautious, otherwise you walk into exactly what Doki found out here. They was about to say there could be a freebie for Skies, but no, doesn't quite manage to find Alamar, who's on the downstairs. But Blast, no, boys, can't be letting this one happen. It's got away with 2 kills there from the main breach, Tim. Right side opened up, a little bit of a tight angle to try and find through on towards Catwalk, but a great play from Blaz, and they get 2. Wonderful stuff.
Yeah, way too easy there for him. He just, mops him up like a spilt drink. He's got that angle. He's looking in towards Catwalk. They've got to know. They've got to be aware of that Genji, and they can't allow their movement to carry them into his line of sight there. It's, number 1 rule for playing on Catwalk. If main breach is open, you've got to be careful around elbow, and they've been punished, as you say. Deadshot is looking to get a little bit aggressive here. He's going to have to change his game. But no! What a double from Deadshot! Lyra had only just got the kill onto Asa it was, and Deadshot brings them back into it. Azox with 1, and all of a sudden it's a 2v2, but G2, they managed to get themselves the advantage back. Des, this is a must-win round for G2, given the advantage they had. They were 5v2.
I tell you what, Deadshot's 2K then might just be my favorite play of the stage, and only because of how easy he made that transition from one head to the other. Look, it wasn't like a wild spray where it's managed to catch 2 heads. That looked ridiculously composed and almost living up to his name there. Beautiful stuff, and I can't wait to see the replay of it. As you say, for G2, they can't be letting this one go. A C4 at the ready, up and over the top. Now, half damage on towards Blaz. I thought he got away from it quite comfortably. Now into a 2 versus 1 as we stand. 30 seconds to go. Both coming out towards the south balcony. 1 in through construction, 1 through bedroom window. Good for a crossfire as long as they know where Azox is. And I'm not too sure they do, Tim. They're playing a bit of a guessing game. In fact, now they have an idea. In behind the mattress, but he finds 1. The Vector ripping through 1 more. A nade over the top. Azox was ready, but no. Lyra gets it back. And Tim, finally, we have seen that inability to win an attacking round by G2 on this map being broken.
I tell you what, it was close. I was ready to erupt at that point, Des. I was ready to get a little bit angry because G2 gave Azox everything he needed to win that 1v2. They separated. Not necessarily the end of the world. Don't come for me. Yes, establishing a crossfire, so they separated, which does give him an opportunity at 1v1s when they engage at such different times as they did. Lawyer was too far away from that bedroom door, but I think it was Blaz to be attacking from the window at that point. He's got to have some patience. He's got to wait 5 seconds for his man to catch up. We're going to see it here. This is the opportunity. You're strafing across. You're giving him the kill while Lyra is not in a position. So this became a 1v1. Lyra plays it well, sends the nade in, forces Azox into a bad position and gets the kill. But that was very, very losable for G2. And so they just need to slow down. That's not a clubhouse thing. That's just an attacking thing. Just slow down. If Lyra's on that door, if Blaz waits 2-3 seconds for Lyra to be on that door, there's no way that Azox wins both of those fights. But they gave him a chance, and that's something G2 have got to be careful of.
Yeah, it's one of those, Tim, where, as we said, when everything's on the line and it comes down to a major spot being what the 2 teams are fighting for, it's going to come down to the wire on more than one occasion. A nice close round the second. We'll see who breaks the deadlock here going into the third. Blast going to start things off with getting this main breach opened up nice and high to dodge away from any would-be mute jammers on that wall. Of course, Thermite, one of the best operators for getting a pretty damn big hole on the wall, Tim. That's exactly what he's done. Over towards VIP, getting that one opened up as well. Laura's still with 3 Selmas. But progress by G2 to get things kicked off here rather than having to dilly-dally around and muck around with trying to get the bare basics done.
Drone going to be, is it? Yes, in through Jim. Just having a look if there is an extension. Given that there's a rotation, they don't really need to send the drone any further in. They should know from that there is going to be an extension and that there is going to be defenders out there in Master and that sort of area, which I'm pretty sure they do now. So there's going to be a little bit of care. Nade goes in. If they got themselves to that, doesn't really move anybody into bit. If anything, they've actually just lost a body. Doke is going to be downed elsewhere and taken out by Azox. So that utility, I always question when you send utility in, I kind of see it as like selling that utility. What have you sold it for? Have you got a kill for it? Have you got some space for it? Have you got, you know, a bit of movement? And the answer is G2 got nothing for that utility that went in. Asta's going to pick up Stomping in the latest of 3. This is going to be an absolute rollover for Genji in this round. 5 versus 1 now. Facing down a flawless. Alamau's just going to wait bad his time. He's got a minute 20, so he can use that clock a little bit. See if anybody gives him an opportunity, which they will. 1v5 becomes a 1v4, becomes a 1v3.
Let's not get too silly now, shall we? Nah, it's really impressive from Genji, like how they've played out the game so far. Look, a couple of times they've been caught out, as we've seen, right? And G2 have, of course, won that second round at the back of it. But I think across rounds 1 and across round 3 in particular, you've seen them just so on it with these gunfights today. Like, G2 barely get a chance to have a sniff at them. And before you know it, they've lost a player, they've lost a second, they've lost a third. Oh, no. The round is basically cooked. You're not looking at a team here that's coming in the form of G2 who are going to win out this game by being better gunmen. It's going to come down to the strategy and their approach to the game. And maybe here they might have looked at this and gone, right, we're going to counter prep the living death out of Genji's favourite map. It's been out of permaban for the last year. We've only had it banned against us twice, and we have banned it every other time since. Like, I cannot even stress how much G2 do not want to play this map. And are we seeing, yet again, the same as we had a few weeks ago in Asia, Tim, a team think, oh, this is the great time to bring out our permaban against a team on their favourite map and we'll win. So far, Genji look far more comfortable on Clubhouse than G2 do.
Yeah, it's like I said at the beginning, Des. We're going to look back at this map ban at the end of it, and it is one of those moments that's either, all or nothing. G2 are going to look like geniuses, or, they're going to look a bit silly for the fact that they're not going to the Munich Major because of the maps that they've chosen to come to. Who knows which that is going to be. For the time being, Genji continue. I think at this point in Clubhouse, I don't think either team are unhappy at the minute. I think if you looked at it on balance of things, G2 say, yeah, we've got 1 attack out of our 3. They're going to be looking for 2 as a minimum. They're going to want to at least take those third choice sites or equivalent. Genji are thinking, yeah, we've held down 2 out of 3 sites. We're looking at 4-2 half. Not too bad on the defense start. That's fine. When I look at their stats historically, Genji through this stage on Clubhouse, through the last 6 months, not amazing on attack. They've got a 40% attacking win rate. So that's not necessarily enough to come out and get a win here, because you would need a 3-3 half, which would be your 50% mark. So I think on balance, it's kind of okay for everybody at the minute. Nobody needs to panic.
Everyone's a winner is what I'm hearing there, Tim, which is classically on brand for you, and I love it. Now, looking here out towards this side, Tim, out towards Strip. We've seen this one normally played out, of course, by our lovable robot in Skopos. This time around, it's the Capcan out here causing a bit of bother, but Laura's got in and got the entry. Now trying to almost cut off and isolate this player inside the Strip. They've dropped down already, Tim. Look at this from Laura. Wow! Taking Ash main to the brain. And sadly, a couple of bullets in the same direction. Deadshot shutting him down, and now Skies not so much under threat. If Laura got away with tearing apart the defense there from within, that could have been the round already decided for G2. They've got a 4 versus 3, so he's caused enough disruption. Now things have settled ever so slightly, and the pace has slowed down again. Now Genji can maybe start to recollect themselves, but I worry for Skies here, who's still being tracked out by Doki, and Doki's not even putting his attention on him. He's looking elsewhere, really, Tim, and just trying to get this man on main stairs to sort of be baited into trying to help out Skies. It's really high pressure and aggressive coming out of G2, but hasn't found his man yet. No, and Doki taking a shot at the same time. Now he's going to drop in towards site. What is this from G2? I love it.
It's something. I'll give you that, Des. It's not looking like it's... Oh, I was going to say working, but Blaz manages to pick up Deadshot. Nako has to take a little bit of a dip away from that fight. Finds himself in armory, looking to pick up the man boxers, but a change in elevation from Blaz allows him to dunk on Nako, take him down, and there goes the plant as well. What a round from Blaz. Diffuser down, and Sky's now in a 1v4 looking to fight back. It was unorthodox from G2, but it's bringing results.
Wow. This has been such an interesting round to watch. The first time I feel that I've seen a team find a different answer to the strip club roam that we've seen getting more and more popularized throughout this stage. As I mentioned, I'm so used to seeing a Skopos play out there. I think we'll all think back to Liquefax 3K out there on that operator previously. But I think a beauty to watch because teams always play into it. But I think what G2 have read into here is that is quite a hard spot to break open at the best of times unless you're willing to commit hard breach, for example, and a lot of utility there. But probably 3 or 4 times in that round, you saw a G2 player not even looking towards the strip club, despite being very, very close to it. They were looking towards main stairs. They were dropping into bar hatch. They were challenging the players sat on main stairs and even starting to sniff inside the site itself. And so it puts guys in a really stressful spot of, well, the roam isn't having the impact it's meant to. I'm not drawing in players. I need to go and make something happen. But every so often, you just see a G2 player pop a few shots in towards him, make sure that he knew there was a threat on his life, so he couldn't really leave. And when everyone is then ready on G2, they flood the site 4 versus 2, and you saw the outcome. Really smart approach to that, and I'm sure our analysts will love looking into that one later. Because again, a very different approach, not really seen it before, and you can see the result for yourself. Brilliant stuff from G2.
Let's get into round 5 then. As we said, it was Leo's words. G2 must have been cooking something with the map bans that have come through and with the way, let's not forget, just to remind anybody who's coming after those bans, G2 banned Bank in favour of playing Clubhouse. Like, they've got to be coming up with something. They've got to have a plan. And right now, you've got to say, maybe it looks like it's working here. If G2 can get a 3-3 half, or even better, on the attack, that will be great for them on Clubhouse. And so far, they're bringing the unorthodox, they're making it work, and they found themselves with a 2-2 split. 2 rounds to go. Have they got the plan to deal with a clash? It's always the question to ask. They do have Alum out on the Nomad. That's going to be particularly helpful. Those track stingers as well could help to deal with a clash. Get one of those kind of in behind the shield and make it difficult to use that area. We'll see exactly what they go with.
Now focusing on getting that main breach opened up. Seen this one a million times. Not so much from G2. Again, I haven't really seen them play it at all in the last year. The one time they did, as I remarked him, 6-0 on their attacking half. They couldn't win a single attacking round, but here they're keeping pace with Genji, and that'll put the pressure on the other side as well. If G2 can get into that next half with 3 rounds on the board, Genji will be sweating a little bit because they're not exactly the best attackers themselves, as we saw against BDS just 6 days ago. We'll see how this round plays out for now, though. Deadshot holding up nice and tight. He hit that beautiful 2K previously with the SMG down the stairs, getting a double headshot. Was a thing of beauty. Hung around a little bit longer here, but with the clash on side, it's also going to help them be able to escort players away back in towards site, so they aren't left with just one man left on site against the world, essentially.
G2 are slowly eroding the hold, but how about that from Deadshot? Another beautiful headshot that he finds onto Doke, and that is an important one. Of course, Doke on the Deimos was just lurking around underneath, looking for maybe that bit of verticality later in the round. Get in, start those tracks. There's a lot of soft flooring that can be worked with underneath this site, but it is now not going to be the case with Deimos off the board, and it does allow Genji to keep a player underneath, and it is Deadshot who's down there at the minute. If he's got the shotgun, he will be able to open up for vertical challenges, but he's going to have to keep himself alive as Lyra is tasked with putting a bit of pressure onto him.
Absolutely, well, they've got this balcony that needs to start putting pressure inside the site itself. Kind of done step 1 of getting control of the east side of the map, and now what you're going to see is most of these players on Genji forced towards the north side of this site, inside of Logi, on towards main stairs. Look, all of them are gathered around here with one inside the bathroom. G2 largely pushed them back, but we did see a player drop through the construction hatch earlier, Tim. He's still downstairs. They could be dropping in to a fire line from below here. In fact, at the exact moment, Alamau goes for a challenge. Deadshot wins it out and has now got that vertical on side again. Blaz is in. Another 2K in this round. Going to try and stick the plant here, Tim, as we go into the last 10 seconds. He's got a clash and the warden to beat out, and I don't think he'll get away with it. No. Nako rounding through. Again, like what I saw at a Deadshot, that drop away to play a C4 below I thought was really smart, but G2, they read into it, just couldn't quite stop the man in time. Well defended by Genji.
Yeah, it was good. G2, I like what they tried on attack. So there was a big part of the round there where I'm thinking, you've not dealt with Deadshot, you've not dealt with Deadshot, he's got a shotgun underneath, you've not dealt with him. But they tried to do that at the same time as they executed everything else. It was very much a 3-2-1, right? In through the window, the challenge comes down from main door, try and get rid of Deadshot, try and clear it out, and then Blaz goes in and gets the plant down. It didn't happen. Genji, credit to them, they stood up to that really, really well. Kind of knew it was coming. Deadshot won 2 big fights there, taking down Doki to begin with, and then later in the round to keep himself safe underneath as well. And this one, absolutely beautiful stuff. And then that was the second one where he picks up Alomag. So Deadshot there, kind of integral to that. He does get picked up at the end, but by then, Blaz has just got too much to do. So well played, Genji. They used the layers of their defense as well. They took the fights where they needed to take them and won them importantly, and they get themselves that third round. Genji will really want another, both teams here will really want this last round. Round 6 is going to be bitterly fought over because G2 know that it puts them in a position to be looking towards that second half, looking towards getting that win on Clubhouse, which, as we've said, when you look towards Skyscraper as your second map, that is huge for G2. So Genji, they want that 4-2.
You know me, Tim. I feel like I'm very much in a camp of one here when I say that I quite enjoy Skyscraper. Like, it's a very, very boxy map at the best of times in the sense it's very bottlenecky, lots of doorways you have to work its way through. Maybe not quite as boxy as a map like Consulate would be, or as many have often stated it to be, but I just think it's a really interesting one to see how attackers have to be so innovative all the time to try and find a way to on the attack. Dead excited to get there. Like you say, we've got to get through this first and foremost. G2 desperately searching, I think, for that third attacking round in this half. It will give them a good advantage going into that second, or going into the second half, sorry. Of course, Genji do not want to give that one away. The Denari coming out from Deadshot. Seen a little bit of success actually with this operator on this very map. I think about the main stairs that we had on, the main stairs play that we had coming out, I think on play day 1, I want to say it was, and the number of times that the opposing team would run over those Denaris, get shocked, and it was a free step across for someone with a shotgun to one pump the guy coming down the stairs that was then disabled or at least shocked out by the Denari. It was wonderful to see. Do I think G2 are going to fall like guilty to the same thing? No. But it's still the threat that it can bring. It's still the information that gets provided by those laser trips at the same time.
Very easy for Doki to pick up Neko there. Had a good idea that he was going to be lurking around lounge and stock and just waited for his man to move across and picked him up, took him down. And that is going to leave us now in a 5 versus 4. G2 have got their best opportunity of winning down into Church and Arsenal. It is never an easy site to attack, but at the halfway mark, they've got the boogie drones out, they've got the verticality happening, they've got the entry, they've got everybody forced back to site. So for now at least, G2 have got what they need. They managed to win this back in round 4. Can they do it again?
I'll say a big change around from round 1 as well when they were bleeding members out of their ears, it felt like in the early round, right? Admittedly, Sky's collected a 3K back then, the man on your screen now. Don't quite think I'll find the same again because G2 have been a lot more patient here with how they set themselves up. And as I said, they won't run over a Denari team. I think Alamada's got zapped by one on the bottom of main stairs there anyway. It's done its work though. They've got Church being opened up. Skies, here he goes. Gets one again. He's got to match that kill count of 3 from back in round 1 if he wants to have the same impact. But in the blink of an eye, G2 are down 2 players, down a man advantage, Tim. Not looking too pretty.
No, we can see them under the influence of those trip connectors as well. 3 versus 4. G2 desperately need the next kill. Won't get it. Stompen, however, manages to get himself one and a down. No, it was Lyra, sorry, who picked up the down, but ultimately, that Capcom coming back to bite G2 again. 4-2 half. Honestly, I don't think it tells us too much about this matchup. Like I said, Genji on the attack of Clubhouse have a 40% win rate. So yeah, it takes us to overtime if we look down that road. G2, it's a map they don't normally play. They've got 2 attacking rounds on it, which is unusual for them. Are they going to have more of a plan for the defensive side? If they've chosen to come here, there is no way that Romalia doesn't have them, along with Cameraman, of course, prepped up and ready for this. But is it going to be effective? That's what we're going to see in the next 2 rounds. 7 and 8, I think, are especially important to G2.
Massively agree. To get yourself started, you don't want to be staring down at a 6-2, for example. We know how those games often end up, and as much as everyone wants to believe that underdog story of the team that's down coming back, it often doesn't happen. Rare when it does, and exciting when it does, but it is indeed rare. I actually really like how Genji have forced out a lot of capture in this half as well. We spoke about it a couple of times, but the number of times in that half, like at least 3, we've seen players stepping into them, being down, being killed by them, or in some way just massively upsetting the round. G2 are a team that I've remarked on, like Secret, are one of our 2 best attacking teams. They have a higher attacking round win percentage than they do a defensive round win percentage, which is crazy to say. But that's because that they can move at pretty good pace on the attacking side. They're very much a unit that's in sync. They'll push in, overwhelm teams. It's brilliant to watch. But it does mean they don't quite make as much time for preparation and clearing out the map and thoroughly droning every corner of it. They choose to kind of take calculated risks. Now, I don't think in their calculated risk in that equation, they didn't have Capcan traps in there, and you've just seen it bite them 3 times throughout that half. So I think for Genji, it was a really good read into how G2 like to attack a lot of their maps, and a good way to slow them down is bringing out those traps that will either punish them if they try and go fast, or like I said, will slow them down. Just really, really good, smart, very, very smart, and very, very good strategy being shown by Genji in that first half. Loved it.
Azox on the knock. Keep an eye on him. He's going to move his way into Garage immediately. And we love these players. We love to see whether they have any effect. Can he track anybody down, get any surprises? There's nobody on the top floor, so I'm just wondering how much intel Genji have got across the map at the minute, because there is only one out on the roam at the minute. It's Blaz on main stairs. Using the word roam is probably a bit of a stretch, but that's the only person they're going to come across. So Azox at the minute, he's still in and around Garage. He's looking to, I don't think, sweep across that top floor. He was just waiting for the drones to complete their work, so he would be in a position to strike if needed, which it isn't. And I think Genji at this point are fairly confident they've got that map control, and that is quick. So G2 are going to have a lot of pressure to stand up to this round.
This is where I think Genji might struggle for the first couple of rounds. Truth, I know they want to see a strong start out of G2. I do think we'll see it. They've got no idea what G2's defensive tendencies are on this map. Do they go aggressive on the roam? Do they like to play massive, like, dug-in turtle strats like they're playing in this round? Who's going to be the roamer for them? Do they play a lot of C4s and denial? Like, what do they look for? And so they've gone for relatively standard bans in things like the Kite and the Bandit to make sure they can open up walls that they want to and try and give themselves the best chance. But I do think we're going to find they'll have to figure G2 out a little bit across these first 2 or 3 rounds, and you might just see G2 getting 2 or 3 on the board before Genji finally start showing ways of fighting back into this.
Very cautiously pushing the bottom of main stairs there. I think, of course, there you go, wanting to deal with that mirror window. There is a mute jammer just positioned on it at the minute that is going to prevent. There could be a little bit of a risky play here for Alamar. He could actually dip himself outside and take this off, but he doesn't want to find himself challenged from bottom main stairs, so instead Stompin comes and just gets rid of that pesky Selma charge using the impact nade for now. So it's going to be up to Nequo to, I was going to say go and put another one on, but he's already used them, I assume, elsewhere, and that is a big problem. It's going to keep that mirror window at the bottom of main stairs.
Enough pressure starting to build around there, right? They've got all 5 players alive, and they're starting to ask questions of site itself. The Stompin holding down and finds one, looks for a second, gets rid of him too. That's what his team need to get things moving here. Azox gets rid of Doki. Another one follows, and Loira again has found the response back on the other side. And I worry now, Tim, for Genji, because they're up against Blaz. Oh my god, forget about Blaz, Tim. They're up against Stompin. A 4K into Moto. Every single player lining up for him like Skittles. And he throws that bowling ball down, collects 4, and almost solo wins the round for his team. Wonderful stuff.
Why worry about reloading? Why worry about reloading when you can just flip to the pin? Just get the deagle. Just get the deagle and kill everybody anyway. A great play from Stompin. And like you say, gets around the... I think G2 were always in control of the round, but Genji were pushing them. They were starting to get established inside of Moto. They were making life difficult. A couple of kills came in, and Stompin and Loira stood up to that really well. It was around the, you know, on a different day, I think we could have seen a defensive team struggling to hold on to their positions there. But no, G2 have locked in. They've got that one done well. I said round 7 and 8 were particularly important for G2. They've got round 7 on the board. That brings them back to 4-3, and now they need to double down with it, because if they can get round 8, then it says, as a minimum, we should be looking at overtime.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think it'll take a couple, maybe 3 to see Genji warm into it a bit. Admittedly, that first round doesn't give you a whole lot because you're just seeing Stompin wipe the floor with the other side. I was going to say before he collected his 3rd kill, the problem now is that G2 have got a 3 versus 2 and there's a clash on side. That's just miserable to play into as defenders. Like, you're never getting that one over the line. Again, does it really matter when you've got Stompin collecting 4 kills in one spot as well? Barely moved his feet. It's stuff of beauty to witness. It does mean G2 draw themselves at least 1 round closer. Let's see how how Genji, I don't want to say can they adapt, but it was right off that first round now and say, okay, look, I don't want to call it a life round, Tim, because it's not a life round. It's a game round. Because next map we'll go into another one. He'll have another big 4K, and I'll be sat here going, okay, another life round, 2 in the same day. What is that? Stomping has that kind of regularity. In fact, a lot of the G2 players do. Their clutch potential is absolutely nuts at the best of times. You know, historically, I've often said for G2, they rely on these hero plays, individuals going absolutely massive. That might have been one round, but how many more of those can they find in the game?
As you said, you know, they've got the potential across the team that you can, you know, almost rely on getting 3 or 4 rounds like that across the best of 3 series, you know, maybe even more. So, I say, keep a close eye on that, but Stomping keeping them in that one. And over the line, 4-3 on the scoreboard now. Genji back to the drawing board for the attack. It's going to be Jim and Master. So they're going to be looking to get themselves into the east side, into cache CCTV, get control of that. We can see G2 are holding on to that area as well. They've got Blaz over there. They've got Lyra over there. 2 of the real dangers at the minute that Genji have been facing. So a lot of work for them to do. I was going to say that's so big from Stomping. Taking the Selma charge off, protecting the rear window. I'm not sure it was worth his life though.
No, maybe not. Just have to talk in waxing absolutely lyrical about his 4K. Not quite the one you're looking for here. A good sign for Genji, though, to have that man advantage. What can they now do with it, though, is the big question I've got. We've got 75 seconds to work with, Tim. They've got a bit of the control they want. They're still slightly mindful about what's going on out towards the east here, and they'd be right to do so. As you can see, there is Blaz currently tucked in here on the Warden, waiting to see what happens. But do they even know that he's here? Surely they do. Still in behind the shield, still able to keep the sledge out, and unless the sledge keeps him pinned down, he can just go and make use of that window and start challenging those players on that south balcony. They've got to be really respectful here about what's going on. But now it looks like he might be able to get away, but that means another 30 seconds is gone. Doki has tried to make something happen, but with some shots, the Skies has got one. Blaz back another. A casual shot onto the second brings us down to a 3v3. Blaz into a third for the headshot. Tim, I said, will they find another hero? And in this round, it's Blaz.
Blaz is just so good. Manages to pick up a triple and has just completely slipped the net. Genji have let him get away with one there, and he has punished them for real. He's going to get another if they're not careful. Does some damage, and this is all that G2 need to do now. With 15 seconds, is keep chipping away. Surely Blaz for the last. He's got the intel. He knows the man is there. Picks up the kill. 4K for Blaz. G2 get round 7, round 8. Both really important. And I tell you what, we said coming into this second half, they'll have been cooking. Ratalia and Cameraman will have been on it. Sorry, Ramalia will have been on it for sure, getting ready for this one. And it's looking like they have. If they can get a clean sweep of all 3 rounds and then go back for some more, then Genji are in big trouble because Skyscraper's coming next.
Yeah. And I just kind of want to come back to that hero point, because I've said it a lot, but I want to back it up with the numbers in this game alone, right? I said at the very start of the game, Genji are looking on it today. They're winning by the gunfights. Like, G2 are going to have to show real tactical and strategical superiority if they want to get over the line and get some good results. And in that first half, fair enough, Genji, they did well. But round 2, it was a Lyra 3K and a 1v1 that he won to get them the second round over the board. In round 4, when they won that attack downstairs with admittedly a really cool tactical take on how to beat the roam out and strip, it was a Blaz 3K. In round 7, a stomping 4K. In round 8, a Blaz 3K. Kind of a 4K, got the down player, whatever. But we've had 4 hero rounds for G2. On Genji's side, just round 1. Skies when he got that 3K. That's all we've seen, and it is now starting to form the difference, Tim, where when there are rounds where you might wager, okay, you know what? You could see Genji win this one. We've had players on the side of G2 pick up big 3Ks in Lyra and Blaz. The last 2 rounds have really been decided by 2 individuals as well. G2's rounds that they have found so far, there's a mix of both the hero plays, but also the strategy coming together. When those 2 things are online at the same time, good luck stopping them. And that's what this is now starting to feel like. We've really got to see Genji figure something out here in round 9, else I think G2 are just going to run away with this one.
Yeah, I do as well. I completely agree with you. You know, this is a must-win for Genji now. I said it after round 3. It was a 2-1 split. I said, you know, both teams are probably pretty happy with that. You know, they go on and they continue down that road. We've seen that every quarter so far. And this quarter needs to finish that way for Genji. They need to get their one this time. They need to get that share. And with a 40% attacking win rate, you'd have to say on Clubhouse, you'd have to say that they've got the ability to do that. But G2 are just looking like a little bit of a different beast on defense this time. You know, on a map that we're not used to seeing them play, they are looking very, very solid. And yeah, you know, a Blast 4K is always going to help, but it's the fact that Genji were kind of just a little bit of a mess. You know, Blaz was able to come across and get a couple from construction and get onto the flank and make life difficult for them, and that's absolutely great for G2.
Let's see how the focus on Takashi CC goes. Immediately trying to stop this exothermic going off, and it has got the top parts in, but that's a little bit awkward here. Of course, with the mirror window being where it is, you have to place it off towards one side or the other. Instead, they opted to go for the top side. They've got some good sight lines through into it, but not an easy way in towards the site itself, and that could prove to be a little bit of a problem. They've got no Selmas they can use, for example, Tim. Maybe you try and get the Ying up nice and close, but I don't think that's going to help you either. Doki, only his second kill this game, but a crucial one to find. It's the Blackbeard going down on his attempted entry in towards Garage. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, so there's a big problem now for Genji and losing the Blackbeard. Because of that breach being how it is serviceable, but in certain situations, I'll put an asterisk on that. They need Garage Catwalk if they want that breach to be serviceable, because then all you need is somebody to stand on it, and they're just there to stop anybody pushing through from Red or pushing through from Cash and getting into CCTV. That's the whole point of it. But because that low part of the reinforcement is still intact, Genji can't play that on the rappel anymore, so they have to have somebody up there. So they're going to have to have control of Garage Catwalk, and losing the Blackbeard, I now look at it and say, well, how are you going to get Garage Catwalk? Where's your plan? Because there's no Capitao, G2 have banned it out. There's no Grim, G2 have banned it out. And Doki should be able to keep himself active here for even longer. He needs to not over-aggress here. He's getting kill after kill. It's beautiful stuff. The Candela comes in, it doesn't matter, because Doki finds another one. 1 versus 5. Deadshot is just left on this breach. He has to play up close to make it useful. Look, that was beautiful from G2, and the breach was a part of it. It didn't help Genji, but what it did was, you know, funnel them into other problems, and that was great stuff from G2 to take advantage.
In from the main breach, they would have had an angle onto Doki, but Tim, let's come back to what I spoke about in the prior round. Hero plays. What have we now seen 3 rounds in a row? A G2 win and 3 big moments from individuals. Stomping 4K, Blaz 3K, Doki 3K. And it's not even like these kills will come off the back of, you know, oh, we've all flooded site there and it just so happened the kills have all fed to one player. No, it was Stomping with a literal 1v4 on towards a moto push. Doki here with 2 kills on towards Garage Door by himself and a 3rd on towards the player who pushes in completely unaware of what's going on up on Catwalk and gives away a 3rd. Blaz with his step in towards site in the last round. This is individuals making it look easy right now, and G2 have just shown they're on a little bit of a different level. Not at all surprised to see Genji taking this tack timeout. They've got to find a way on the board now or this one's done.
Tactical timeout coming in from Genji. Absolutely no surprises. Having lost all 3 attacks, G2 now get to rinse and repeat. And look, G2 have just got now an easier task than the one they've just completed. They've just gone through 3 defensive sites. Now they can play a quarter where it's 2-1. That's absolutely fine. Just, you know, get a couple of the defensive sites, lose one of them along the way. No major problems. They will still take the map. And that is the big thing for G2. It was honestly, Doki's play up here, he's been quiet all game, he has, but the play up here was sublime, because it can, after that breach looked like it did, and it was going to be a vault to get in at best, and you couldn't play it on the rappel, and it, like I said, it was serviceable, but other things had to go their way. Doki stopped everything else from going their way, and the fact that G2 had taken Capitao away for that as well, it's just chef's kiss of a defense. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Really like that.
All right, let's see if that attack timeout does anything for Genji, Tim, because they are 0-3 on the attacking side. They, in fact, have only got 4 kills across the last 3 rounds, and I'm pretty sure those of you at home know that it doesn't take a maths genius to tell you that 4 kills across 3 rounds does not a champion make or a major competitor make, I'm afraid. So they've got to change up something here. Let's see how they do. Otherwise, it's G2 up to 6-4. And as I said earlier on when we were talking about a potential 6-2 scoreline, even at 6-4, after getting battered so much in this half, see it as quite a difficult task to be able to recover and get things back on track. Got attacking downstairs. There's going to be a little bit of map clearance to focus their way through first. It'll be drones in across that top floor, making sure no one on the side of G2 is up there. And as you can see, Tim, and as I can see, and as those at you at home can see, Loira and Stompin are both up on that top floor and looking to cause a little bit of a headache for Genji.
It's a tough position for Genji right now. The question isn't so much about ability, it's about mental resilience now to be able to fight back in. But we talk about Clubhouse as well. I just want to touch on the map pick again. I know it's been quite a focus, but that's for obvious reasons. I just want to look at, we talk about this being a #1 preference for Genji. They love this map. Yeah, they might, but in the last 6 months, they played it 7 times and lost it 5. Like, they don't have the best record on it. And I think G2 have read into that beautifully. And that's the reason that we're here playing on it. They've looked at it and said, yeah, they'll let us play there if we want to, because they love it. But, the results aren't generally the best on there. Naquo does manage to pick up Loira after they got the entry onto Stompin as well. So 4 versus 3 in favour of Genji at the minute. Alamau is in gym. How long is he going to hold on to his position? That's the question. As Skies does drop down underneath. Alamau goes for the challenge, but doesn't get away with it. Skies takes a little bit of damage, but will be able to keep himself in the fight.
That's why you're asking the question, Tim, of how long will he hold Jim? Because as we all just saw, he drops through the hatch. There's a player there ready and waiting to try and snap his arm off. Sky's missing arguably a second chance there. He could have got Alamau, could have got rid of Blaz as well, and it would have been poor Doki in a 1 versus 4 by himself, but a few missed shots. Well, that has meant at least G2 have a chance here. They've got a C4 in back pocket, 3 smokes to work behind, 2 Barrage so desired as well. They have got tools to work with, but so have Genji. I'm in particular eyeing up that phone call in the back pocket of Skies here that could make this a hell of a lot easier for them.
Ooh, just having a... He's opening... He doesn't have a line of sight. Don't get overexcited. He's just opening up above the wall there, ready for the Nitro toss. Alamau, of course, with 1 in pocket, so can send it over to the bottom of main stairs. I point that out because they need to be aware of it, and they need to be very, very cautious, because Alamau is getting it ripped and ready. He's fighting to keep that hatch close, and with 30 seconds left, this is exactly when you start falling down to things like Nitros. But Genji have played it well. They've gone down there. They've got the Selma on the wall. They are now opening that breach onto Church, but only 15 seconds to go, Des.
Not a lot of time. There's that Dokubi call that I was on about, Tim. If they've got any chance of winning this, it's going to be now, but still 2 smokes to play behind. Blaz can do a lot of denial if so desired. Instead steps out into the main hall, but no! Genji, a couple of flash kills come out of nowhere before they find Blaz, and they get the round on the board. A critical one, as we said, as that brings things all square and guarantees at least that we get to see all 12 rounds of regulation. Could it be an OT and map 1 of the day, Tim?
It really could at this point. Genji, they've woken up well there after that tactical timeout. That was a really nice attack from them. G2 died so quickly at the end because there was absolutely nowhere left for them to go. Genji had done a really good job of getting verticality, of opening Church wall, of their positioning, of getting hatchet. They'd just done a really good job of making sure that there was no safe haven for G2 to be able to play out of Church and Arsenal then. So really well played, and that's the response they need. I spoke about mental resilience. They'd lost 3 rounds in a row on the attack. They've just come in there. They've gone after the tactical timeout. They've really dug deep. They've won the most difficult site that we would argue as well to win on attack. Really good. They get themselves level at 5-5. Guarantees us 12 rounds. But if we have a look at the history of this map so far today, it has generally been 2-1 or better in favour of the defenders in each of those sort of 3-round quarters that we talk about. So G2, they've had their 1-round loss. You would argue statistically it's now time for them to come and win 2 sites, but as we know, stats don't always mean too much in Siege, and G2 have got to do it and get it on the board. If they do, they could come away looking like geniuses with this map pick.
They could. They could still all go horribly wrong. And I say horribly wrong again. They've had a real good map showing, to be fair. Like some rounds, especially in that first half, you probably ask a few questions. But I think in the second, they've shown they can defend just as well as Genji can, if not even better. It has come down to individual players a lot of the time, though, Tim. Has been my main worry. I've often said about G2, more previous iterations than the current one. What happens when you haven't got those hero plays as part of the game plan? Have you got the strategical superiority to be able to outdo opponents in just a straight-up game of strategy, a game of chess, as it were, which Sheets can sometimes feel like? I'd say typically yes, but on a map that you aren't too familiar with, to different conversation. Now at least Genji getting themselves all gathered around the breach. A couple of players off towards the east. In fact, Sky's coming over to join them. They're going to go for a bit of a rush in here, Tim. They could just try and hit them hard and fast here and not give them time to react. Blaz is my main worry in that case, as well as Smokes. And now they're looking for it, but Smokes is starting to come out from Alamau. Is it in the right spot, though? I'm not too sure it is. I love this angle, and it gets him a freebie. Stomping, stepping across into it as the bathroom gets opened up. Not looking bad at all for Genji. What can they now do with the 5 versus 4? We've been here before, and we've seen them lose it.
Genji have really refocused themselves after that tactical timeout, and they look like a completely different beast right now. Deadshot just predicting that movement from Stomp and his team, kind of making it happen, giving him that opportunity, and he gets himself a kill. Again, too easy as Skies manages to pick up Lawyer and move him back into construction. This is looking really dangerous for G2. We've spoken about hero players, Des. They need to be finding one. Somebody needs to step up here and go big, get a 3K, get a 4K, and get them back into this. It ain't gonna be Doki as he gets taken down by Neko. It's all up to Alamau. 1v5 becomes a 1v4. He gets the shotgun out, cannot get the kill. Skies closes him down, and Genji take the lead. 2 rounds in a row after the tactical timeout. They are turning this around.
Surely a G2 tac timeout comes in here, Tim. The words of wisdom coming in from the backroom staff is to say, guys, remember the plan. Remember what's worked so well for us so far. Need to get ourselves back on track. It'll feel like a wasted opportunity. They don't take it now as well. Especially when Genji are full of momentum after winning 2 rounds on the bounce. It's the prime time to slam the brakes on, make them have to lose the energy, drop off a little bit, but also give yourself that time to think, that time to talk. Because to be fair to Genji, Tim, they're playing an absolutely brilliant round there. You're coming up against a very dug-in setup. You're facing off against smoke canisters. You've got FNAT to slow you down. There's Clash, there's C4s, there's everything to punish you. And they've just absolutely swept over G2. A thing of beauty. And sure enough, G2 take that tac time out.
Yeah, I think it was well anticipated there, and I think definitely needed for G2. I'm not going to say the wheels have come off. It's not down to G2, I don't think, really. It's been that Genji's play has noticeably changed over the last couple of rounds. I don't want to use the word rattled, but I think coming into that second half, G2 were just kind of all over him on the defense, and it was like, whoa, Genji's head just went a little bit. But that tactical timeout, I used the word refocused in the last round, and I really think that's been the case. They've come in, and there's been nothing silly from them, and I'm not saying there was previously, but I just mean by that it's been super tight siege. You know, we've seen where players have been getting flushed out and there's somebody trained ready in their ADS to take that fight as soon as they get flushed into their path. They've got the kills easily. They've got the last couple of entries. Deadshot's picked both of them up. That's the first time since round 6 and 7 that we've had back-to-back entries for the same team. So Genji definitely just able to get themselves back on the tracks.
5 seconds left before insertion.
It's been a great game. Really enjoyable first game given. Again, we've got 3 best of 3s to get through today. 2 games that will qualify teams to the major for everything else today. For the 3rd game of today, and then the 2 games we've got tomorrow will determine who is the EML stage champion. Still counts for a lot, of course. Extra money, extra SI points, all the rest of it all stacks up and it all counts. Especially for teams that haven't been to our previous events. I'm looking at Genji here, Tim. If they win this game, the deeper they can make a run in towards this end of stage playoffs, the better, because it will give them more SI points and a better chance if they can make a good run at Munich to then get to SI as well.
Access already opened into kitchen. Not going to be the point of ingress for Deadshot though. As Genji 45 seconds into the round, doing a lot about getting into the map, but not getting themselves in just yet. Skies is the only one who is on the inside. Neko has had a little bit of a run down Dirt Tunnel, but is just going to be choosing to leave at the same time. He needs to start work elsewhere. Going to get that call coming in. And bronze reposition. 1 minute 50 in. We've got everybody of G2. All defenders are now down inside of the basement. We've spoken hero players, Des. Is there going to be one for G2? It's been a little bit quiet on the G2 front since that Doki 3K back in round 9. They need a hero. They need somebody to step up right now.
You can't rely on that forever, Tim. It won't win you a major or an SI, for example. But if it gets you through the playoffs, fair play. Really interesting setup as well from G2, where they've left the entirety of dirt soft, and it is meaning that Blaz can play really aggressively up against that if he wants to. Be willing to step out and look towards Kitchen, for example. But I'm very curious where that means the other reinforcements have gone, because we haven't seen any roamers around the map. But they've just committed it on extra walls downstairs, for example. I'm not wholly sure, but I'm sure we'll see as the round develops. We can keep an eye on where those are set up. Of course, the main three you think of, for example, would be in towards the church walls. You're thinking towards hatches as well. That's 5. The rest are then a little more flexible. This middle one, though, in church, yet again, has been left fully soft. In fact, I think it was Genji, I want to say, that did the same sort of thing on their defense here as a way of being able to play more aggressively, being able to rotate through. And I think G2 used it to run straight in through that middle wall in towards site. G2 also did the same when they were on the attack, as I mentioned. So, interesting little adaptation to what maybe we're used to seeing here, which is normally a full lock-off of that church wall.
Naturo still hasn't gone out from Alamau. Loira keeps himself on stairs. They've no idea. He gets one, nearly makes it 2, but he's going to be cut off from the Mortar hatch drop. That is a good response from Skies. 4 versus 4. That could have been far more lethal for Genji, but they're losing health along the way. Deadshot picks up Alamau. 15 seconds left to go. Stomping onto Nick. Well, look at the health on Genji. They've barely got anything left, and they've still got a clash to deal with. Stomp and find Skies. 2v2, seconds remain, 1v1, but it's a clash. Surely they don't get the kill, they do not. And Des, we're going to overtime.
Get Stomping his crown, change that name to King Stomping, because he is the king of Church and Arsenal. A 4K previously, a 3K now. The man just cannot be beaten. Wasn't playing in the same spot, was still back inside of blue as we saw. Couldn't collect the 4th, but my God. 7 kills across 2 rounds with barely moving his feet a couple of meters is absolutely magic. And without him making that play, I think Genji managed to get that round over the line, given how things were going. Wonderful stuff. G2 stay in it. We get that OT. And I imagine, given how things have started, G2 get to kick things off on the defense here. We had those 4-2 defensive halves, as we've seen for both teams so far. You'd favor G2, but with how these rounds have been going, I just don't know.
The G2 fans asked for a hero, and Stompin certainly delivered, as he seems to do time and time again. It was just when it was needed, and then smart play from Blaz at the end just to keep himself safe off the radar and close out the round. It's easy to get sort of overtaken by the noise of the round, to feel like there's something to fight for there at the end, but Blaz switched it off and knew exactly what needed to be done. So that brings us through into the extras. We've got the dessert, Des, and I think we were both absolutely desperate for it. It's been a beautiful game so far. I think it's been far more about winning rounds than mistakes being punished. We've seen great siege on both sides of the table, and I think we're going to continue to see 3 more rounds. Genji on the defense definitely have the advantage though.
Yeah, very interesting choice for things to work out this way. Very curious. Again, G2 picked this map, so they would have been at the mercy of Genji, and Genji, of course, chose to start on the defense in regulation, but then we go into OT and G2 choose to go on attack. I don't overly blame them, because, again, they're one of our best, if not the best attacking team that we've got in the competition. It's their preferred side. They've got a higher win rate there than they do on the defense. But given how the game has played out, and of course, you can't know when you're coming into picking what side you're going to start on in OT, given how it's played out, I definitely would have preferred being the defender in this case, Tim. We've got to see him pull out a real blinder in one of these 2 attacks and secure their defense if they want it. Otherwise, Genji, it's their favorite map. As you said, it was a massive risk for G2, but they'll take this first map and fancy their chances going into Skyscraper.
Yeah, I think the drone we just see going into CCTV doesn't really tell G2 anything. It doesn't really give them any information. There's somebody playing in cash. There's a mute jammer behind cash wall. I'm pretty sure they could have guessed that anyway. So they know what they are up against. They know what they are facing. I love the 0 pick from Alamau. It's just going to provide a ton of intel for G2. We've already seen those camps being used. There is the shock dart as well that can clear out a single piece of utility. Blaz just looking to get himself active. Been a little bit quiet the last few rounds, but just wanting to get something going from that breach. Over-aggression from Alamau is punished as Skies just continues holding Mouse 1 and gets his kill. Blaz does get himself back in the action. We hear an air jab being hit elsewhere as well. 3 versus 4. A minute still left on the clock. It's not looking good for G2. But again, Stompin is fighting his way back into this for them.
All right, Doki gets one back. It's down to a 2v2. The housemates coming up against Azox and Deadshot here with 45 seconds to play. That is a ton of time they can work with. A couple of those Grim Bees to fire out now, coming out from Stomping. They've got to get a sniff on where these players are. You'd expect them to be dug in towards main stairs or in towards Logi. There's one inside the bathroom and one inside the Logi that they have yet to unseat. Now that Stomping's in, does he know about the man on his close angle? I don't think he does. Might find himself swung, tries to bait it. Not quite finding it, but no. Winning out on the one. It's all down to Stomping here. Can't get the man on the down. Azox hits his third of the round. And yet again, Tim Sky's going big. He's quietly gone about his business, but he's now got 18 kills in this game. Wow.
Yeah, Sky's on an absolute tear, isn't he? And it was just such a big start from him with that kill onto Lyra. Puts Genji best foot forward, and you said it yourself, you know, picking with the way the game's gone, you don't know that's going to be the case. We've got to stress that. G2 don't know that coming into this. They've already picked that attack inside, but you just look at it and surely, if they had their time over, G2 may well have chosen to go on the attack. It was a nice double from Azox just to finish things off there at the end. But yeah, G2, they've got to get Church and Arsenal done. If we look at their record on it, they played it 3 times, won it 2 during their defensive half, won it in round 7, won it in round 12. It was just round 10 that Genji were able to get the job done. Looking at the big difference there, there isn't really a huge difference in the lineups. It was kind of Lion or Knock was the big sort of differential factor, but otherwise not too much of a difference for Genji. It's going to be more about structure and strategy, more about approach than it is lineup. The Ying's interesting though. The Ying is the big change there.
Yeah, they also tried to use this when they were attacking upstairs. It was Doki who just deleted the Ying as soon as they stepped across to the first Candela. Bang! Gone. It's more of the same in terms of being quite dug in. You might have 1 or 2 players on the side of G2 upstairs. I believe it was Lyra and Stomping previously, both currently on the first floor. Looking to cause a little bit of bother, a few headaches early on. If nothing else, take out a couple of drones and then get yourself back down towards site. Roy looking to dig themselves back in. I always worry when teams play this very heavy turtle setup, is that you invite the other side to have so much time to do setup and figure out where the gaps are in the setup, to decide on their approach here. They haven't got to worry about trying to fight you throughout the map like we've seen previously. You know, Lyra on main stairs being one of those players to look at and think, yeah, he was a real nuisance. And so you are giving Genji a lot of time. I think they'll still do their due diligence though and make sure the entire map is clear, get drones racing on through before they start looking on towards the downstairs and figuring out how they're going to get this map done 8 and 6.
Straight away, Genji are in. They're taking out those destructible ingredients, just clearing themselves a path, getting themselves prepared for what may come. Blaz just gets forced back a little bit on main stairs. He's still there, but a few shots just raining in means he needs to sit a little bit deeper so that he's safe in behind that clash shield. But again, we saw this previously from G2. They gave up the entire map to Genji pretty quickly. Pretty much the 2-minute mark here. Genji have had free reign. And G2, they had to really battle to win this one. Let's not forget it was on the back of a stomping 1K. It came down to a 1v1. Only 5 seconds left on the clock in that occasion. Lyra finally manages to make a nitro play. We've seen them try a couple of times unsuccessfully on this site. This time, they managed to really hurt Naquo.
And one of those hard breaches gone as well. This might make things a little more difficult because, of course, Ace has been so focused on the hatches, they might not have enough to open up the majority of Church. G2, once again, have gone for this middle panel. It's soft and opened up entirely for you to run on through. It lets Blaz rotate in and out, for example. It's a much more comfortable setup for the shield. Haven't got to drop it away, so on and so forth. So it's not looking too bad, I think, for G2. You've also got the mirrors to worry about if you're on the side of Genji. A really good spot to be in. My eyes can't help go towards Skies, though, who, I was curious, has been the lowest rated player for them this stage. He's 18 and 9 in this game. And here he is on the Dockerbee, which you've seen be an absolute terror in so many players' hands. That secondary, an absolute demon. And that's ignoring the gadget itself, Tim, that we've seen them use quite effectively in executes previously. Here comes the first one as we get towards this last 30.
We've seen that middle panel actually get reinforced now.
Yeah, okay.
This is now locked down. It's the Church defense. 25 seconds left to go. They have to start working down short. Asa tries to make a move, but it just doesn't work. He gets cut down as the Skies. 5v2 and surely a matter of time as we see Deadshot hit the ground. It's all up to Azox in the 1v5. Cannot get a single kill. And G2 take a flawless round to take us all the way to 15.
Ah, it's just what I needed to get this series started, Tim. Was hearing you say those two lines. We're going to overtime and we're going all the way to 15 because goddamn, yes, we are. What's really interesting is Genji here have got that choice of going to the basement. The defensive site they won was up in gym and bedroom. I do expect we'll go downstairs here. And we've seen G2 mixed success when attacking into it. Of course, we see them lose it twice, but also win it in that round 4. That was really kind of dependent on Skies' roam out towards Strip, though, if you remember on that cap can. I think if Genji play this a little more dug in here, don't try anything too creative or crazy, they've been pretty comfortable when defending that site. You know, they only lost a couple of players in round 6. It looks easy for them. And so for G2 here, assuming we're going downstairs, they've really got to come up with something creative and special if they want to see this one over the line. Detours.
Yep,
Love that camera angle.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from G2 in that round. But I just feel like there is an awful lot of pressure on G2 this round because let's go back to that map ban. We know what the plan has been. Throw Genji, you know, a curveball here on map 1. Go to clubhouse. G2 never go there. Take the win with, you know, I'm sure they've been prepping for this. They've been ready for it. Take the win. Beat them on Skyscraper. Chalet is not an ideal finisher for G2. You know, Genji, we've already, you know, seen that they can play there. Maybe not their best map either, but it's going to be hard for Chalet, and I'm sure G2 would love to have it done in 2. If they lose clubhouse, it makes it very, very difficult. Deadshot does take a good chunk of damage there at the beginning of the round. Nothing kind of too lethal, but the kind of chip damage that might just see him thinking twice about going into gunfights head-to-head.
Yeah, quite a chunky operator. Still got 100 HP there. We're too bothered by it. Now, looking at this lineup, and I mean, Alamar getting onto a shield. We often say when things are really going wrong for teams, they'll jump onto a shield. I wouldn't quite say that's the case for Alamar. We know that he's a very proficient shield player. We've seen him try it throughout this game a couple of times as well, too. Maybe not quite the amount of success they need. He had Blitz in round 1, if you recall. Monty obviously a hell of a lot slower, but it does open up new opportunities. They can feed a lot of information from the door. They just need to bait out things like any C4s that might come on through. Of course, deal with things like Legion, which I think is a really good read from Genji, that you might get a shield coming out on the other side. We've still got 2 minutes to play, and already G2 are starting to ask questions at the door. Stomping's off towards Oil, for example. They've got a nice pinch being set up around Blue. When do they pull the trigger and say go?
Got to keep an eye on Skies. 18 kills and up on second floor. If G2 don't pay him enough attention, he's going to hit them, and he's going to hit them hard. But here comes the pressure. Beautiful. Doki gets one. He needs a second, and he finds it. The reflexes on that kill were beautiful. Alamar's putting the diffuser down, and it looks like G2's gamble might just pay dividends. 5 versus 1. They've got the diffuser down. It's all up to Nakwo. He's fighting back, but can do nothing as G2 take clubhouse.
Wow. I said they needed something special to close it out, Tim. And a crunching towards site with half a round still to go. All focused around Blue, around Dirt, and Doki making a big balls play like that. That's the stuff the dreams are made of. And in that half, Tim, we look at the 4 hero plays, the 2 they got extra in overtime. That's 6 multi-kills for G2's players to get that one wrapped up. What about one? I can't wait for Skyscraper. So let's go to a break. And when we come back, our desk, I'm sure, are going to have a lot to break down from that game. See you in a few.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Wow, wow, wow. What a map number 1 on Clubhouse. We predicted that it would be close, and especially if it goes close, how this can impact the match in totality. But in general, the winds have blown G2's way. They brought it back against Genji on Club.
They absolutely did, and it all starts off with Genji and a Capcan trap kill against Doki. I think it was quite deliberate from them. They were trying to make big plays. They were trying to be unpredictable. They were trying to hide, and really G2 couldn't hang with it. G2 actually only got 2 attacks in the first 6 rounds. Genji, and actually only one of them came down to a 1 versus 1 clutch that you could argue Genji should have won. They were really trying to throw them off there.
Yeah, but then G2 comes back with their own individual skill. You can see them trying to shoot the Capcan and getting punished for it. It was the right play. Once again, it was the right play. Play with the trap operators. Try to punish those solo moves, those hero moves that G2 can do in attack, but in defense. You cannot play trap operators against defenders. And so here they come. They play from strong position and go absolutely crazy this round from Stompen, where he gets a triple kill, then a 4K, trying to play around that Moto hatch. Absolutely insane. And it goes on and on again, going back from the basement all the way to the gym top floor and abusing those individual plays. This time Blast with the Warden going completely crazy and brings back G2 into the race here.
Yeah, again, and it continues with Doki. That's the thing is, you know, Des mentioned it a few times in the cast. It was all about the hero plays. I think we can see why this isn't G2's permaban, why this is G2's permaban, why they don't play it very often. Because actually they didn't look particularly hot on attack, but the hero plays won them out, even in the very final round. Doki goes absolutely insane, making a really, really bold call whilst he was tracking a player upstairs to sprint downstairs and just get into sight. And yeah, it was a crazy, crazy call, but it got him over the line. And I will go back to this. Like, G2 get into overtime and actually winning it, the mental warfare that they've just won.
And finally, Doki can improve his entry stats a little bit.
I have to say, Doki in the first, well, actually the vast majority of Clubhouse was not having a good time. It was a lot of pressure that clearly you could hear in the way, you could see it in the way that he's playing, but he's had all his teammates to really rely on and bring him back. And what happens in the last 2 rounds, Doki brings it back. He actually is the one that made the call to play the strategy that they ended up running with the Monty in the final round, and it was a big gamble, but it worked out.
Yeah, it was a really, really risky strategy, but it worked out in the end. I think, you know, G2 knew that they needed something special on their attacks because their attacks really weren't cutting it, but they managed to find a way to win.
Now, from the mental game, there's also the piece of who expected Clubhouse to be brought out in this case?
Well, we mentioned it, didn't we? That we thought that G2 very deliberately banned Bank to really throw Genji off guard. And it actually turned out that that was the case. So this is a live screenshot of the Discord chat, which is where they do the bans. You can see Romalio saying, Bank, lost your prep? Question mark to the Genji players. And yeah, G2, they say, Doki saying, we don't play club. They're having the mental warfare before the game. And this is a little highlight into what happens. Also, coincidentally, it is also Naquo's birthday.
Yeah,
so happy birthday, happy birthday, Naquo. But yeah, so, you know, G2 really have started the mental warfare all the way back in a Discord chat an hour before the game happens.
And it was, and we said it before, a huge gamble, and in fact, actually perceived from Genji like a birthday gift for Naiko. And if it went all the way to 15th round, for me, it shows a huge testament as to how well Genji is playing right now. It's just reverting back to their default setup, they were able to put in the right amount of fight. They're able to push Genji to all the way back to the last round.
You think Genji won the mental warfare there? I thought G2 won it.
I don't think Genji won the mental warfare. I feel like it just shows that their default game is strong enough to contend with G2. Because they did not expect to play that map. They go on it and they go all the way to the 15th round. And for me, it's because of 2 players. The players that I mentioned before, Deadshot was struggling, right? And Skies needed to step up, while both of them, if you look at the stats of the 2 in this match, absolutely insane. Incredible. Double digits every time.
The question is now, how does it carry through a best of 3 and into map number 2? So let's take a quick break. When we get back, we'll fill you in on all you need to know and getting straight back into our game.
Easy, teammate.
Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call. Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What?
Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Welcome back, friends. We are heading into Skyscraper, map number 2 between Genji and G2, and so far, a mind-boggling map end phase. But we have to talk for a second about the big performers, and those are two that stepped up for Genji in map 1 that got so incredibly close.
Yeah, we just mentioned then, obviously, it was Deadshot on one end, and on the other hand, Skies. two guys that have been dropping insane numbers for this team. Deadshot needed to step up. Skies had already been performing well in the playoffs, but Deadshot was missing, and he was the main stakeholder of Genji's success in stage 2. Now we can really see their impact in the entry engagements as well. 7-1 for the two of them against G2 on the very first map where they lost. It is a great showing from the two.
Yeah, and they're both going to need to step up as we head into map 2. Because map 2, we know it's going to be Skyscraper. We know it's G2's map pick. They're already one map up in this best of 3. And let me remind you, Genji, they've never won their opponent's map pick this year in a best of 3. They've played 5, lost 5 on their opponent's map pick.
Could this be the change?
I don't know about this. We've seen Skyscraper and we've seen Genji on that map. We've seen them beat Matchco 7-3, and they did have a really good attack split. By the way, they won 3 attack rounds and went 4-2 in defense. But I think Matchco, especially at the beginning of the stage, in terms of level, is so far away from the current G2 that it's really tough for us to try and basically use that as a comparison. Whereas for G2, they played Sky against some of the best teams in the world, FaZe and others, and they played it really well. I feel like right now, they're on their home ground.
Yeah, and G2 are one of the best attacking teams in the world at this map, which is notoriously, like, it is the most defender-sided map in our pool.
So there you go. We're going to have to answer all those questions heading into game, which is all ready and set. Ace and Dennis, take it away.
Thank you very much, Milosh. Indeed, Skyscraper to kick us off, Tim here. Well, to kick us off, to carry us on, should I say, after what was a very explosive first map on Club. Could this one be another close one, or do you think G2 take their map pick and this one's in the bag?
Honestly, at this point, I think Genji have got a big problem. I think, you know, we've already spoken about the map bans, the way in which G2 banned Bank, kind of opening the door for Clubhouse, dared Genji to go there, and it seemed like too sweet an opportunity to miss up, and unfortunately it was not. It turned out to be quite sour for Genji as G2 took the win. They got to choose Skyscraper now, which is where we go. G2 have got to be sitting there feeling like, yep, I love it when a plan comes together, because that is what it looks like is happening. Genji surely a little bit beaten up. They've lost Clubhouse. They come into Skyscraper now. G2's map pick, knowing how good G2 are here. These first couple of rounds for Genji on the defense, you know, as the analysts have said, most defender-sided map we've got, it's critical. They need a 2-0 or 3-0 start.
Yeah. And do you think they're going to walk away with that? I don't think G2 go to a map like this and don't come in with some kind of game plan. It's a tough one. You'd expect a good start. Very hard map to attack into anyway. You expect teams to do well. But same as back on Club, get a couple of rounds on the board and you start feeling nervous then, I think, as the defenders, knowing that the attackers are starting to breathe down your neck, and knowing you're against G2, the team that picked this map. Well, it doesn't really spell the best signs, but let's judge once we get a few rounds on that under our belts, and we'll see how that first quarter plays out. As Genji defending Karaoke and T, and immediately they're over towards this east side of the map, getting Exhibition and Office, turn into a little bit of a mini fortress, goading G2 into trying to force their way through it. But look back at Club when they had the hole coming in towards Strip. G2 just bypassed it entirely. Will they do the same again here on Sky? Let's find out.
Getting very sort of similar half of an operator lineup. Laz, Loira, Doki all playing operators that we saw them bring it on Clubhouse, but big changes. Alamo on the Ursa, that screams Black Stairs take to me. Try and get in there with the shields, use them to create a little bit of space. He's going to be over on Karaoke Window. I was going to say you'll need somebody on Karaoke Window. This is your other option, to be fair, on the Ursa. Get in through that Karaoke Window, get the shields down, and again, look to get a plant maybe towards the window, you know, so that it can be held from repel afterwards. Although Stomping is going to be going up there, joining him on the repel in a moment, so it might allow Alamo to switch over. Keep a close eye on exactly where that Ursa goes.
Yeah, so surely off towards the top side. I mean, on the repel, as you mentioned, I'd expect to see him move towards pushing up through Black Stairs, or maybe coming in through the balcony. Either or, that's the standard though. And again, if G2 are going to surprise them, we have to do some slightly unstandard things. For now, it's playing on the window, making use of one of those shields. I'd expect to release in a moment to be able to put some pressure in and down. Loira is really trying his best here, almost loses his life in the process. Doki to start with the first kill of the match, and that's looking his way through in towards this window. Down on the repel. For now, G2 not really seeing a massive need to step inside the map itself, just putting a lot of pressure down externally.
Yeah, they've managed to clear out Geisha, I think. Deadshot has had to move away now on the mirror. The pressure was mounting both from underneath and laterally as well. You can see the distance that he is away there. He has been forced back as we see the scan come in. So that's going to give a little bit of freedom to G2 here. They've got Alamau with that shield out ready. If he gets inside of this window, there's nobody in Geisha to stop him putting that diffuser down. Loira is underneath to prevent any sort of vertical play, any nitros from beneath. Deadshot can't go under there and try that. So right now, Genji have got a little bit of a problem.
Once you say that, it's starting to grind to a bit of a halt here, and Laura knows that he's under pressure. Gets a little tap there, I thought, disguised for a second, but not enough to secure a kill. Blaz James comes up, big Tim, the double kill off the back of it, and that surely sets his team up for a win. Stomping into one more, and it's going to be a flawless round to kick things off. Great first attack coming out from G2.
Yeah, looked really confident there. They just had control over every element of the map that they wanted to. They didn't play into any extensions to that defense. No pressure from Dragon, from, over on the office side. There was just nothing required through drum. It was just all karaoke window, Geisha, get in there, get aggressive. Really good play from G2 on the attack. And it makes me worried for Genji. I said at the beginning they need to win the first 2 or 3 rounds, build that confidence, build themselves a good buffer for when they come onto the attack of Skyscraper themselves. But they've gone and lost the first one, but the manner in which they've lost it as well, that was a little bit easy for G2. For me, if you're a Genji fan looking at that, I'd be concerned that this is going to be over in 2 maps. I know we're only 1 round in. A lot of Siege to be played, yet. But G2 are so good on this map. You cannot go too far behind.
Like I say, a couple of rounds will be able to start putting the sweats down to the back of Genji's neck, I think.
Yep.
They're just worried that G2 will be a bit too established on this map and going to make life really, really tough for the side of Genji. But let's see how we go in the second round, maybe the third, and then we'll get a real feel for how this half might play out. Got that mirror window coming down on towards the goal wall too, gives you a lot of control over that west side. So again, the question for G2 is, do we play into the extension? Do we try and be aggressive and try and clear the full map? Or do we only focus on what we need? And so far, the answer looks to be focus on what we need. Every single player gathering up around sites itself and saying, forget about your extended hold, we just don't care.
Terror drone is going to remove both the barricade and the barbed wire. Deadshot will remove Stompin. That's going to be the Ashgon, not the end of the world in terms of utility for G2, but we saw the sheer firepower that Stompin was able to bring through Clubhouse. Deadshot doubling down, Nitro kill finds one, Skies onto Alamau, and this attack is quickly falling apart for G2, but we need to remember, it is a defensive-sided map. If G2 can come away with a 2-4 or a 3-3, they will be pretty happy with that. They definitely want a bit of this. 5v1, they know that they can get away with it. Doki picks up one, but Asa on the jump out will close it out. And that's going to be 1-1 with a successful defensive round in the bag now for Genji.
Yeah, really good shutdown from Genji too. G2, as I mentioned, completely ignored the extension and thought, right, every player around site, smoke's going down, we're going to start getting aggressive. They're looking to go quick there, really, and not give Genji a chance to react, hoping to catch a couple of players out on the extension and have a 5v3, for example, on site itself. But just a couple of shots through soft walls for a start, and then a player being caught out by a C4. I was like, oh, man, it's already 5v3, and all the pressure, all the aggression in this attack just wilts away. So really smart stuff by Genji. G2 probably asking questions to themselves there as to how on earth they managed to let that happen. But just like back on Club Tim, it's 1 apiece.
And I think, again, I will say, we'll see how this next round goes, but I look at that and, I said it after 3 rounds on Club, I'll say it again, and we ended up in overtime. I'll say it again here. I think both teams are reasonably okay with that. Genji will have wanted a 2-0 start on defense, that much is for sure.
10 seconds to go.
It's not the end of the world. You're going to lose rounds to a G2 attack. So I think 1-1, if they can get this done now, go 2-1 on the half and then move on from there, not too bad. G2, on the other hand, on attack of Skyscraper, they've got themselves 1 already. They're going to be looking for, 3 would be great, 4 would be, absolutely unbelievable. So, yeah, they're already, on the road towards that. It's a good start for them. Everybody's happy at the minute. And I think this round is going to be telling as to maybe who's the happier after we come away from this one, especially if G2 can get the win on Karaoke T again. They haven't got the Osa this time. Alamau bring in the Ash, so we're going to see a considerably different approach, I would imagine, from G2.
Interested to step in towards Barbecue Kitchen. It's normally that 3-site rotation you come to see, but dare I say it's a rare step back to the way it was before, where teams would replay sites they found themselves feeling slightly uncomfortable, feeling more comfortable on, rather than going towards the offsite, who was a little more comfortable for them. First call coming through, and they try and step on forward and try and make something happen here, G2. In fact, it's Alamar stepping up. It's always the Ash players on this team. There's always one of them playing Ash, and there's always one trying to go hyper-aggressive. So far, at least, it starts to work out, but Tim elsewhere, his team has fallen down like a house of cards. It's a 2 versus 4 already. And bearing in mind, we're only 60 seconds in.
And one of those 4 is a clash as well. Certainly not going to help, because it gives Naquo the freedom now to just play heavily behind that shield. The Ash charge, of course, could deal with that, but otherwise, it's just going to make it very, very difficult for these attackers to push forward and be able to clear it. You can see now Naquo exactly that. He's just looking to get a little bit aggressive, get in their faces. Lyra manages to pick up one, but Deadshot, with the support of Naquo, manages to find Alamo. Last one is cut down on drum stairs. 2-1 to start us off. And I think Genji, after a slow start in round 1, have woken up quickly, and they needed to. Great response from them.
They're just biting back into G2, which is what I love, is rather than sitting back like in the second round, it was a case of G2 wanting to rush in towards site quite quickly. They were willing to challenge. C4's going externally, shooting through softballs, for example, to catch out a couple of players. Similar story here, where G2 have tried to go fast, and fair enough, Alamar's got himself into a very uncomfortable spot for the defenders there. He's got full control of Geisha, controlling main stairs, controlling drum. They can't easily step back in, but Genji just don't panic. They've got themselves into a 4v2. Like, look here. He's in a great spot once he gets his kill and steps on through. Like, that would be horrible to deal with, but look at the bottom of your screen. It's a 4v2. You've got a Mira, you've got a Clash, you've got the Keepers coming out from the Azami. Although he's in a good spot, it's very, very hard to deal with. And so again, smart play by Genji, not giving G2 any room to breathe, not letting them get away with the bullshit that many of the teams have this stage.
Okay then, we're going to move down to that bottom third choice site. Kitchen Barbecue will be the next one. Skies on the Malusi, Deadshot on the Legion, and Naquo on the Ella. So we have got triple trap. We've got triple threat coming in from those. It's going to be Banshees, it's going to be Goo Mines, it's going to be Gashmot Mines. There's going to be a lot of utility for G2 to try and play around, and they are bringing the shield. Alamo is going to be coming on the Monty. So they will have seen those operators. They've kind of almost lent into Genji's lineup, I feel there. You know, that's a real anti-shield operator lineup. You're bringing all those traps, you're trying to slow G2 down, prevent them getting into the building, prevent the shield being comfortable, and you know, that's exactly what G2 have gone for. So I'm not sure what the plan is on attack for G2 here. You know, early on I would favour the lineup of Genji at least here, but we will see how it plays out and maybe what G2 have got planned.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the Legion being brought along in round 15 in Clubhouse as well, when Alamar turned to the Monty to be their way through, almost like they'd read into what G2 were going to do. It was a good response. A similar thing here. Yes, it helps deal with the shields, but will it? Is it really going to impede them that much? I don't think G2 are going to let it, at least not compared to how maybe a cap can impede them so many times back on that previous map. Either way, let's see how things keep on moving forward from here. Again, very peaceful start. Well, peaceful start. Slow and peaceful start coming out from G2. Not getting themselves involved in too many gunfights. Not getting involved in the map itself. Everything is about holding angles on windows and letting the utility do a lot of the work for them that needs to be done. Making sure things are opened up. Most importantly, giving an angle for the Monty to be able to step in towards site itself. This time around, he's on that shrine balcony looking to move his way forward rather than trying to play on the site window itself. But once the move comes through along with the Raura, they're probably in quite a good spot to make some magic happen.
Lyra just closes off that double door inside of Restaurant, can now just sort of stand and watch through sight. This is a real big problem for the defenders. He knows that there's one up above, so he can't challenge there, but it does prevent much movement coming back into sight. Doki manages to clear out skies above as well, so that's the Malusi gone and leaves us now in a 5v4. And with Lyra there, how do the defenders really relocate themselves? They can start getting aggressive. We're going to see that Raura gate is going to be moved out to give at least a little bit of freedom from Naquo to be able to challenge. 4 versus 4 as Deadshot manages to find an answer, actually taking down the Raura, so that levels things up. 1 minute left to go.
Yeah, I can see what Laura's going for here as well, but I think the large problem is we haven't got Alamo who's got the diffuser anywhere nearby. So they're not in a spot to be able to start making a play off the back of these things being locked down. It's been a very slow round for Alamo. Largest been in the same spot for 2 minutes straight. Although apparently, no idea from Azox there that it even got him behind him, drops the shield, blasts him out into a 3v3. Definitely not looking bad, actually, for the side of G2. I like what they've still got to work with here. Again, the shield is the big driver for me. The other side, not an awful lot to stop him unless Acer can get a very well-placed C4 to shut down the Monty. Final 30 seconds, though, Tim. We've got to get a march on here as G2.
Yeah, time's going to be the big factor. Stompen's working his way around from that rear side, looking to get in behind Bar, but he can't do it as Asa manages to pick up 1, but 2! Just completely closing down this G2 attack. 10 seconds left to go. Monty the only one left on the cards. There's no way that this gets won for G2. Genji close it out, and they go 3-1 up. Now, of course, we've spoken at length about the bans, about the way that G2 allowed Clubhouse through as that first choice. They went there and they won it. They thought the plan was get them onto Skyscraper and we'll be able to dismantle them. But right now, Genji are showing that maybe, just maybe, G2 are not the only ones who can overturn an unexpected map.
Absolutely, and Tim, it's again looking at this game so far. Deadshot 3K, Ace of 4K, 2 big rounds coming out for Genji overall. I mean, third round, as we saw, they defended that incredibly well too. They've just made things look a little bit too easy these last 3 rounds. And that started off the back, of course, G2 getting the flawless in round 1. Not too surprised to see G2 being down 3-1 here, knowing they need at least 2 attacking rounds. Take attack timeout because they need something from these next 2.
Yeah, Romalio definitely needing to have a little bit of an intervention here. I genuinely don't think that 2-4 is the end of the world for G2. They certainly don't need to panic yet. They do need to find another attack. 5-1 is not good enough. But I think, you know, 2-4 is not the end of the world. That being said, they will be choosing the starting side on overtime. I'm not saying we're going there just yet. But when it ends up in overtime, remember that I said G2 have the pick of the sides. I don't know which side it is they've chosen. Even with their attacking stats, I'd be surprised if they haven't chose defense to start on Skyscraper. I'd be very, very surprised. So, yeah, like, it feels like G2 have kind of got a chance and a half there. So long as they can get enough to get themselves to overtime, you're going to expect that they've got a little bit of an advantage in those final 3 rounds, and that'll be something that Genji need to be aware of as well. So, you know, winning in regulation would be big for them. 3-1, you know, let's not take it away from Genji. This isn't just the G2 show, the G2 focus. Genji played really well on Clubhouse, couldn't get it over the line. We've seen both teams coming in and winning rounds, and Genji continue to do so now on the defense of Skyscraper. It was a tough opener for them in round 1. The mental resilience in this game has been there consistently throughout. They've shown it again, bouncing back to take 3 in a row, and G2 are at the minute struggling to create a space for themselves in this Skyscraper matchup.
Well, let's see if that attack timeout does anything to wake them up. You damn well hope so, because the same way for Genji, how they bounce back after that attack timeout, G2 need a little bit of that look to rub off on themselves too. Here's starting things out and have walked straight in towards the trap. Definitely not been their strongest point so far, it's fair to say. More of a bait out from Stomping, I think, to then back away, let it expire, no problem. Can't help but dig back to the number of cap cans they walked into in that first half of the previous map. And it's kind of being the G2 way to want to get places and not really caring about what you run through, even if it means for a player or two potentially losing your life on the way through. Alamo again going to be the big focus for me alongside those phone calls coming out from Loira. If you see all those signs appear above the player cards on Genji, they all turn red. You know the G2 are trying to make a move on forward off the back of it. At least inside of gold here and dug in with the mirror smashed out as Alamo. They've got to step their way in towards the hallway next and start forcing these players back. They need the control of Terrace, of Dragon, for example, to start making this work.
Doc is just going to be clearing out the keeper barricade with the DMR. Takes a little bit of damage from the Nitro, but dishes a little bit back out. You can see kind of even in the HP departments from the Warden and the Lion challenging each other there. Deadshot's going to take a ton of damage as well. Loira, a little bit of his own. This is a hardcore battle. Stompin manages to get 1, make it 2 on the back of that call, causing a little bit of disruption. 4 versus 3 now. G2 with an advantage as Asa goes down as well.
Absolutely nuts. So it's 3 versus 2. This is winnable. If Asus recovered here, then different conversation, I think. But he shouldn't be able to get recovered at this point, Tim. The pressure has started to build up. They've lost the Dokkaebi and they've lost the Lion, but it's what let them get inside of this Dragon area. And something picking up 2 or 3 kills off the back of it is wonderful. Alamau fortunate to not go down here. Nako being tagged out. Blaz on for a 3 in the round. And now we've got players starting to surround the final 2 that remain. Deadshot getting 1 back, though, and that's the backline removed, Tim. They've lost Shrine control. This is going to start feeling real tense now because G2 have largely got site control, but no support from the other side. That lets Genji breathe as we've got 30 seconds to play.
Yeah, Deadshot and Nako have made a real choice there to kind of give up the site to try and just break themselves, fight themselves out of trouble, but it's not likely to work out. Alamau has an opportunity to put the diffuser down. He actually comes off it and goes for the fight instead. I'm kind of thinking, get it stuck. He's kind of dithered a little bit there, and it's given Deadshot an opportunity to move back in, but during all that time of waiting to put the diffuser down, Blaz maneuvered himself into a better position to cover and was able to pick up the final kill. That is the second attacking round that G2 desperately needed. They now have an opportunity, and I think it could break the spirit of Genji here for G2 to come away with a 3-3 half, because the way Genji have played this on the defense, I think they deserve the 4-2 as a minimum. They've played well, and G2 still coming away with a 3-3 would surely leave them thinking, you know, what more can we do?
Yeah, I've got to give it to Blaz as well. It was a 4K for him in the round. Like, big round from him, playing through Terrace. I think he was by himself as well. Pushing through on the ace there. We often look at ace and you go, oh, hard breacher, support operator. We've said a lot of players actually look at them. A lot of our top fraggers are ace players, but aren't hard breachers, because once you've used those 3 Selmas, you're a free gun. And his gun's decent. Like, he's a good operator to be able to run around with. And Blaz there, although he is playing more of this flex support style role as being the hard breacher for his team, he's really come alive there, pushing in through the terrace balcony, in towards site itself, and then supporting his team with 4 kills off the back of it. I don't want to say it's all about the heroes placed in, but it's been 3 rounds in a row now. We've had a 3K or better from an individual player that has really opened the round up for either team. And that means G2 at least have got that second round on the board. We get a 3-3, it's going to feel like a real smash and grab by G2. Genji will be wanting this 4-2. Ooh, cheeky.
I was just going to say the default cam had been missed, but it was because of Deadshot running out. It's like just in the process, Lawyer, of taking out the default cam, and then he gets the little symbol of there's a player outside. He's like, whoa, need to have a look at that. Deadshot did not find his man, but it was a cheeky little attempt from Genji. I like to see them trying to keep some pressure on G2, trying to get aggressive. They know that they're on the back foot here. They know that G2 are, you know, positioning themselves for a solid second half to get this done inside of 2 maps. So, you know, the more rounds G2 get, the more risks that Genji need to be taking in order to get those rounds. Dokkaebi Cole will come out, and it's going to allow Stompin just to push forward on the back of it. He is slowed down by the F-Nut. His shots are a little bit wild, uncharacteristic for him as he just misses Deadshot there, who's able to secure the kill, and that is a nice entry. Genji 5 versus 4, but Deadshot will be down. Skies, however, finds Doki elsewhere with that Tachanka LMG.
And they've got a couple more flying through as well here, Tim. Okay, it's a 3 versus 2, technically, even until Deadshot gets recovered. Should be able to pull back towards his team here, and this isn't really a bother. Again, the reminder, though, this is off on the road, Tim. We're not even looking at sight here. Alamau, again, missing a couple of shots on his step on through. Shots towards his right, shots to the left. Shots everywhere at this point. He's got it all to do against 3, and somehow, Tim, something tells me he's not going to be able to get this one over the line.
No, I'd be surprised. 1 versus 3. At minute 17, so he's got plenty of time. That's his one big, you know, bonus factor, but he needs to try and isolate these as 1v1s. We're seeing the Shamika launcher just getting to work now, starting to burn out that ground. And what that does, as well as preventing him from pushing in a certain way, it sends him another way. And that's predictable then, because you know that he can't be going through. Nako's just run off. You know he can't be going through drum. So you're like, you know then, right, he's going to have to come to Geisha. He's going to have to come to Geisha. He's going to have to come through Dragon. So you just watch both doorways. It's exactly what they did. It was beautiful stuff. So well played, Genji. They get the 4-2 half that I feel they deserve with the way they defended. And they take us into the second half, staring down the barrel of a little bit more overtime.
I would be, again, really shocked if G2 don't get at least a 4-2, if not better here.
I'd agree.
Looking at Sky, it's been one of their favourite maps for a long time. A 4-2 record on it, which doesn't sound all that impressive, but for a map like this? I think it is. Whereas for Genji, they're 1-0 on it across the last 6 months or so. They can play it. It's certainly not their favourite map, but they've got a lot of work to do on the attacking side is the main concern here. G2 is certainly not going to be a slouch for them. Taking away the ace, I think, is a solid pick as well. I forget which player I was looking at earlier. One of them, though, is like a go-to ace main. So no surprise at all that you want to strip that away from Genji and try and hurt them. I want to say it was Naquo who's played it most of the time. So you're just trying to take away who's the highest rated player for them throughout the stage so far. Take away one of his strengths, force him to bring along a less optimal hard breacher in this case. We've seen the work that Blaz has done, for example, with the ace throughout that half. I think it's a good shout. Like it.
Okay then, here we go. This is going to be a big telltale couple of rounds. Much the same as I said on Clubhouse. 7 and 8, G2 need to win. They need to come in here and just get themselves straight back level and really put the pressure on Genji, put the backs to the wall. They are going to start off in Office and Exhibition. That will be the beginning of this one, the foundation of their defense. Doki on the clash. Can we talk about that?
Yeah?
Can we talk about that? Doki on the clash.
Is Doki a clash player?
We're about to find out. I'm just scrambling to have a look and see if we've seen much Doki clash play through the stage. I'm
going to say we haven't.
Yeah, I'm going to, you know, I will go with that. Well, put it this way. He's played Mirror 5 times and Clash isn't rated above that. So, you know, there you go. It's the best I can say is at most 4 times. But I don't think that we've seen it. I'd be surprised if we've seen it at all. So keep an eye on that one.
What I do think it enables, though, and it's more for the comp than it is for like the individual wanting to play it, I think. And by the way, he hasn't played Clash at all this stage. Just looks at the numbers. For me, if nothing else, it's more looking towards the lineup, right? We've got these 3 architects coming along in the mirror, the castle, the Azami. They're annoying already. Throwing a Clash shield there, a couple of C4s behind it as well, and looking at what you banned away to make hard breach really frustrating to deal with. They're just trying to grind Genji to a halt here. G2 are almost banking on this map being really hard to work through for the attackers, and they're saying, we don't think Genji are the quickest team. We think they'll take too much time to get set up for an execute here. So with the right set of operators, we just win by the clock. And that's what I think you're going to see them playing towards as this round ticks on.
Yeah, and the fact that Doki hasn't played Clash before, what it really screams is that G2 are bringing something a bit different to the table as well. They've predicted that they're going to be playing this map. They know they're going to be going to Skyscraper, and they're ready for it. They've got new ideas. Alamai manages to pick up Skies. That's going to be the opener. That's the air jab down, and we were talking about Doki on the Clash. Well, guess what? Doki on the Clash just got a lot safer because there's not going to be air jabs to try and deal with him. Alamau still playing around these drum stairs, is going to start being pressured as Azox on the shield pushes him from above. There you go, beautiful stuff. Really nice team play. Naquo pushes from below. That's going to give access to the cameras for Genji as well, so they've got that bit of extra intel. Looking okay for the attackers so far.
Yeah, I mean, not bad to have rid of the one. The Nomad being down in exchange, fantastic, of course. It gives the ability of people like Blaz or Stomping to go a little bit busy later into the round, try and cause a little bit of a headache for you. So that's one thing to respect. I've got themselves a good march on towards site here again. This is where shields really help out. One pin down, that's an easy finish off there coming out for Azox. He's now got his second coming through on the Monty, a one-man army, a mana machine. I don't know which one he is, Tim, but now he's starting to bet onto the mirror as well. He's got the right idea. Look for the players that are supporting him. What he doesn't know is Azox is the gun. He is the one causing trouble. Stomping getting at least one back into a bit of a 1v1 breaking out here as well. The shield break being taken away and Laura finding his man. Doki and Stomping, one of them being a Clash makes this really hard for Deadshot to recover. He is in sight. It's that flipper position that we've seen a few times throughout the series, but I don't think they let him get away with this one, unfortunately. Tim, try as he might, looking up with a shield in front of his face. He's got to get this one down if he wants to be able to win, but I just don't think they're going to give him the time of day, Tim. Not going to have the chance here, and it's a shot from Stomping up towards topside that gets G2 on the board.
Yeah, really nicely played there. There was a bit of me thinking, you know, maybe Doki wants to try and get a hold of that shield again, but didn't want to risk himself going across that doorway and being picked up, leaving Stomping in a 1v1, but ultimately it was played beautifully. Doki not over-aggressing, not over-peaking there, and just giving, you know, the patience, the opportunity to arise for that last player to be taken down. So G2 get the first of what I think is 2 essential defensive rounds, getting Office and Exhibition locked in. The next one I would imagine to be Karaoke and T, but you know, we had Doki on a Clash, so who knows. They are raining surprises our way, and the first one of them has paid off at least. And it is Karaoke T there, unless it's underneath in Kitchen Barbecue, but I don't think it will be. I'll give it Karaoke.
I do stand corrected, by the way. He's played Clash once this stage.
All right.
At that point,
As good as
it's kind of
not.
fair to still stick to. He hasn't really played it. Yeah. And it wasn't on this map either when he played it. He played this map about 34 days ago. Didn't play it back then, so it's more of a change. And again, more built towards the strategy they employed than it is towards Doki wanting to play loads and loads of Clash. Either way, Karaoke and Teague going to be where we step to next. Genji. Is it a format clear? Are they going to work their way through? I was concerned they might a little bit in the last round, but didn't seem to go for the full clear. They started out with elements of it, then very, very quickly kind of condensed themselves on towards the site itself, not worrying about sniffing out everything, because I think they realized that G2 weren't playing a high aggressive roam game. So why go chasing after them? Why go and figure out the whole map when you know the majority of them are dug back inside site itself? Despite that comp that came out of G2, I think it did lean in towards saying, don't worry about it, come towards site. That's where the main focus should be.
Drones galore being taken out at the minute as to the default cams. It is just the never-ending battle of Intel versus Intel that we see play out at the beginning of rounds. And Genji pretty much all up to the rooftop. We've got a couple on balconies as well. Nobody inside of the map yet, 45 seconds in. And there is certainly no rush from them. But Genji really need to not let this game get in their heads now. They've got G2 on the defense of their map choice of a really strong defensive map on Skyscraper. And as these rounds tick by, if G2 start picking them up as they have done just then, you know, Genji need to be very, very careful that that doesn't kind of play into their mindset a bit and slow them down, you know, make them kind of double check things or try to be extra safe. They just need to play their game to try and get aggressive and to try and win out rounds. It looks like it's going to be a clearance from the exhibition and office side. G2 are set up for that. They're ready. They've got a position in VIP. They've got one player just outside of office, I think it looks like, from the silhouette, kind of just around small bar area. That's going to be where the challengers will come from for Genji.
That's used to the Monty as well to expose the Malusi to give a more open track. If, for example, Aston wanted to be the one jumping in through that window later, but again, the focus really is upon Karaoke as the site. We spent half the round just sniffing around how to get in towards the EXO side of things here. So it is a full map player coming on through. The Monty is going to make it quite a bit easier. Laura being pressured now as well. All started to gather on through. Gets knocked back down as well. Should get... No! The hit by a headshot! Magic! Removes the shield and Loira counting his lucky stars at this point, I'm sure. G2 have held them off here for 2 minutes and got 2 kills off the back of it. Wonderful stuff.
I have never seen that. Not only does Loira get knocked down by the shield to begin with, but is able to react and respond and gets away with absolutely beautiful siege moment we see there. And Genji could be forgiven for just thinking, what have we got to do here? If that is what they are going to be facing. 3 versus 4 it stands. 30 seconds left to go. Not much progress towards site either. And that is the big problem for Genji. You know, on the not bothered-ometer, I'm bringing it out at G2. Those defenders inside a site, they ain't bothered, let me tell you. They haven't been pressured at all. 2 kills come in, Alum out and Loira. 7 seconds left to go. Stomping cuts down, dead shot, and that is going to be another round for G2. I said they needed 7 and 8. They've got them. Well, Genji, you've got big problems. I'd expect to see, or wouldn't be surprised to see, a tactical timeout any time now.
Yeah, that was looking a bit rough, wasn't it, Tim? When you put 2 minutes and all this resource into clearing an extended hold and you lose 2 players. Oh,
what can you do against that, though? Well, I'm sure that we're going to see it.
Oh.
Loira, I'm sweating for him. Oh. What can you do against that? I feel bad for Genji.
Yeah. You look at that and just go, okay, that's 1 in a million, whatever.
Yeah.
But it was also the kill on towards the Grim who came in through the display window to try and put this pressure on with the Monty. There were basically like 3 of them. 1 on the main breach on the south side, 1 coming in through display window, and of course the Monty up in his face. And they really wanted to get this crossfire on towards Loira, but just as they think they found him, well, they're almost using him as bait. Once he's knocked down and looks certain to die, and you have Asta swinging in from that display window, there's a second player there to ensure there's at least a kill coming back for G2, and that's how they collected those 2 kills there without losing anyone. Wonderful stuff, and we draw ourselves all square, Tim. It's 4-4, and you just get the sense that there's blood in the water for G2. They want to take this 2-0. Genji have really got to work some magic in these next few rounds if they want to fight their way back in.
Yeah, G2 are circling right now. They are the ominous ship beneath the swimmer in the water. Like you say, they smell the blood. They know that the kill is there, ready to happen. They are the shark that is going to try to find that final attack. G2 continue on the defense down in kitchen and barbecue. Interesting, a little bit direct pressure there. Come in, just open that side window. It was Deadshot who's done that, but there's also the Monty out on the balcony as well. You're going to have to take Geisha control if you want to be able to play directly in through that window, though. The hatch is actually reinforced, so unless verticals, I'm just looking through G2's positions, nobody's currently in Geisha. So there is an argument here for the attackers being able to play directly on that window, but Loki takes down Deadshot. He was one of them that was in that location. It's not going to help. The blitz of Azox is currently chasing defenders, but can't find anybody just yet.
Surely Azox runs into him here at some point, but maybe not. There's those shields just going under so much pressure. But surely they get rid of Blaz, they get rid of one, but it's a team kill. No! Loira taking out Azox at the same time, going through his teammate, but despite that, it's G2 coming out on top. Loira hit in a second. It's a 4 versus 1. Naquo, cry some tears into that bathtub, my friend, because this one is not. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. If we finally see in peak form, Naquo coming out, Tim, this would be the round for it. 2 more to find and half a round to play. Diffuser in hand. He's got all he needs to make this happen. Alamal's on half HP. Just got to find out that he doesn't get surprised by one of these final 2 players here, or the round is done. But there's a chance. Whenever there's a chance, you can't really count him out given the stage that he's had so far.
So you're telling me that there's a chance? Naquo sends out the nade. He's just peeking, looking every single corner. He's got very little information to go on. You can see by the way that he's playing. He's got, I think, maybe just heard the player rotating through bottom of drum stairs there. So supposed to have a little bit of a look. But this is going to be a game of cat and mouse for the next 30 seconds or so at least, until Naquo gets to a point where he knows he just needs to push on into sight. They've picking him up on vault cams, picking him up everywhere. G2 well aware of where the push is coming from. He's got Banshees to play into, so much utility. We see the explosives coming out as well. He's able to actually give himself back the HP that he lost from that nitro, from that damage. But it's not going to matter. As he moves into the crossfire, Stomping picks him up. G2 take another. It's 5-4. And G2 look like they could be about to book their tickets to Munich.
It was a real well-played round as well. I mean, the ending especially there, more coming out from Alamal and Stomping. Stomping was never going to get involved in that first firefight. He wanted Alamal to be the one drawing the attention of Naquo. So he's either forced to make the cross, or if he steps in to try and find a fight on towards Stomping and gets no one, well, Alamal's going to swing him. And there's the Banshee to help out in range. Just a really well-played 2v1 by G2, I think, realizing in the 4v1, okay, boys, we got a little bit silly. Tighten things up now and play this out to the close. Very much so, well done. 5-4, 2 rounds to go, as you say, Tim. And then that Munich major is theirs. We came into the day saying it was David versus Goliath, and to give it to Genji, they've stood up and looked real good, especially on Clubhouse. They were, one clutch away from being able to win out that map and put G2 on the back foot, and probably guarantee we go to that 3rd map. But here it does feel like G2 are just starting to cook a little bit on Skyscraper. Genji yet to find a single attack after 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's as I called the end of Clubhouse. You know, I said that G2's gamble had paid off. It had paid dividends for them, because it felt like that was the match that a lot of this best of 3 hinged on. If they could get Clubhouse done, any team in the world is going to struggle against G2 on Skyscraper. It's going to be tough. And it's looking like that for Genji. Now G2 have got themselves onto the defense 3 rounds in a row. You wouldn't put it past them to just take another 2 here and go 7-4, move on to Munich, and Genji, unfortunately for them, will fall at the final hurdle if that is the case. But look, let's not write them off just yet. They've shown already in that Clubhouse matchup, they might not have won the map, but they showed an ability to come back into it. They showed the resolve, the resilience to press G2, to push them to the line and to make them really earn that victory. And we know that they've got the ability to do that here. They just need that player to pop off. They just need that big moment for somebody to get them back into it. Sky's a little bit quiet this game. We saw him with 18+ kills on Clubhouse. He hasn't been able to find the same sort of form. Deadshot has been a little bit better this time, but they just need 2 or 3 players to be hitting those numbers.
What's funny is you look across that G2 side, and outside of Stomping, like, it's very, very balanced in terms of negative KD for 3 of those 4 players. Alamal's neutral. It's still been quite a close game overall. It's just that G2 have been the ones finding the success come end rounds, whereas Genji haven't quite been able to capitalize and get things done. Phone call coming on through though here inside 60 seconds, which should give a little bit of an avenue for Genji to get inside. And sure enough, we've already got Azok stepping in, asking some questions. My worry though, Tim, is again, this is not the site. The site is the other side of the map. There's a lot of work to do here. This is just trying to deal with those that are on the roam, and self-flashing yourself, that doesn't really help much. But G2 are dug in. They're giving up no ground so far. This is a big ask for Genji. They're just being slowed down constantly by the G2 side.
Yeah, keep an eye on Doki this one, on the ward, and he's going to be really, really important with that Ying and Blitz. So much flash utility. Looking to come in towards them. He's going to be the one that can really stand up tall and get that little bit aggressive, keep giving that information to his team, keep challenging to hold them at bay should that utility come in. He manages to pick up Deadshot. That's a big start. That's the Grim gone. 5 versus 3 as Blaz. G2 are just running away with this. It's kill after kill. Skies has an answer. A late trade onto Blaz, but it's too little too late. Yeah. It is now 2 versus 4. Skies half health. One of those a shield. G2 will just hold themselves back, wait for their opportunities, which they do. Stompin takes down the shield, and it's now 1v3 for Skies.
Almost kind of hoping here that G2 will get a little bit ego like in the previous round and start swinging out on this one. Not to give him anything for a while until they hear him sprinting. Laura picking up a freebie. And G2 are 1 round away from making the Munich Major. Genji probably now feeling we came so close, but yet so far, unfortunately, to be seeded against a team that I think everyone expected would make it to the Major. Maybe on a different day against a different team, they could have been our 4th team going. But as it stands, Genji not quite going to make it, and G2 will be the ones to do just that.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way at the moment. 1 more round required for G2, and they're looking pretty focused. You know, they're looking that they're ready to close this one out. Tack timeout comes in from Genji, but again, we saw it have a big impact for them last time around, to be fair. You know, we saw them come out of that tack timeout and really turn it around 2 rounds, which is what they would need now. That would put them through to overtime. But it's, for me, more when you look at the way that they've played so far on Skyscraper Des, particularly on the attack. They don't even feel kind of close to getting these rounds, and I think that's the big problem for them now. You know, how do you go? They need to go from 0 to 100 almost immediately now. They've just got to come in and have 2 kind of lights out rounds that prevent G2 from getting anything. Is aggression the answer? Maybe just, you know, throwing it all to the wall and seeing what sticks, but you know, I'm sure it's easy then to be critical of a team that kind of does that in such an important moment. There is no answer here. There is no right answer in this situation. Genji, they've just got to try something, and they've all got to commit to it. I think that's the important factor.
Well, it's now or never, boys. You have run out of lives. 4 in a row. Now you've got to find one in the 5th round and one in the 6th to at least send us to overtime. And even that doesn't guarantee that you get the map win, because as much as we were looking at G2 on the last map and the sides that they landed on an OT, I don't think G2 and Big Skyscraper are going to choose to go on attack on this map, Tim. They will most definitely start on defense, and given how things are stacked up so far, don't overly fancy Genji's chances, assuming we even get there, of course. Let's see how things play out. Big intel denial round coming out from G2 as well. Mute and Mozzie coming along. Still got that clash being brought along to really frustrate the other side. It's going to slow things down even more for Genji, and for me that has really been the theme, and it's a sign of a team that maybe doesn't play this map a ton, is they have been quite slow. So in the last round, Tim, why not go fast? We're straight in here. Azox is in looking to cause a bit of bother on the blitz already, putting some pressure through. That is not the best C4, but it will keep them at bay at least for now. Deadshot getting 1, it's stomping, falling down. Good start here for Genji, but now what can they do with it?
Yeah, it's great. This is what I suggested. Maybe just go in and play with a little bit of aggression, play with a little bit of confidence, take the fight to G2, and that's exactly what Genji has done, and it has paid off so far. That is Lyra and Stompin both off the board, but the Mozzie and the Azami just as importantly. A lot of utility lost there. Those drones can't be repositioned. No more Kiba barricades. The nitro that was wasted. This is a great start for Genji to get themselves back into this one when they really need to. Going to be holding the angle towards the smoke of Alamau, but he manages to get 1, make it 2. A long time ago, he was known as the best sport player in the world when he was back in Brazil, and he's just rolling back the years.
And he didn't even use a smoke canister, Tim, as well. He had the aggro there to go for the peak and get 2 kills. Wonderful. And now they can keep them at bay a little bit here. In behind the smoke, they're going to have to sort of reset a little bit here. We're down to a 3 versus 3. Still, 2 smokes in the C4 to go behind and a clash. And I tell you what, Tim, speak about hero plays, but give him the cape. A 3K in what could be the last round of this game, even to get into the major. And Alamauer's hit a 3rd. Can he find a 4th? And dare I say, even maybe a 5th?
This is absolutely beautiful stuff from Alamauer. It's taking me right back to kind of, you know, his Team 1 days. Like I say, back in Brazil, he was well known for his smoke plays, and he has certainly brought them back out. 3 kills in the round. Blaz gets the latest as well, and now Genji are going to be killing and kicking themselves. It's a 4K in the round for Alamauer. They had it, Des. It was 5 versus 3. The initial aggression went in there, and they were well on top of it, but they just couldn't get it done. G2, lock in! Get it done and get themselves a place in Munich.
LeBlanc James with a few little lipstick kiss marks on his cheek as well to celebrate what will no doubt be a wonderful day for G2. There's still more to do for them in playoffs, but for now they can rest easy, along with their cat, knowing that they have made it to the Munich Major. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, our desk will break it down for you. See you in a few.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitbo. Their first half. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
They give him a 1v1. And they've given him both down.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take the kingdom of Blackout.
ladies and gentlemen, MBs, the job is done. G2 make it to the Munich Major, and it's all jubilation blaz with the celebration, with his missus, with the cat. It's the whole trio, the whole family is celebrating. G2 and Blaz especially, who performed incredibly well this game, have qualified to the Munich Major. You could not even make a major without G2, can you?
No, honestly, I'm super happy. We're sending one of our best representatives. G2 has been looking amazing the entire year. Can't wait to see them play in Munich.
Yeah, it seemed unthinkable that they wouldn't be there, and they absolutely dominated Genji to get there.
Jack, we have a Jack waiting for us. Let's put up the man himself, man of the hour, Donkey.
What's good? What's good?
Jack, look, congratulations. You made
Thank
it
you
to
guys.
Munich.
Appreciate
Holy
it.
hell.
I appreciate it. Holy hell, we did it. It was a tough playoffs, right? Teams are good. So, yeah, was happy to get to a win and play Clubhouse. So that was fun. Yeah.
Jack, I'm actually curious. Obviously, after EWC Grand Finals, I think everyone had you as a favorite for the Munich Major. And with the bracket and the way it's made, you guys were basically one game away from maybe not making it. I'm wondering, like, how did you deal with the pressure of that, knowing that obviously with Stompin in the team, you guys have like thousands of fans that are hyper engaged and want you to succeed?
To be honest, like I'll just be honest. Sorry, my voice is a bit fucked. I'm sick, but like we were pretty nervous after we lost to Secret because we respect Genji. We know they've improved a lot, so we knew it wasn't going to be an easy game. And we had to think about the maps because they counter. They're pretty good at countering stuff. That's how they beat us in the middle of the stage. So we had to think about the maps really well, and that's kind of how we ended up on the maps that we went to, which I think really threw them off. Like they were stunned, like a flashbang when the clubhouse was left open. So yeah, like we were nervous because we know it's a good team. Like it's not gonna be like insane if they were to beat us, for example, because you know
it was realistic.
Game of Siege. Yeah, it was realistic. So yeah, I'm happy to beat them. We played a really strong Secret last week. I think we could have definitely won that game. We played really poorly on Bank and could have closed border. So, but you know, we learned from that. We did a good work this week to prepare for Genji, and yeah, here we are.
Hello, Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Talking about the map bans then, because
you just love that, don't you? You just love that. You just sit there in the mirror going, "Oh, I'm going to say hi, Jack."
I wind myself up for it.
Hi, Jack, back.
I'm like, it's going to be. I've got to wait 40 seconds to say hi, Jack. Anyway, hello, Jack. So speaking about Clubhouse, we actually got a glimpse at the team chat, at the Discord chat of you guys banning Bank to bait the Clubhouse pick. Was this the plan all along? Why did you do it?
Yeah. I mean. Okay, I'll be honest why we did it. Like, we had been playing club, so we prepared it for Genji. We thought that they were gonna be probably wanting to play Bank against us since our recent poor result on it, and they liked the map. So we knew that banning Bank against them would completely shock them, even though like we're very good at Bank and very comfortable. So it was kind of like suicide ban on our part, if you look at it from the bigger picture. But yeah, like we wanted them to pick club. We prepared for it fully, practiced it all week, knowing that map they're definitely not going to ban. So we were going to pick it if they didn't. If they picked something else.
Oh, really? You were going to pick it?
Yeah, we were going to pick it because they said after they beat us on Chalet, "You're not so good now, are you guys?" Well, guess what? We just picked our permaban against you, and you got fucked. So get fucked again.
Dookie, it was 8-7. It would have went either way.
I don't care.
It was only because you made
you sucked the entire game.
Yeah. I don't care. It happened, and there it is. So zip it.
Is this your birthday present to Necro? Because he did say, and we did confirm it is his birthday today.
Is it his birthday?
It is definitely his birthday today, yeah.
If I had a heart, I'd feel bad. Oh, well.
Just literally ruined his dream of making a first major.
Yep.
On his birthday.
Sorry, Necro.
Boom.
You can still make SI. You probably will from the November finals, so December finals, whatever the hell that is. I don't even know.
Honestly, we should look back at the very last round.
Donkey, you've made a hell of a play this round 15 right at the end on the Demos there.
Yeah.
What, you chuck the guy upstairs and then you run in? What was the fault?
I mean, we already had a kill, I think. Oh, no, we didn't.
No.
I lied. Like Carl was in a really strong position with the Monty on site, and he said like the only guy is blue and box 3, we call it box 3, where the Goyo was, and I play that position on the defense, so I know how people react to people pushing. They're not going to swing because they're scared of other things around them. So I knew the track above the guy could maybe call that I'm going to try and kill the guy above, but instead we just said push. I literally just said push, and we just pushed. So
Good.
yeah, balls to the wall.
You came alive in the last 2 rounds after a pretty kind of middling majority of the map. So I'm glad you went into it, Doki.
Thank you, Milosh. What are you trying to say there?
Nothing.
You're saying you won G2 the map.
Exactly. That because of you,
And improved
G2
your
were able to pull
engagement.
it. There you go.
There we go.
There you go.
So I carried the team to Munich.
Yeah, honestly,
know.
in the last 2 rounds, you absolutely did.
Thank you.
So narrowing down a bit more, I don't know if you saw Blaz was celebrating there. You had his partner, his cat, everybody was all together.
His cat.
You don't know his cat's name.
He celebrates with a cat.
What do you
Fair enough.
celebrate with? Look at that. Look at that. Come
A
on. It's
beer.
very pretty.
I celebrate with a beer. That's what I celebrate with.
You've got a game in 3 hours, Doki.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Who is it? BDS? Yeah, come on. Wolves?
Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Look at this. If you had a cute little cat like that, wouldn't you want to celebrate too?
Actually thinking about getting a cat.
What would your cat's name be?
Loki.
Loki,
my mum said she's gonna get a dog and call it Doki. I was like,
She's already got one, buddy.
I was like, what? So yeah, she's already got one. Yeah, nice.
Jack, thank you very much for that. There's always something new to discover when we talk to you, Jack, and it's always a pleasure.
My life's constantly changing. It's like something crazy happens every week.
Yeah,
It's just mad.
I mean, this week, the craziest part was you making it to the major, but we'll also get to see you maybe later on tonight as you still have one more game. So who do you think you're going to play against?
Oh, bro, you know, I don't know. Like, if Wolves come show what they did against Secret last week, it could be a closer game. So I think BDS should win it on paper because they're probably their playstyles harder to prepare against than Wolves. But Wolves played really good last week. I have friends on Wolves, so yeah, I don't know. I have friends on both teams, bro. It's hard, so I don't really care. I want the best team to make the major, so Europe has the best competitive showing, and we don't get shown up again. By Brazil.
No, I'm very hopeful that will not happen. Anyways, Doki, thank you very much. We hope to see you later on today. Have a good night.
You will.
Okay, there you go. Maybe with a dog called Doki as well.
Maybe after a couple of beers as well.
No.
Other drinks exist.
What a, by the way,
This is crazy.
What a clip. Getting bounced, bashed off by the Monty, and a heap fire straight into the head. Like, only Lyra could pull this kind of
dreams are made.
Who says shields are strong, by the way? Who says shields are strong? Because Genji, they kept bringing them, and G2, they kept shooting them down. We just saw, obviously, it was a bit of a joke, that Monty kill there. But even against the double shield, look how well G2 reacted. We said that Skyscraper is the most defender side in the pool. G2 managed to find 2. They managed to find 2 attacks, including the first round being a flawless round. And then from there on out, they were playing close together, they were playing the crossfires, it was defensive dominance.
Most importantly, what did we say was the biggest flaw in G2's playstyle? It was that they played spread. Did they play spread here, Jack? They did not. They were close to each other. Every time a shield came, they took the 2v1 on the shield instead of the shields taking the 2v1 on the roamer. And that's what proved G2 right in those defenses because, yes, Genji was leading 4-2 in Skyscraper, but they could not win a single attack because of the defense playstyle of G2.
Yeah, it was like the complete opposite of the illustration you showed right at the start of this fixture, Leo, where you said their limitation, like you said, was being split. The reactions, particularly on the shields there, were really, really good from me. And I thought it was overall, if we consider that overall fixture with the clubhouse, you know, they would have picked it, by the way. They would have picked it against Genji had Genji not picked it for them. So they must have been mad confident.
Confident enough to then pick Skyscraper, knowing they would start in attack as well.
It was a free hit.
It was a double gamble like we expected. Like them playing clubhouse and at the same time picking Skyscraper, having Genji start in defense. They had honestly so much courage, I guess, going into this matchup. and they had what it took. They made it to Munich.
And especially Doki talking about being nervous. Doki actually DM'd me in the week asking how many SI points he thinks it would happen if they didn't make the major. What
he still trusts you with that.
I don't. Yeah, that's what I said to him. I don't know why he trusted me with that. Ask one of your coaches. But yeah, it was. There was clearly a little bit of nerves. That wasn't a foregone conclusion for G2. They really had to show up.
Well, gentlemen, we still have 2 more games to go, so let's flash those teams up on screen. It's BDS versus Wolves that is coming after the break, but before that, also an interview with a friend from Mena, EagleX99, joining for a little chat. See you in a bit. Friends, EML stands for Europe Mena League, right? We have a lot of European teams and a lot of European players that are in here, and we finally will get to talk to Mena and really about Mena. Our very own Leo, Mr. Alfama, spoke to EagleX99, one of the many old players in the Mena region, the Saudi region, and of course the talent in the region. Let's see what he had to say about what's been happening in Mena.
Hello EagleX, nice to have you, nice to meet you. Welcome on the EML studio at the Fortress in Copenhagen. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Being in the Fortress is amazing and it's very lovely.
Maybe it's time, I think, for you to introduce yourself to the EML viewers. I'm sure that some of you may know him from the Mena region. So can you introduce yourself briefly?
Hi everyone, my name is EagleX99. My real name is Omar. I'm a professional player in Rainbow Six Siege. I've been playing for about 9 years, professionally about 6 years. My latest achievement was at the Tier 2 Central Combine event, where I won that with my organization GK, which is currently my team right now.
Super cool. I think 9 years of career is kinda cool. I think you probably have more than me actually, because I now retired. I'm actually wondering about that victory, by the way, at Combine, and about generally playing with GK. You've been playing with really talented and experienced European players, some of them hungry that I faced at 6 Invitationals, for example. How is it for you to play with these guys? What are you learning from them, and what are you bringing to them as well?
See, that's a very good question, because I've been used to playing with Mena region only players, but with this new experience, but with playing with the GK players, especially like you said, Hungry, who is a very experienced player, played at international events, top level as well, you gain experience from their side as well. You get that European style, European mindset, and you can also combine that with our own play style and mindset. So when you have a Mena mindset and a EU mindset and you combine them, you get the EML mindset, which is a very powerful mix if you do it correctly.
Yeah, I think we saw that at Combine, definitely. And do you feel like there would be some amazing up-and-comers in the MENA region that we should have an eye on? Maybe some players you want to point out that are young and full of talents and that could come play in EML here?
I mean, there's a lot of names, but it's mostly known names. There's a name that I feel like did not get the hype that it deserved, to be honest, is my good friend J-Lad. He has also been competing at the international events. He achieved amazing results at Gamers 8 and even in the major getting top 8 and SI top 8. But I do believe he's one of those guys that doesn't get that recognition a lot, but I do feel like he's like one of the best Mena players we have.
Yeah, speaking about those achievements, by the way, like every single time I saw a team competing ever at Gamers 8, a Mena team compete maybe at the Montreal Major as well, with Falcons going crazy there. I always thought it's actually crazy. They're surprising everyone. They're always the underdog, and they're always able to beat big teams. Why do you think the Mena teams are so special? What does make their playstyle so special as well?
Well, the big reason for the Mena region improving year by year, which firstly we started as ranked players and then going for some small community tournaments, and then with the introduction of the Saudi Esports Federation, which gave us Saudi League, which gave opportunity for Mena players to play on LAN event, which if everyone knows that playing on LAN is a different experience and you can gain a lot of experience as a professional player. So with the time that the players had to play in Saudi League and playing ranked and playing like a lot of tournaments, it gave the region a development so big that it gave a huge advantage for the region. Also, one of the big reasons we have as well is that we are able to scrim against EU teams, which we all know one of like the top regions in the game. So that gained us a lot of experience for the MENA region.
Yeah, and I think it's both like a mix of you scrimming some of the best teams, but also the fact that in Saudi E-League, you guys are playing online. You're playing on stage in the finals, and I think that helps a lot. And speaking of that, the Saudi E-League finals are going to give you a spot in the EML Challenger Series. Do you feel that that's going to help everyone maybe have an extra motivation in the league to win that?
Yeah, I do believe that as well. When you are competing in Saudi League, a regional league, and now it's becoming a way, or it paves the way for you to go to an international event, which is giving you a spot in the Challenger League series, which is a good like a boost for the teams and a good motivation for the teams as well to take the tournament even more serious, because now it's not only like a regional tournament, it becomes a global tournament as well, because it is connected with the official circuit of the EML.
Thank you so much, Iglis, for this interview and for your words. We're for sure going to follow your journey with Geeky at the Saudi E-League finals. And maybe I think you're one of the favorites to come in the Challenger Series and make it into EML. So thanks again for coming here and wishing you good luck in the next few matches that you'll play.
Thank you.
There we go. Good to hear from EagleX99, who's been around for a long time in Mena. And
9 years.
That's more than you.
More
and
than
you've
me.
been in for a while, haven't you?
Yeah, I still don't have gray hair. So.
Honestly, Silver Fox would suit you very well. Speaking of foxes, we got something to talk about, because we've all been losing our hair on these two teams that have been so close to making it to the major. It's our second best of 3 of the day, and of course that's BDS versus Wolves. And gentlemen, in our first game, we set it up as David versus Goliath. Here, both of these teams are going on an adventure, somewhere that they have not been to before. And it's to Munich, but only one can head there.
Yeah, both of these teams have very, very similar stories where they've carried a lot of weight in their backpacks. They've carried a lot of failure across this competitive year, but they stand at the bottom of the mountain, ready to go to war with each other to make it to the Munich Major, because of course the winner will make it.
And the top of the mountain for me, this is salvation for both of this roster. One has been relegated and is looking to prove that they did not deserve relegation, that they did deserve to be in Tier 1. Making the Munich Major would prove that. BDS, we need to prove that their project works, that it was a good investment, that these players that no one believed in actually gathered into making a top 4 EML roster.
And to make it to Salvation's Edge, you need to be well prepared in that backpack and really have the supplies and the knowledge and all you need to get over that hump. And Wolves, what do they have in theirs?
Well, their backpack, Milosh, it's not great when you, they've been, it's kind of empty of trophies or major appearances or anything good, but it's been carrying the rocks. It's been carrying, you know, the fact they didn't make playoffs in Stage 1, the fact they didn't go to Esports World Cup, the fact that they got relegated just a couple of weeks ago, the fact they won't be at the regional finals, all of that is not good for a roster that has so much talent, but today can change all of that and give them something tangible.
And I think things already changed when they reach playoffs. Look at the statistics. And most importantly, I want you to focus on 2 players, Noodle and Azur. The 2 main fraggers of these teams that were supposed to perform well, that were supposed to bring the fragging power to this roster and struggle the entirety of the year when there was something at stake, they came alive in a moment where nothing was at stake. In the playoffs against Secret, that's when they perform. And it goes to show this team always had potential, but the mental block was here the whole time.
And well, those rocks, you know, it's like Son Goku, right? You need to take off those rocks and suddenly you're so much stronger. With that weight off their shoulders, maybe Wolves can perform. But BDS on the other side, they've been on the up and up since Stage 1.
Yeah, but they're also carrying quite a lot of rocks, I think. No main stage at Reload, no playoffs in Stage 1, also missing EWC in Stage 1. And although they made it to EML regional finals, that for me could be the beginning of a salvation, not making an event would be a big problem for a roster wearing such a name.
And seeing as though we're speaking metaphorically, those rocks are arguably heavier because BDS are a partner organisation because of the year that the organisation of BDS had last year. Yes, it's a different roster, but they will still be compared. And I think BDS, Doki said it in the last interview, I think they've got a pretty high ceiling. I think they're probably overall a slightly better team, but with that brings higher expectations.
So there's always keys to victory, and both of these teams have their own, but for BDS's side, is there anything that is clear that they need to achieve?
Yeah, we've clearly seen from this roster that they're able to beat some big names, but they're also extremely inconsistent. Somehow they're able to beat G2, but at the same time, they're losing 7-1 to Genji. One thing that held them back, they were not able to constantly adapt. Constant adaptation is the first key of victory, because when they're not able to react to what goes in the game, then they're not a tier 1 team anymore. And that means that if they have a constant adaptation, they need no hesitation. And that's the second key to victory for me. It means basically committing to P4 playstyle, committing to P4 schools. Sometimes we see them struggle to have another voice than him. Then if he makes the call, they need to all follow it. And I want you to bring attention a little bit to what happened in their games against Falcons. It was on Chalet. and BDS was trying to attack the bar bomb site. And what do they notice here? Most importantly, P4, they notice that Falcons have reinforced the library hatch. The two here, the bar one and the library hatch, are guided off, and that triggers a reaction. They're sending a drone onto the bomb site to gather information. It's a Twitch drone that will remove the goo mine here and gather intel on if they can push the site horizontally. Yes, because if you think about it, if the library hatch and the bar hatch are closed, the guys up top are useless. You could just rush the bomb site. And this is a key move here. P4 calls this. Get me information onto the bomb site. Virtue, open the doorway of main for me. I'm gonna rush in with Knock. And so he comes in, and one thing that the drone did not spot was a Fenrir gadget hidden in the vase here, in this corner. And so this will trigger attention, and P4 will get injured. But this creates enough movement onto the site for the anchor to move and get killed by Robbie. Now this triggers a chain reaction. Because we have P4 that is dead, he can now call everything for his team. Only has to focus on in-game leading. And he has a drone that has information onto a player here, all the way in dining. And this guy is gonna be the target, because now you're doing a horizontal take. And so this player is completely cold in dining, and Fred can play off that information. And so off of P4's call, he takes the gunfight, wins the gunfight on dining. That creates space for Robbie to come in from West Main and go and aggress the bomb site against horizontally, go and try to challenge some of the anchors. Dikefact is gonna pick here and is gonna lose his life. And once again, rising from the dead, who is there on the drone? P4, calling information once again on another player in main stairs who's walking down the stairs here and calling that player for Robbie to go and play and have the challenge on this guy and win it again. The rest of the team can then all collapse and kill the last remaining anchor. This is the BDS that I need to see more often. I need to see no hesitation, the right calls from P4, but most importantly, and this is something that is key, I need fragging power. I need everyone to be able to step up. Whether it is Robbie, whether it is Freck, whether it is all of the other players on the roster, I need these guys to step up consistently. Most importantly, the third fragger is Lasmo.
And I've seen, like, maybe in this case, you're adopting one team for yourself. And there's kind of a low floor here in what's been happening with BDS, because they haven't essentially been stepping up on the fragger department.
Yeah, the main thing that I struggle with BDS, they've got three fraggers, right, Jack? You've got Freck, Lasmo, Robbie. My problem with them is I never see them all three perform at the same time. It's always a question of one or two performing and one dropping the ball hard. And when you've got a roster where, no offense, but Virtue and P4 are focused on hard support, are focused on the worst roles, they're not able to drop huge amount of frags. You really need these three guys to perform.
I think, as you saw there, comparing them against the best two fraggers in the league in Shaiko and Doom, the floor of those two fraggers is basically the ceiling of the three fraggers on BDS. They need to find that consistency where everybody puts in that 100% performance and a little bit more.
Well, Leo kind of went deep into BDS and all of the keys that they need. But Jack, if you were to adopt the Wolves side, of course, it's Wolverhampton for the Englishman in here, but what would you say to support them?
The Englishman gets the English Football Club's esports team to do the Wolves keys to victory. I mean, so for Wolves, I think it's very, very simple. They need to enable each other. There is an incredible amount of fragging power on this team, where when they enable it, I think particularly Creed's Tyrant and Noodle are the three that I would look to be enabled. Those are the guys that have won them rounds, that have won them games. The second key to victory for Wolves is going to be basically around, can they play when there's nothing to lose? Because we've seen them, that game against Secret last week, when there's nothing to lose, they can be so strong. When they got relegated, they can play with a freedom. And then the third key to victory is going to be around, can they basically, when it gets real, can they resist that pressure? Because that game against Secret last week was good when there was nothing to lose. Then it all got a bit real, didn't it? That they could make it, that they could do well. The pressure gets to them, and the mental aspect, when they let that mental affect them, they look pretty poor.
Yeah, I think we've seen the potential in Wolves last week, and we want to see that again in the game BDS, because then we will have a banger game. I think we're having two teams that, on paper, after what we've seen from the last playoffs days, they're both having incredible potential. They're both fighting to be the best, the top 4 team in EML. Whatever happens, it will be a big surprise, because we all expected VP to be that team. And I think this is an opportunity that they cannot miss. With Genji out of the way, this is the moment for them to go in and grab that major spot.
It's crazy because neither of these teams, you wouldn't necessarily have expected them to make the major on the balance of things when you started the stage. One of them is going to carry on their season. I know Wolves are relegated. And the other, they're just going to be banished. They're going to be banished to either finals or, you know, in terms of SI, they're probably going to have to go through open qualifiers, and that's, you know, unthinkable, especially for BDS.
Just the way the bracket was built, that we ended up with these teams that are fighting in here. Neither, well, Freck can dance his way to Munich or not. Let's take a look at our maps for this series. Maybe there's an extra surprise for us to see there. Our first one, please, gents.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see Wolves pick into Consulate. Now, based on the map preferences this stage, Wolves have never banned it, but they've never been allowed to play it. So I think for Wolves, this is about getting themselves, obviously it's a defender-sided map. They will be starting out on the attack because they have picked it, so BDS get to choose the start side. But I think for Wolves, it's about getting themselves on a comfortable map.
And as a reminder, last time we saw BDS start defense on this map, it was against Matchco, and they won this match 7-0 with 6 rounds in a row in defense. And Virtue dropping, what, 17 kills, I think?
Yeah.
That was a great one, and they're going to start on the strong side.
And then we're going to move through to Skyscraper, which is BDS. They're picking a comfortable map for themselves. We're going to see 2 Skyscrapers, by the way. We absolutely love it over here in EU. Sorry, Europe and Mena as well. We absolutely love it. BDS, last team they beat on Skyscraper,
G2.
None other than G2. So they absolutely love the map.
Yeah, and this time it's Wolves that can get the best defender side. And then if we move on to the decider, we're going to land onto Chalet, which is going to be a great one. BDS beat Falcons on that map, and that was a crazy good game from them. I just showed an example of that. But don't forget, Wolves also beat Secret comfortably, 7-3 or 7-4 if I recall. Last week as well, it's 2 teams that upset huge teams, the Titans of EML on that map. That would be a banger decider map.
In best of 3 vetoes, you either get teams like G2 where they're trying to play mind games and they're trying to go for the jugular and they're trying to go for their opponent's weak points, or you get teams that just focus on themselves and just go, we want the best for us inside that best of 3. Both of these teams have just gone for their best maps they can possibly get there.
And that's perfect, because even Doki could not tell where this game would go, and he's expecting one that really pushes the boundaries. And with these map bans, I think we definitely will get that. Let's, though, have a little chat with our casters. Here they are, Demo and Fluken. Demo, I'm going to turn to you first today, because this is a qualification game. G2, they move on. They're Munich. But BDS and Wolves, nobody would have expected this.
Yeah, I think whenever you kind of look at the series, a lot more of an even contest compared to what Genji and G2 should have been kind of on paper. G2 are G2, top team. Good to see them make it into Munich, of course. I'm looking forward to seeing, how they're going to do. Certainly for this game, it is up in the air. I think we'll come back to Jack's point that he made about Wolves, and it's all about the mental for this team. Whenever they were up against Secret, they were playing with no pressure at all. We didn't expect much of them, and we seen that the siege that they could produce. And I spoke to Leader, and he said that as soon as they went 5-1 up, they started thinking that they could win, and that's what killed it for them.
And it got real.
I almost want them to come in thinking, no matter what, we're playing to lose almost. That's what it feels like.
Chaos used to get it every time we got 6.
About winning.
Yeah.
That's that really gets into your mind. But you know what, my friends, our game is ready. Emmy, very quickly before you go, I dreamt of you a few days ago. It was you and kittens, so it was a good dream.
Wow. Okay, cool.
There you go.
Good. Thank you. Good
there
to know.
You go. I'm going to leave it to you two. It's BDS versus Wolves. All yours.
What a way to bring us in towards this. You know what I'm curious about, Demo? What song Freck was singing along to? Because you can see the lyrics were on his screen. He was super into it. What's your hype up song? What do you listen to before you go for a cast? What's your pre-game?
Don't have one.
What? You're telling me? Okay, you're stood there, bottom of the 9th, right? And you gotta get this one home. You don't have a song you would put on? No Freebirds? No.
There is one, and it was actually the song that me and Ollie would always listen to at LAN.
Okay, I'm sorry I'm not him. I bet you don't dream of me. Do you dream of him and kittens, trees, maybe?
The song was Edge of 17 by Stevie Nicks.
Okay, great song. Do you know, I once had Parker tell me that I look like a Stevie Nicks poster, but it's a modern day Stevie Nicks poster, and she's gorgeous. But she's also in like her 60s, 70s. I'm not. So I think it was a little bit cruel of him, but also I will take that. Anyway, Edge of 17, great song. Everyone, chat, I hope you have your pre-game songs. Frex is gone now. It's time to step in. The winner of this gets themselves that place, that coveted position in the major. Keeps themselves fighting, gives themselves a chance at many other possibilities. And as it was pointed out for Wolves, this is it demo. If it goes away today, outside of a 5th place commiseration games, that's all she wrote.
Do or die. That's it. But again, like I said, it's the mental game for Wolves, and you know, the siege that we were able to see against Secret was top quality. You know, we looked at that layer and we thought, wow, these attacks are perfection a lot of the time, and then they just completely capitulate, and they go off the rails. So we'll see what the approach is going to be here from Wolves. Obviously for BDS, this is, you know, their chance of getting into the major. Didn't even make it to the playoffs in the last stage, don't forget. So certainly for BDS, they've improved from where they were in the last stage, but they want to keep on improving. They want to get to that major, of course.
So we start our dance here as we had a conversation about strong maps, and I really want to see strong performances. I don't need to be the one to remind Wolves fans how close they were. BDS fans as well, being able to get themselves off to a decent start and then it drifting away in the upper bracket. It was that shame moment, right? Where you go, it's a shame not everybody can make it. But if everybody could make it, you wouldn't have the stakes, the pressure, and the joy that comes alongside where we get to here now. The start of the pinch. Top of yellow. They're going to see if they can maybe try and pull out whoever's in this position. They've got the Deimos on one side. The Dockerby stacking up as well as some cover on the skylight itself. It's slow and cautious, but just a split second to a snap as Robbie takes the first blow of damage behind the reception desk. He's trying to check people in, but unfortunately they're carrying contraband, which is, well, they're using it to shoot him in the face.
I like the approach here from Wolves. Getting into the building very quickly. Seen that earlier on, they entered in through the secret tunnel and also in for yellow. So there's no real intention here from Wolves to kind of go upstairs and attack the roamers above, which is generically what we expect to see. This is a horizontal take. Now, the main thing to keep in mind is, for Wolves, how are they going to drag those players from the vert out of position? Because you can't plan. You know, there's going to be lines of sight everywhere. Creeds. Maybe you can try and pick up a player who's stuck in the bomb site using the Deimos track. Nate comes in, but no, misses the player as he skirts across. But really, for Wolves, I think they're just waiting for that first pick, and Creeds is trying his best to get it, but just won't come.
Well, the leader's been able to put some pressure on towards the site itself, but they haven't cleared out the vertical. As you said, they're trying to do something else, but, well, something else hasn't worked. And off the piece, first site selection has sort of done wonders here. Kreese does finally find first as the fight still echoes its way back and forth. Think about the position that Freck is in. He's only got an open door behind him. He's almost entering the building. And he still wins it out as a court. And now as Creed suffers bites from the sky, even he's worried about being surrounded by his own team. 20 seconds left, just drifting past these open angles, and this has been a bit of a false start here for Wolves. Too many options, too many avenues, and too many bloody BDS players all paying attention towards them. Great comms! I didn't even know the shotgun had that range. But it does, and Freck didn't leave the doorway, but, well, neither did anyone who stood against him.
I see the intention there from Wolves. I think the idea was they were going to push in horizontally, kill the players who would be in the bomb site, and there's 2 of those. Obviously use the Deimos downstairs, open up, you know, the bench walls, just try and pick off the 2 players in the bomb site. Now, if they were able to get to that stage, I think the intention was they were going to try and go in for the plant and then utilize the Capitao bolt to smoke off the vert angles and then go in for their plant. But the issue that I seen inherently there from Wolves, not that the strategy wasn't going to work, because very well could have. You know, you get those picks, you could smoke, you could do all I just said. I think the issue was, if the kills don't come, then what's your plan B? There was never going to be a plan B with that strategy. Everything had to go perfect. You know, there was no possible way that they could lose some kills, get some kills back, and still go for that push. I don't see that happening. And even if you just look at the way that Wolves died, a lot of their players were just by themselves. There was no real potential for trades either, so they're just relying on individuals to win their one-on-one gunfights. And again, if you don't win those, what's your plan B? You don't have that. So I like the idea from Wolves. The execution didn't pay off, and the issue is if the execution doesn't pay off, there's no way to salvage that round.
With that, as a keen opener here for BDS. They'll get themselves rotating up towards the top floor, and maybe the more familiar ground will be something they can set foot in and set more of a foot in inside. They weren't actually that shy of getting in towards the building, but as you said, the Wolves' approach plan just didn't quite have the teeth required against the BDS wall. Leader might be the start of a confrontation. Freck, not a million miles away from where he caused so much destruction the last time round, but he's just being held at bay. Ooh, great pinch onto one. The blinds come out as Robbie gets Tyron on the split, but look at the plant. It's being confirmed inside the side as the Glaz goes fishing. Freck wins out underneath, but it's suddenly a post-plant position, and they're off towards the fight elsewhere. Virtue, he's giving himself a swing-out option here on towards the window position, but they're watching it from the rooftop, so we can't quite take this cleanly as Noodle wins out against Robbie. Virtue gets the head of Azza, but there's 30 seconds. There is still one more on a rappel, and they're going to do a double run out by the thought of it, but it's only 2 of them left. And in this sort of situation, as you're the attackers, are you going to pull yourself back? No! They try and drive in inside. It doesn't quite come out. There's the run out as well, and oh, he's able to draw his attention away. They can go on the kit, and Freck, I swear to you, he's gotten 6 kills from what must be about 30 square feet.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I mean, it's just Freck, really? Past 2 rounds, just been on it. Look at what he's been able to do. What a cracking shot onto, I believe it was Noodle on the glass, pushing into the reception desk to try and get him. Freck's just better, really. Yeah, you look at that take from Wolves. They've tried something that I don't think we've seen for quite a while, as far as I'm aware, in any competitive place in console. The swing in through the kind of connector window and go for the plant. I remember we had seen that quite a few times whenever console was kind of like new in the pool, but it's very rare we would ever see that actually be utilized. But they've went for it, you know, because it's almost so, you know, easy to defend, because it takes like 1 C4 over the top. That's why a lot of teams don't go for it. It almost becomes, you know, unpredictable in a sense, because it's done, you know, just not frequent enough for BDS to maybe catch on to that. And really, once that plant goes down, you just sit and hold in the window. BDS immediately think, okay, we need to play for the retake. You know what was actually the biggest saving grace? And I don't know if this was intentional. I don't know, you know, what the plan was, but BDS did not reinforce that exterior wall. We always see that wall be reinforced if it's for that top floor, always. But the fact that it wasn't allowed, I believe it was Virtue, to open up a way out for himself and challenge onto that window too. I mean, I don't know, was that planned? Was that intentional? Did somebody forget to do their prep? I don't know. But somehow it's worked out for BDS, and that's the main thing.
Well, it's come together, and, you know, they sort of, as I said, double stacked on the run out. There was only 2 left. It was the smart move to make. They made sure they were to get that engagement, but Freck winning the first one internally as well, it just sort of shows how important, because if that had gone away from them, they don't have that player underneath. They're playing with 2 above, fine, but you've got a window player to clear as well as potentially threat from underneath. Probably would have taken the round away. I mean, an exceptional opening here for Freck on what has been these first 2 rounds. How much longer will it continue, and how much longer will it continue until Wolves decide to stop it and call a timeout for those sort of double-sided conversations? You're on your attack on Consulate, fine. Have a chance in the second half, but as it was almost said by, you know, sort of put, in fact, by you at the start of this, of the mentality of whether you're going to win or lose, the stresses of that sometimes often come into play with these sort of moments. This will be the most stressed Wolves have been probably of any of the series that they've played, and those little moments, those little mistakes just kind of pull at you, and even if they're not mistakes, just things going awry. In on the side with the IQ.
Reloading.
Gets in on the top floor, 1:30, and then getting some of this structure pulled apart here on towards admin, on towards the stress of the verticality. They're looking obviously towards the chance at a split site here, but in terms of the pressure on the site, maybe the slowest that we've seen of the 3, definitely slower than last round, obviously. They almost seem a bit more cautious here, Demo.
I think you need to be in this bomb site. I think whenever you know that it's going to be the split bomb site, information is going to be pretty key for BDS. So that's where you'll see operators like Valkyrie, like Pulse also being brought in for this bomb site. Very common to see. So that's why Wolves have been forced with that IQ now. And again, it's getting good value, you know, being able to pick off those Valkyrie cameras. But again, for Wolves, it's just gathering all that information, kind of figuring out, okay, where are they? What can we do? And you can see that Wolves, they're just trying to take, you know, as much as they can. But the issue is it's going to be for that planet. How do you safely go for the planet knowing that there will be C4s to go against?
Well, there is the first defender. It's actually been a statistic they haven't been a million miles from, but there's the response that's also just been powerful enough for BDS to regain that control multiple times too. There, Ian going for a cautious plant. There's a pre-placed C4 that's a bit too far away from the water, and oh, they find a place to land. There's another C4 that connects. It's suddenly a 4 versus 2. I complimented how they took the revenge and response last time round, and now watching from the long play above, both double stacked on this verticality, knowing that they cannot sit, they cannot leave the pinch potential. They're wondering just where they are, but look at this, the Azami. P4 wants to try and go for the swing. They have an awareness. There's the first take. Drifts past the door on the reload. They're going to try and apply pressure, and there's Robbie winning it out with the dig. Kind of filthy. They've got the keepers to try and stop it. It cuts the angle. They can't quite get there in time. They're looking for the fight. They're looking in the wrong place.
Oh dear. Oh dear, again for Wolves. It's just not there. Wolves have been able to get the plant down twice, and each time BDS have perfectly went for the retake. I will say, I think for that round, I don't think the intention was to play a retake strategy. Obviously, BDS were hoping that they'd just stop the plant with the C4s. But look how quickly they move into action. As soon as that diffuser gets planted, they know, okay, we botched it. Now we have to play retake. And they're being very clever of how they're doing it.
I was going to say, I love the use of the keepers to stop them having the angle. They lost the first kill. They worked out where the players was. Robbie swinging and winning with a deagle on Coffin is not a bankable amount of money, but that's the confidence BDS are playing with, and also the lack, unfortunately, that Wolves are playing with. But just throwing them off the groove a little bit, making sure they can't play the win con in that manner. I mean, you don't really expect... Okay, let's be real. If you're on a team and you look at your Azami and it's a post-plant, where the plant went down with, what, 30 seconds left? And they have 3 keepers in their pocket, you're probably going to be a bit like, why have you not used these? And then it's like, oh, okay, great. We have the best possible resource right now for a retake. Amazing. Freck died. Washed, mate. 6-1. Can it. Chalk it. Oh, P4 is even feeling it. And there goes the kit. And your hard breach.
Yep.
You have at least the pocket on Tyrant, but still.
Look, I know it's consulate defense. This is usually what tends to happen, but right now, Wolves are just not winning the engagements. They're not winning gunfights. Yeah, I think BDS, the confidence with them. Frank's having a good game, which already is something you don't want to see if you're up against BDS, because we know what that guy can do. And really, for last stage, we've seen the performances where he just put his team on his back and carried them to a win. So for Wolves, just nothing's going right. Now, they have spotted out a player just stood on a clutch drone. But who's going to actually move in there and see if they can get the pick? To be anyone, I mean, it just feels as though Wolves are playing just very timid. You know, they're not really wanting to take some of these engagements. And I think a lot of the rounds, it just feels as though they're just kind of just bobbing about, you know, not doing much.
Well, that's, I think, the split of it, right? And now is, you know, they get Robbie, they get one back, but they've been pulled into a weird shape. They're obviously not going to have the same approach they wanted. Freck is still doing Freck things. As they tuck and try and put the pressure down the long corridor, Lasmo is able to win out one, and Freck's still happy to play around bending. They're just looking for fights here, BDS. They know they've got them on the run. They know they've got a lot of pressure. The 2 remaining Wolves players are double stacked on top spiral. They're only able to push the same angle, but they can't even push cleanly for the fight itself. There's somebody underneath in case they try and rotate. BDS have just gone, yeah, we've surrounded you. What are you going to do? There was 4 different angles they had on those last 2 remaining players. They are being relentless against Wolves' approach.
Yeah. That was beautiful, that triple crossfire. Did you see that?
Oh, yeah.
Always the issue with that front desk is there's quite a lot of, there's 4 doors that lead into that one room, and for the attackers, walking in through one and having a defender on each of the other, you're walking into a triangle of death. But BDS, the basics, they're doing really, really well. They're helping each other, which is one thing I've noticed. If one person is getting pressured, somebody is running towards to help him. Yeah? They're lifting each other up. Whereas Wolves, nah, not really interested. Not interested. They're just doing their own thing. Everyone just going one by one. No trades at all. The trade game is abysmal from Wolves. Look at their kills.
And look at Frex. He is more than the whole team put together. Two more, in fact. He's clearing them. Why haven't they taken a timeout, Demo?
10 seconds to go.
What's the game plan here? Because I know we all know that Consulate is defender-sided, but surely, right?
Well, I think it's more the fact of they want to keep that timeout for the defensive half, I would say. That would be my understanding, because it's going to be their stronger side, you know? And obviously for Wolves, whenever it comes to attacks on Consulate, I don't think that this team's good enough to also clean sweep their own defenses. They need a attack. An attack, sorry. Correct grammar is always a key thing.
It's all right.
In our line of work.
Words is what we job.
Yeah, just the one.
I mean, okay, fine. Fine. I get the logic, I get the theory, but it doesn't mean I agree with taking the test. And at this point, BDS angling and very excited about the prospect of getting to their map after this. It might be worth sort of noting and denoting. They have themselves concerned and locked down with the flank game. It hasn't actually been the biggest draw, to be fair, of BDS's defensive style. Sure, they've played some positions that are slightly further away from the side itself, but how well connected they are and how they respond to the approach when it hits them front on and they win these engagements so consistently seems to be the mark of this team's drive. There's some pressure coming in from underneath. They've got eyes inside piano. There could be the drop on the hatch itself. There's a fight that P4 is a little bit worse to wear on, but as the blind pressure comes through, Lasmo takes the next bit of damage, and a smoke canister will just make sure there's nothing behind the Candela. That's the purpose. Draw out their utility, draw out everything they can to try and stop you, and play this game. As long as the timer ticks away, the defenders are happier for it.
And not a lot happening for Wolves. Just nobody really wants to get in there and gonna try and execute. I mean, this is a fairly typical thing that they're doing, just gonna try and swing in through the window, but they are gonna be smoked out at the moment. The opening pick does go Wolves' way. Noodle will pick up one, but P4, look where he is, just prone. Up close and personal, ready to go, but for Wolves, it's just they don't know when they can go. I mean, obviously, Iron is just waiting for it, but
well,
I don't know,
just
now.
BDS. Creeds has gone down, so 3 of them, I think, or at least 3 of them slightly changed position. We definitely saw 2 of them go for that. One of them had to sit and wait. It's pulled about 20 seconds out of this approach. They got that first kill. P4's been able to get to this position, which is a wild place to be, but he's still able to net some results from it, and that's the difference. That's the slam. Leader in Azza. Left against Freck, Robbie, and Virtue. There's a C4 at least still in the pocket of one of them. We might not even need to see it, as Leader now is all that's left. 15 seconds. Kit is in Narnia. And so is he. 5 rounds in a row, BDS, and they are on cruise control.
You see, this is where I'm going to be quite critical. And again, Wolves may disagree. I'm sure they do, as they usually do. Whenever I think they're in this scenario where things are not going well, yeah, 4-0 down, they know what the next attack is going to be their top floor. They're bringing in the Ying, which usually that leads us to believe that they're just going to go for the kind of typical window, which was the idea. What I don't get is why are they not just full send in a full rush? What do they have to lose at this stage from going for a rush? They haven't done a rush yet, really. I would be full sending shields straight into connector, have Ying, obviously Ying and everything, a buck downstairs, just ripping up the floor so nobody can stop the player swinging in. You know, almost just go for a rank strat. I know that sounds crazy, but really, what else is going for them? They're trying to play slow and methodical against BDS, who have got their number at every turn in that playstyle. Yeah? The thing is about BDS is that they've never allowed Wolves to have the upper hand in any of these rounds. If Wolves have been able to get a kill, BDS go and get 2 back. That's the way that BDS are playing. And I just think you have to full send. Just win or lose. Scam around almost. You look at this lineup. I see the Blitz be brought in. You know, and it's going to be a basement. Naturally, I think it's going to be maybe just a straight up rush. Down maybe yellow and free sneaker. I don't know. Instead, the blitz is going to go up to the rooftop, so it's not going to be a rush. We're going to see a roam clear with the blitz.
I think I was just having a quick sort of scan through their stats across the maps, and you might be able to get it more in depth. I don't think historically they're a big shield team, Wolves.
They don't have a shield player, and that's been the issue, I feel, since Oscar was let go from the team.
Yeah, none of them scream out as being able to pick up that role, and it's a great spot for the meta, but it means that those plays might not work. Creed's around the back with the shotgun, gets Lasmo. There's a great pinch.
That's more like it.
But they then lose Tyrant. They lose the IQ, and you know, we know how powerful Tyrant can be on their day, but here, starting with a sort of matched meter towards the round count, 0 and 6. Virtue gets the swing onto the blitz. We saw the blitz drop down, and that's just a man hiding in the corner of the car. Gets the drop on their shield on red. It's a 3 versus 3, but now we're looking at, okay, well, what control do they have? They have Echo drones pinging this all out. You can see Freck is trying to make their way above as well. They've retaken the vertical, and they're almost sitting and waiting, but they don't feel confident enough to hop in and get the plant, because they think as soon as they do, they're going to get shot down. There's Freck taking a bit of damage. They're still watching. All that ground that was taken above on Piano by that Nook, by that blitz, is already lost. They didn't hold on to it, and now, fine, they got the kill, but as things leveled out, they've got to try and remake it work, and you can see them having to pull out as Robbie wins out against Noodle, going for the D. Creed takes more damage. They've got you outnumbered up here, Nook, and they've just sent them to try and solo rebuild as Frank gets himself a second. There's at least an exit. But he's got to get through an Echo. He's got to get through Freck as well, although Freck just almost gets through himself. Not sure what damage he took there. And at this point, slinking down Spiral. 2 remaining BDS players pulled themselves together. They've still got Banshees to call out awareness and positions, but they're not swinging. They're waiting for the contact. Look at the positions here. One on towards the pipe side, one close towards the left. As soon as he goes through, a flawless BDS half.
Yeah, that's probably the most frustrating round, I think, for Wolves. They change it up, they go aggressive, they take really good map control, they get into the bomb site. Wolves won't have known this, because they don't have the luxury of seeing what we see. They could have easily went for a plant on that yellow pillar.
Oh, yeah.
Since he destroyed that Echo, he should have been straight on that plant. Nobody, I don't think, really could have contested, because the players upstairs for BDS were a little bit unsure of what they wanted to do. You know, they're playing a little bit passive, I feel, on those verts. They weren't just wide swing it. They're still aware that maybe the Nook could still be upstairs somewhere, but I think there was definitely potential there for Wolves to try and stick a plant, maybe even just bait a plant, just anything to get some movement, but they slowed the pace down, and that allowed BDS to recalibrate what they need to do. And we know that BDS so far this game have been brilliant in terms of adaptation and reacting to different situations. You know, they're here in this position in the 3v3, and I think for BDS they were a little bit worried. You know, they lost the Echo Cam, they lost their eyes in the bomb site. They didn't know if the plant was going to go down, but it didn't happen, and then it allowed BDS to give them the time, get themselves set up, play above on that vert, get themselves into better positions. Yeah, it's a nightmare for Wolves. It really is, and I don't see the 6 rounds coming out anytime soon. I think BDS have all the momentum. Everything's going their way. They're the better team, no doubt about it at the moment.
10 seconds left.
6 rounds in, and Freck is still on more kills than the entirety of Wolves put together. I mean,
objective is to locate a bomb.
what a round. He is often somebody that sparks better on defense when he's got more of an option to play around the map and be that problem and be that thorn that you have to pull out. He loves those positions. He probably won't be as effective here on the attack, as statistically he isn't, and it's tougher to try and lead into that, but at the same time, with the energy that he has right now, Wolves have to be as flawless as BDS were on the opening half. The problem is they do not have that lifeline, and if this goes away, well, then obviously we are hurtling on towards Skyscraper, a map we haven't seen recently from Wolves, and a map with a bit of an even split here from the side of BDS. But what is BDS's approach going to be? You can see that Creed's he's taken a bit of an aggressive stance here. on the admin windows. He's sort of basing in the approach, but he's caught. Great pinch, great crossfire. There's a second that's trying to slip their way in, and it's Azza with the C4, but as the Bees don't reveal because of the mute jammer, gonna have to double check this with a drone, and oh, they just see the legs. They know about him. Doesn't matter. Pre-pep C4, get Robbie, get revenge.
Oh, Frank. Up to his old tricks again. Just slips in up spiral, takes down Tyrant now. Obviously, this is going to be a full admin take here for BDS, and they have been able to take quite a bit of ground, and this spiral is really the big issue, because you think about where Azra is. He was cut off over towards admin. He's in the hallway. I mean, getting back is going to be difficult for him, and may just have to try and play his life here. You know, they've got pings on, know exactly who they want to try and kill. You should just be waiting until everyone's in position and going for it. You know, Wolves, they went for the double shield ban, so it allows operators like your Grim up, for example, and obviously Virtue with those Bees on this top floor. There's not a lot of safe positions you can really sit. And if, you know, a bee cancer lands at your feet, then yeah, you really are cooked. But it's going to be Azra. That's who they need to try and pick off. That should be who they go for.
45 seconds, they have the man advantage, and they've got Azza held at bay. And it seems like they're not going to try and force in. They're just going to leave somebody on the long watch and get the kit of Virtue closer. But the pressure needs to come from underneath as P4 finds Noodle. And that is that underneath pressure. They now have the verticality, they have this split, they're stunning anyone that spins round, and you have Lasmo on the cover. Azza takes a bit of damage, Lasmo gets a pickup, and that is the whole map. Freck still ends on more kills than the entirety of the opponents put together, and they're going to need to be put back together before they come back on the sort of second map, because Demo, they were in pieces.
Oh, dude, probably the worst showing I think we've seen. No doubt about it, probably this stage. That was the most one-sided game we will see in a very, very long time. Wolves, heads are not in it. BDS, just having fun, cruising.
Well, let's keep on cruising as we sit back and drive all the way into a break.
So there I was, doing Esports org CEO things, running the coolest, most best team out there. But the day wasn't just any regular day. It's my favorite day of the year. The day we decide what gun we're gonna do for our next Rainbow Six skin. You see, years ago, we started this whole anime thing in Siege. Elevate introduced the waifu buff. The community reaction to Ellie was something that nobody could have predicted. The waifu buff took the scene by storm. Everyone in the community wanted their hands on the best skin in the game. Year after year, we dropped banger after banger after banger. The Rainbow Six players fell in love with her, so much so that everyone else wanted to hop on the bandwagon. Some people have said that they're even tired of so many orgs doing anime. So I was like, hey, maybe it's time to be pioneers and start a trend again. It's time to do something new. Don't worry, don't worry. The waifu buff isn't going anywhere. There's no way we could abandon Ellie. We're the ones that started the anime waifu buff in Siege, and we sure as hell aren't going to back down. In fact, it's better than ever. Because now Ellie's on the very first shield skin for R6 share. And what better operator than Montaigne? Get it? Montaigne? Mountain? Elevate? Anyway, you know what else is awesome? Cats. I love cats, so I was like, bam, cats. Anime girls and cats front and center on Montaigne shield, so that when you're cornering the helpless poor defender, do you know what they're gonna see? The most terrifying sight of them all. Introducing the Uwu Onslaught. Anime girl with adorable cats, Montaigne shield, and uniform. Did I mention it's an anime girl shield? Everything that we've accomplished at Elevate has led to this moment. We've built a legacy in Rainbow Six with our skins, and we wouldn't be here today without all of you. It's time for you to have the waifu buff with the best shield skin in the entire game, with Ellie and her cats on the front, and a tribute to all our successful skin releases throughout the years thanks to all of you. For the first time ever, the Elevate shield skin is available now in-game.
welcome back. That was pretty quick, right? Wasn't it? That's a big smash on Consulate.
Has the game started yet?
You only got halfway through your dinner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a whole
waiting for me.
charcuterie board and everything. We were just eating the cheese, and then, you know what? It was Wolves that were getting cheesed the entire game, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. BDS, they were crazy. They were playing for the retakes. They were fighting outside. They had a very, very good game plan. They had a very, very dominant defense. Not the most suspicious decision from Wolves to take BDS to a map that they previously 7-0'd the team on, and of course they're getting a 1.
Yeah, the fact that they picked Consulate meant that BDS would start defense again exactly like in the last shot game, and they could just play exactly like they wanted. There was playing upside, like you said, but there was also just a reconnaissance of, hey, we're going to play to the strongest side. We just need to isolate the players on the side of Wolves. And Wolves were forced, once again, to try and come up with attacks where they were extremely predictable at every step of the way, and BS could just react to that.
It does help when you have Freck on your team.
That kind of Freck? Absolutely yes, because before this matchup, he had a terrible EPS, around 80. And today, he just turned up and went completely crazy, dropping kills again and again and again. This round in particular, by the way, that was a 3v3 diffuser planted, and he single-handedly killed 3 players and was able to retake here. Freck was on fire today.
I think that's the case with, we highlighted it just in the pregame, is when the fraggers, when the light bulb is on for the 3 fraggers on BDS, when they are going, when they are playing well,
Sorry,
they are incredible. And you can see that with the Freck highlight here.
14 KD.
just to baseline this, 100 EPS is what an average performance should be. That is an average player in this league. That is what you're aiming for.
What?
If you're positive, you'll be over 100.
Are you telling me that they played 6v5?
Yeah, basically. That's essentially what I'm saying. They played 6 versus 5 because Freck was 2 times an average player today. 100% cost, an entry, 14-1 in the KD. Do you get much more of a perfect day than that? On your opponent's map pick, by the way, in a best of 3 to go to the major. Add the context of that.
As a reminder, I think Virtue went like 17-3 or 17-1. I think 17-1 against Matchco. I need to double check that, but I think he had a crazy KD game as well.
Yeah.
Whenever you're feeding them into the comfortable zone, by the way, we did not mention it, right? Yes, it was Wolves' most preferred map, but on the side of BDS, it was their 3rd preferred map. Like, it shows.
They like the map.
They like it as well. They basically picked it into a trap.
They will have been salivating at the idea of defense start on Consulate and their opponent's map pick. Like, all right, like we just won it in the stage 7-0.
It's perfect. Maybe we should check with Freck if he's got a license for those guns for this one and this one, because he's been smashing all over Wolves. We'll take a quick break. When do we get back? We'll set up for map number 2. See you in a bit.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, one team has reached for the sky. And that's BDS. They take it 1-0, and now they go to the tippity top of that skyscraper. The adventure that we talked about is on its way, and look at that. Skyscraper map 2, BDS start an attack. It seems like we'll go in full circle on every piece that we're setting up on the desk.
Yeah, before we started, we mentioned the keys to victory, and mine for BDS were that they should not hesitate to follow basically P4's constant adaptation. He was the one that is supposed to call these things, and it was not tested on Controllet whatsoever. A single round of attack where he was able to call, the rest was defense. And so here, they're going to be playing on the most defender-sided map in the meta. They're going to go and start in attack. This is the moment where this win condition can really be tested. Can they trust P4 to call the adaptation if they need to stray away from the game plan?
Yeah, from BDS, they've got Wolves right where they want them right now. But if we take a look at the stats for both of these teams, bearing in mind that we are going onto Skyscraper, that is the most defender-sided map in the pool, you can see actually that both of these teams struggle a little bit with their attack win rate. BDS slightly higher than Wolves, but in the low 40s in terms of percentage. Just for reference, what does a good attacking team look like? Team Secret, our best attacking team, 64% on their attack win rate.
That is insane, mate.
20 percentage points below is, pretty high from BDS and, more for Wolves. So I will say, even though BDS have had a great map 1, we will know, I think, pretty convincingly in the first, 3 or 4 rounds on their attack where this map's going to go.
And just one more thing that we noticed on the stat graphic, Wolves on defense also have a 44% win rate. They're quite low there, really low compared to all the other teams. So if there's one weakness you can exploit here, it's going to be about taking as many rounds as possible in the first 6 rounds, in the first half of this match.
That's where a lot could be decided. Maybe this entire game could be decided, but pressure is on for Wolves. Can they bring it back into map 3, or will BDS end it and qualify to the Munich Major? Let's send it to our casters to get our game started.
Thank you very much, Milos. And, well, let's send it to our casters, but also let's kind of send it to Wolves and be like, okay, game started. Let's get our heads into this demo.
It's a big ask. Of course it is. Coming from a 7-0 where it was lifeless as a performance. Really, where do you go? And this is the issue. That consulate was picked by Wolves. That was their map. Whereas now we go into Skyscraper, where BDS want to be. This is the worry now. It's what are Wolves going to do on Skyscraper, because traditionally this is a map that they typically will always ban. I think for Wolves they had to make a big decision today. Obviously we know that Wolves in these kind of best of threes, their map pool was exposed. Certainly I think against Secret, and you kind of look at the way the map pool went out. And even I think also against the G2 game the week before, we've seen that Bank was a map that Secret and G2 were happy enough to play Wolves on. Wolves didn't really want to go to Bank, but they had no other choice. It's because their map pool was really weak. Labs is their permaban, they'll never play Labs. And then Skyscraper was usually the other ban. Today, they went a little bit off-field. They banned Bank because they've had a very bad run on it. So that has allowed Skyscraper to get through, and BDS straight away picking into that. So for Wolves, it's going to be more of the challenge of how are you going to do on a map which you have shown to us you don't want to play.
Well, they at least get to start by showing it on their defense. It's sort of that split of a sword, right? In a way, we will have this game decided in probably the opening 4 rounds. If Wolves cannot get a decent handle over the opening 4 rounds here on their defense, on Sky against BDS, I think we're done. I think at that point, you're probably just looking and waiting for this to find its way towards a finish, because you need to have not only that statistical benefit, but also the pressures that you can apply. Fine, BDS, they prefer this map. They pick it. They don't ban it. It's picked against them, and they do all right with it. They've taken great teams on Sky over the past 6 months towards the end, including G2, who had a win on it just earlier this day. But most of that comes on their defense. Most of that, for any team around the world, comes on their defense. And that's why, even if they have that boon, if they'll start losing it with the mental that we sort of saw falter in the previous map, this is only gonna get worse. The first engagement might come out here on towards, well, either of the balconies, actually, swinging out either side. Just exploring, looking for somebody on either office or on potentially the museum side or on the geisha bout. But there's no immediate follow through on the pressure. That's one Capital bolt caught. There's a chance at a cross angle. They just run their way through. They're able to slip themselves in, which is quite impressive, but there's a close fight, just protected by the soft either side. And LMG can go for a while, but as they've got themselves on karaoke window, Tyrant is the man to stop it. Takes a bit of damage.
Be careful, making a lot of noise. Again, that LMG can pre-fire, and BDS, you look at the bans, electrification's off the board, just allows them to get in quickly and through geisha, have to worry about a bandit or a K causing issues.
Reloading.
Obviously for Wolves, losing that geisha, not the greatest of positions to be in, and now they really have to try and fight back from the ground that BDS have been able to take off them. BDS aren't moving, and just wait until everyone's in position. Then you'd expect just a massive util dump. You look what they still have. Capitão's there with the util. You've got nades, you've got flashbangs. Well, you did have flashbangs. As Robbie gets taken out, Tyrant with the first pick. Oh, but P4 takes the head off Grease, but Noodle, good trade.
Well, Azza gets Virtue as well, and now, for all the ground they got early on, as Lasmo is able to find Azza and keep the pressure up, Freck is caught outside, and they can just do exactly that. Drove themselves in. Now, Freck had an outstanding map in the previous one. We didn't really get a taste of him on the attack, apart from a double kill, but as I said, it's nowhere near the sort of same semblance of a Freck that we usually get. So a 1 versus 3, pre-firing the angles, look at the setup of the remaining defenders. The camera's still up as well, so it's just calling and pinging all of this intel. As soon as he tries to go a bit too deep, they'll know exactly that, and they can just do exactly that. Wolves, first round in a long, long time.
Look at the difference between this and Consulate. Trading kills. It's the one thing that Wolves had no intention of doing, was if somebody was dying, nobody was there to really say, oh, well, if you do die, don't worry, I've got you. No, weren't doing that in Consulate. There, straight away, you've seen the trade game in effect. And that's, again, what will win you games. Just basic stuff. Look, Skyscraper obviously going to be defender-sided. If Consulate was defender-sided, just hold on, wait till you see what happens. Obviously, I think for BDS, is it a case where, yes, they got very early control of Geisha, but then they just maybe didn't have just that little bit of something that they were maybe waiting for. Probably the first pick, I think, to open up another area of the map, and then you kind of just collapse at the same time. You know, BDS did a good job getting themselves into Geisha, set themselves up, put pressure on Wolves. But again, Wolves, they weren't going to give Drum up for free. They weren't going to give Terrace up for free. They were taking the fight to BDS, which is what you need to see more of whenever it's Skyscraper. You need to put as much pressure as you can on attackers, because you know that the attackers, they're the side that's going to struggle in this map. Just fundamentally, the way the layout of it, where you're pushing a single doorways, there isn't too many opportunities for our breaches to make a big impact other than the exterior walls. That's what it's all about in Skyscraper. It's limiting as many options as you can from the attackers, because the attackers already start off with already very limited options.
Including both the time that they met at the best of one in the league and the previous map. That now brings the round split between these two teams over the 3 maps to 14-2. That is the second round over 3 maps we've now got from Wolves, but what a great start it could be. Let's look towards the positives, just to set a scene.
Such a negative Nancy.
No, this is a positive. Because they've ended...
What?
They've ended the deficit. The deficit's passed. This is what I mean. The mental game is so important, because they are up against the scariest nightmare. And they've turned on a nightlight demo. That first round, that's a nightlight. It's a little dinosaur shaped.
That won't help you.
The second round, that's a lamp. Third round, that's the big light in a room. You know?
Light.
And suddenly with the big light, you can see it all. But they gotta go find that lamp first. Will it help them drive through the dark? Lasmo takes the first bit of damage as the Capital suffers a little, still trying to lead in. And almost led out. He was the only one that was negative on the entry last time. Well, P4 gets one before. As you said, Noodle instantly with the trade. Freck then takes a bit of damage. He's getting stuck in much earlier rather than sitting and waiting. But Tyrant, he gets stuck in. He's 2-0 so far. He was sort of missing in the first map. And now he's been able to get off to at least a double across the opening 2 rounds.
BDS, tried to take, again, just that fast control of areas, but Wolves not giving it up for free. I mean, whenever Wolves have operators like your Mera, like your Azami, these are massive players in the defensive skyscraper. I said before how restricted you are as the attacker in this map, where you have to push in through these doorways. Having operators who can just stop that from happening is massive. How's Robbie just slipped in through Dragon? BDS are in. Oh no! What's happened to Wolves? They've collapsed.
Seems like the lamp might be unplugged. Virtue, he's going to get that plant secured. His leader is stuck at the top of the VIP stairs. And also held out by fire. They don't really need the remaining gadgetry because they can just do that. BDS. I mean, fine, it's a traded round, but it's not a great feeling of how it came to be, Demo.
Yeah, they had to make a play. And obviously Robbie did that. Just found a gap. Seen the gap, went for the gap. Yeah, I mean, BDS able to turn that round on its head. You've mentioned the lamp quite a lot. You're against the Mothman. He likes lamps.
Oh no, it's Mothman. I mean, that just...
Great gap, great opportunity, it's fine.
Yeah, it's got to be, but it's also sort of what we complimented them on their defense, right? On the previous map was opportunity spotting. BDS were frequently stepping in to Wolves' fights. They were setting up crossfires, and as I said, the first 4 rounds, it's going to dictate this.
Well, G2 were able to clean up against Genji on a 4-2 half, I believe. So really, if you get the 2 rounds, you're kind of safe, I think, a lot of the time with Skyscraper. So just with how this map is, and I think with the restrictions that the attackers have to go through, on your defensive half, you need to get, I think, a 5-1 here for Wolves. That's the only saving grace that I can see. Because their attacks, after what's happened in Consulate, and we know Skyscraper is an even tougher map to play, it doesn't fill us with a lot of joy. So for Wolves, I just feel as though they can't afford to lose their defense.
Well, let's see if BDS can sort of get the swap round of saying, okay, fine, we lost 1 round, but that's it. Now, the way that they started to piece that one back is also sort of paramount to the changes. I think you sort of made comment before that the bans that came through on towards the side of Consulate from the side of Wolves was 2 shields. They've gone entirely in the opposite era. They've removed the Grim, they've removed the Deimos, they've removed those sort of drive in and put the pressure on vertically and underneath, and you know, the swap out, as we sort of had a conversation before, is you've also then got Capitao and Ying to try and do that point play. But
I kind of, I'll take a lot of references from obviously the Skyscraper game, and you know, we've seen Grim be banned out, you know, we've seen Ying be banned out, and it's just the effect that you have on a map where it is for the attackers going to have to be forced around utility dumping a lot of the very strong power positions that the defenders have. If you remove some of them off the board, it just makes those defenses even stronger. So I think with the Grim edition, yeah, fantastic ban, especially whenever, you know, Virtue, it'll play the operator, no problems at all with playing the Grim.
Well, as Lasmo hops in towards Geisha, gets one, and gets the down on Creeds on the second. They tried to get the trade out, couldn't quite make the connection. Tyrant follows suit, and Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. Leader. Well, they'll call out his position. He's giving himself an angle and does get Robbie on the back of it. Bit overzealous there, but think about where the kid is and how they've got to try and get it across. Ooh, very strange timing there. But it's caused a pause. And he's going to pop his way back in towards the site as bullets slip over the top. You can see the BDS, they're waiting. And then they just do that. 2-1. BDS have gotten 2 of their opening 3 attacks on Skyscraper.
There was probably 2 kills there that BDS got from Wolves players swinging onto exterior angles. You think about that first pick, Noodle running out of the terrace door onto the balcony. Just dies from a guy on the rappel. You look at Azur, swings onto the Geisha balcony, onto again another player outside. Why are Wolves making these kills easy? Why?
I wish I could answer.
It's like that chicken metaphor. You're at the restaurant and the chicken just walked up to the plate and said, "Kill me."
Bombs.
You have to go and catch the chicken. Chicken doesn't come to you.
Does that happen to you often?
I have to go and catch my own chicken.
Yeah. I know you
course,
live
all the time.
in the countryside.
Yeah, I do.
See, maybe I'm spoiled. 2-1.
But you townies always are.
I know. Me, the city slicker that I am. BDS sit 2-1 up, and Wolves won this site before, but think about how it started. With BDS getting a lot of territory very quickly. Freck dropped off the killing game. 0-2. Terrible. Where's he gone? Oh, wait. Virtue and Lasmo. 8-2 between the pair of them. Your backline sort of players. You know, they sort of highlighted it. They said on the desk, when your 3 fragments of BDS start to pop off, this is what BDS can be. Okay, but then when your backline is able to pull rounds together, when your support structure is operating at this level, what does it sort of say about the team then, Demo? Oh, well, there's one less fragger.
D4, an early death, and what that's been able to remove, I was going to say hard breach gadgets, and also the hard breacher's gone. So you think about the bans that BDS had let in towards the double electrification to make these, these walls being opened up a lot quicker and a lot easier. They can't open any of them now. So this is a massive issue here for BDS. And don't forget, they're already a gun down because they brought in the Monty. So it's going to be 2 guns and a shield up against the 5 players of Wolves. And in terms of what they have to deal with the Monty, you've still got the smoke there with free smoke canisters. So I don't think it's going to be that much of an issue.
Virtue takes a side full of shrapnel, not to change. It's Robbie comes in for support and goes out. And then Creeds gets Virtue as well. Well, they can at least win this site. But the meta has been very different here for Wolves. They're in a 5 versus 1. I mean, it's not technically over. Freck has a lot of time. But at this point, it's only really Wolves' to throw away. They set themselves up in these power positions. They got themselves the full stretch of the map. And they made sure that as soon as they tried to enter anywhere, there could be a response. The Keepers will keep them away from entering on the top. And at this point, what do you do?
It's a write-off, isn't it? It's like you've went out in your Volkswagen Golf on an icy road. That's done. That's it.
It's done. Car's upside down.
That's it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you lose the hard breach. I mean, that was obviously their plan with bringing in the Thermite. You want to get in towards Geisha again, but you just lose that from the rip. Never going to really get anything going from there. So Freck. But yeah, so may he try to get some kills on the board, but that's really it. I don't think he's going to be able to watch this anytime soon. And yeah, for Wolves, another defense still. Gonna be tough. Because don't forget, BDS still have another 2 attacks, and
oh yeah.
Obviously, for this bomb site, this was the only other bomb site the Wolves have won. The other 2 places that they went, they'd lost. So for Wolves, struggle isn't going to be on their tea and karaoke defenses. It's now that they have to go in towards VIP, into kitchen. That's the issue.
Don't get me wrong. This has been a round that they've very much lost. But you could, I think, get to the end of the half, and BDS will probably still be happy with the 2 that they've got, right? As you said, you can get a 2 to 4 on 1. You could split onto the other side of Skyscraper, and you're not a million miles away from a full success.
What do you mean, come on? You're baiting for kills. What are you saying, come on? You're not pushing them either, mate. They're not going to give you freebies. I think this is charity shop.
No. Got to earn your kills here. Back in my day, I'd have to go 10 miles uphill to get my kills. Both ways.
Back in my day, you'd have a Reddit post if you did that.
They might have a Reddit post up.
I'll make a Reddit post about that, please.
All right. I'm going to make a Reddit post about P4's Labubu's. Do you have a Labubu?
I don't even know what that is.
You maybe... yeah, I can see that. You could probably take this as a compliment. You may be the least likely person I think I would ever know.
Right.
To own one.
Thank you. Don't know what that
I don't even truly know what they are, other than apparently they're cool. So, yeah. We're not the duo to know this.
Who would?
5 seconds
Alfama.
left before insertion.
He's very cool. I sent him a text at 2 in the morning last night because I have a terrible sleeping pattern. I want to shoot a piece of content, and this is just an open pitch to everybody, I guess. Because I think he could star in, like, you know, like those Thierry Henry coffee adverts. That is how I would describe Leo's style and existence.
Yeah, well, do you see the fit today? He's doing the Eden fit. Again, shout out to Eden. Everyone knows the fit. The jeans, brown belt, shirt tucked in, classic.
It's the classic fit. And the classic fit for Robbie. This map is be gone almost immediately, actually. It's twice he's been the opening death. He hasn't quite found the success on that statistic as he has before. And it gives them no buck. None of that vertical pressure that they could apply underneath the site itself if they want to try and shepherd these players out. There's still this stretch. Wolves, they're starting to find their fangs a bit across the entirety of the map. Fine, you can get the pings out, but they're actually kind of happy to take the engagements and look at the crouch position on towards the main stairs, on towards Geisha. BDS trying to run the numbers.
Not a lot happened here for BDS. I mean, very timid right now to actually get themselves into the building, which is strange considering how quick, you know, we've seen in previous rounds that they're able to enter into a room and establish a bit of a beachhead, but Geisha, what they're trying to get into, but nobody really wanting to jump at that opportunity. And you look at Wolves, how closely they're playing together. They're ready for those trays if they have to make them. Another one falls for BDS. Crack his way in, knows where to look for these players, and Ho misses his spray. How on earth? There we go, finally Kreese has been taken out. I'm surprised that the player mainstairs didn't jump with the opportunity to actually just kill Freck, but said leaders ran all the way downstairs in towards Pantry, and BDS have at least got Geisha control, but that's it. They still have to get into the bomb site. I mean, this is the main worry that you have, really. What else do they have left? They've got 2 free flashbangs, and that is it. No nades, no nothing like that to really force players out of positions.
Yeah, it's this sort of position with 50 seconds left, and they still have a lot of that work to do in terms of just shepherding the players. As you said, too hard breach is fine, but you assume they've already got the walls open that they actually want, and they don't have that sneaky route up play that they're able to make stick before. Still trying to fight over Dragon, still trying to fight over Terrace, and they do get leader underneath, 30 seconds, but as Freck takes a bit of a surprise strike either side, look at the positions he's got to sign to enter and put the pressure on. They're flashing themselves in. Minibar is still stopped with a player. If they want to go for the route, they actually run outside to give the game away. There's the cross from the other side, but P4 gets himself a third. They do not have a lot of time for this. They're just gonna have to try and send it in. There's the cover, there's the pistol, there's 3 seconds, there's the pop-up and the drop down. They need to hold the plant though. Wolves do enough.
Just about get it over the line. A little bit sketchy for Wolves, but I think a very strong opening half of that game, or that round, sorry. Just won them that round pretty confidently. BDS struggled for a long time to get themselves in towards Geisha. And then really, the minute mark, whenever they got control of Geisha, just doesn't leave you with a whole lot of time, and you can see that that's what ended the round for BDS. So 3-2 as we move into our final defense for Wolves, and it is around that they simply need to win. There's no 2 ways about it.
They're getting close, but as you said, there's no 2 ways of how this can come together, and this has got to be the one. And this is that one where, I mean, think about how this one came to the pass at the end. It was a 3 versus 1. They were trying to fight to get back onto their own side. A little bit of a mistake, a snafu with the smoke as they went for the rotate back round, but otherwise, pretty handy, this BDS win out. Says a lot about the sort of overall EPS. They obviously made comment of how good Freck was, over 200. Him being 0-3 now, he's still at overall 14-4 for the series, which is about 140 EPS, which just shows how much of the game he dictated on map 1. Even though P4 and Virtue have got themselves off to very strong sort of starts throughout the series as well, it's still something that's a bit of a drift. The entry statistic has generically been pretty good across the entirety of the day, especially for Creeds, who's kept on being that sort of problematic opener. BDS they have to deal with. There's an entrance, some thread of a pinch on towards the top of the black stairs, and they're just going to rotate out. Leader isn't going to see what happens next in that magic trick.
Yeah, the Monty just shoehorning his way in through top black. Great operator to have for this certain take whenever you want to kind of go very minimalistic. I mean, realistically here for BDS, I think it's a case of take top black in towards restaurant, and then just walk into barbecue and go for a plant. Don't forget, you've got a blind spot plant in that bomb site where the Monkey can put his shield in his back, and you can't really stop him unless you have some explosive denial like your C4. So a lot of pressure here on Tyrant if that plant does come in. But Tyrant, where are you looking? If there's a Monty at the bottom of black stairs, there's probably going to be a guy in restaurant. Now that C4 denial's gone, and straight away Virtue's going in for that plant.
Well, there's the cancel on the plant. Noodle is able to swing around the pressure they have from the verticality, make sure it can't quite be cemented because of the Kiba on the window. Great little combo of utility, and it limits the approach that they can make now. Well, you don't have that shield, you don't have that route in, and instead you're going to have to try and rebuild from this position. Fine, you slipped in, but you know that they're watching, and you know they have the opportunity to try and rebuild themselves. So what do? Robbie goes on a man mission, gets rid of leader. A minute, they have themselves this man advantage. Oh, the spray through onto Robbie's position. Almost got a lucky headshot as the plant comes together. They've got themselves a little bit safe from the cover. The pings are there, and he just misses. The catch on P4, a step too late to the party as Robbie swings out but gets caught. A 3 versus 2 as the trade does come together. Freck, he's found 2 this round from his start before, and there's 2 more potentially on the board. They've got themselves close. Eyes on. Just going to make sure they have a little bit of cover from the bomb, but it gives themselves just that position. Lasmo swings round, Azza swings right back. 16 seconds, has to hit the divide, and at this point they could just stack themselves in. That's protection from the verticality. Where is Freck or P4? There they are. Freck gets himself 3 for the round, and they get themselves 3 for the half.
Yeah, really simplistic take from BDS. You knew straight away what they wanted to do. Basically take, what, 10% of the map? That's what they worked with. Top black, into restaurant, and that was it. And obviously for Wolves, they had players inside of karaoke, but like I mentioned, the blind spot plant. Virtue actually didn't go for the blind spot plant, and that's actually why he died. But you can see that Lasmo did go for that expected plant position, tucked right in beside the table. Nobody's there to challenge onto him. The players up inside of karaoke were worried that, hey, if we try and go for this, there's a player in the window, there's a player still remaining top black. Just really simplistic siege there from BDS. And for Wolves, it is a bad half. As far as Skyscraper goes and what we expect to see is the most defender-sided map in the meta, free defense is simply not good enough. So now Wolves, they have to play the best siege of their lives. They do, if they want to pull this out. And here's the thing, we know that they can do it. Just take your minds back to whenever they played against Secret. We sat and we witnessed how that team played Lair and how perfect they were. They're going to have to try and replicate that and do the same as Skyscraper.
Well, this is where things might start to drift away. Wolves have been able to put up the fight. As you said, the 3 isn't good enough, but there's always the possibility of proving everybody wrong, almost in some cases themselves. All of them have been able to get themselves in towards this map, which we definitely obviously did not have on the first map. But we also only really had an attacking half from Wolves, and that's where we're about to go once again. We obviously got all of BDS stepping in as well. It's an even sort of back and forth between these two teams. The trade game has been pretty solid as well. Limitations on the electrics, the sort of consistent follow through, but also on the Monty and Ying. There's a slight adaptation compared to their bans before, but with a couple of Yings played by Tyrant, mixed success. I think they just want to have a little bit more safety on those quick swing moments. The break on towards Geisha, get that open up, no problem. And then also not risking the hop out and the pressure, staying on repels and staying a little bit of a distance away from the defenders.
Throwing frag. Wolves are taking their time, getting their basics done, opening up the breaches. And that's what you expect to see whenever we have a cave in a bandit ban. Very little issues.
Changing bags.
Now, obviously for Wolves, with that Dokkaebi combination, along with the Deimos, you would expect that roamers shouldn't be too much of an issue for them, and certainly there will be players extend themselves into areas such as Shrine and in towards Drums. Also, I noticed that Virtue is also downstairs too as a smoke, but and it's just on the black stairs, so not too far away from the site if needed. For Wolves, it's just slow and steady approach, just trying to cut across from one side of the map to the other. There are roamers here at Frack. Towards downstairs right now. That's going to be the player that Tyrant needs to try and deal with if he can. That breach is just going to stop him from jumping in. Didn't full opening on it was impact tricked.
The first engagement is Frex to find. And once again, he's in this position of, well, I'm in this position. Come and try and get me. Come and try and fight me. There's a lot of encircling pressure on P4. You can see the Deimos track. You can see the sort of calls coming out. But because of the fear of what Freck's going to do, they couldn't act and operate on the back of it. They've lost Tyrant, which means they've lost at least a portion of their hard breach, and they lose Noodle as well. Whilst being called and previously tracked, P4 has the confidence to just throw himself out there, and it's almost a stunned silence. The remaining players are in. They're ripping and trying to bait the movement here as Creeds then takes the next bit of damage. You assume from P4 and Samurai window. No, it's Robbie, because why not? This is that response we say happens, and it's another one on the pyre. Leader, all that is left here on what has been a devastating first open, but it is the first open on an attack. It does get P4 with a nice little fadeaway. But with 10 seconds to find 4 more kills or a plant, and he can't even reach sight in that time. Demo, I think we're safe to say this is a 4-3.
Yeah, no time at all for Leader. No, just no nothing yet. Robbie swings in. So Wolves are mentioned about the Dokkaebi that they've brought in. Great for pushing out roamers. Everyone knows that. And especially for Skyscraper, a lot of the time, defenders will try and hold at least, what, 60, 70% of the map at one time? Yeah, just trying to deny the attackers any glimpse of getting into the building. Wolves used 2 Dokkaebi calls back to back. Nobody pushed off. Azure especially. Azure just sat in lobby. He knows there's a guy in the city. Just do nothing. And then he pushes whenever the call's gone.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, just nobody's doing anything. It almost feels as though that Wolves are all sitting back hoping that one of their teammates will do something. But then if nobody's doing anything, this is what happens.
Attackers have located
Someone has to go in there and do... just, come on. Get it going.
4-3. BDS separate themselves from the major by only a couple of rounds at this point, and they seem to have had Wolves, at least Wolves' attack in their pocket all day. And also, last time they played in the best of ones as well, where it was another flawless. It has now been,
attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
At least 2 maps worth since Wolves have won an attack against a BDS defense. I know I sort of made the comment before where it was technically 14-2 was their past 3 maps performance after that first round. They're 0-15. Oh no, not 0-15, sorry. 0-13 on their attack chances here. 2 0-6 halves.
Sequence activated.
Bit of pressure on towards top VIP. Get themselves opened up, and Robbie opens up Tyrant. Again, the first body gone in the start of this pressure. And now you've got what is a 5 versus 4, but a clash as well, which just makes that feel so oppressive.
Yeah, and Clash is great. I'm really happy that I've seen this software come out here today. I've seen it being used in the G2 game, and I thought, wow, you just think about how Clash plays out in this map. Whenever you're already dealing with a map where attackers are so restricted with pushing in through like single doorways, especially if you think about this bomb site, right? In context of a VIP defense, a lot of the attacks will come in from Drum, in through Dragon. Both of those areas are single doorways that you eventually have to kind of walk in through, or I guess like maybe a rotate in through Dragon, but especially for like the terrace into Minibar, Imagine a Clash just sat there. You can't. That already limits one of your two options you have of attacking into that bomb site. And I think that's the issue that the Clash has. It limits the attackers again, and that's what it's all about in Skyscraper. It's limiting what you can do.
Well, they've been able to get a couple of quick trades back in towards their favor and force them away from Drum. Now, the 3 remaining Wolves players are trying to now do that big divide, this big cross, which is not easy. But removing P4, getting the Keybers gone, and Robbie as well on the chance of the flank means that they can feel at least a little bit safer. But what do they have in terms of the push and the pressure? No grenades left. They've obviously got 1 Ash charge, which they could try and utilize and save if the Clash goes for a deployed shield, but they're trying to now cross a divide, which could still obviously include previously set up defenses, barbs, get the plant, get the gates, and oh, get lost Noodle. Now they don't have anything. Now they have even less as Creeds is caught, and that is just Leader staring through an electric gate, and the eyes of BDS stare back. 1 more round into their favor. 2 more rounds away from the Munich Major.
And the issue is here for Wolves is that BDS have just won 2 defenses. Okay, yes, we're now going into another defense that will not be either of the 2 top floor bomb sites. It should be Kitchen. Let's say Wolves win Kitchen. Where do they still have to win if they want to win this map? They have to go and win the 2 bomb sites they've just previously lost. This is the issue now with losing out on that second attack. BDS just flying high with confidence. Yeah. Look at the way that they're maneuvering around the map with such confidence. I've mentioned before the Clash pick, I think, is brilliant for what you want in a map like Skyscraper. Just Wolves, it's the same issues as Consulate. Just can't get anything going. Like, for me as well, really from Wolves, who has had a play?
Not really anybody.
Has anyone had a clutch? Anyone had a big old double free K to change the outcome of rounds? I don't think we've really screamed Wolves' name today.
The thing is, the problem is bigger, right? As I sort of said, whatever it is about how BDS play defenses, Wolves just cannot crack it as attackers. Yeah. The record to have obviously 2 6-0 halves against them on BDS's defense on the last 2 maps that these 2 teams have played against each other on, one from the season itself and then one from just earlier today, in towards this, where it might happen again. To have a sort of entirely flawless defensive record for the side of BDS across 3 maps is, I don't know if that statistic in any of our sort of historic showdowns of any tier 1 team versus another tier 1 team exists, because that's a vast statistic. And we've sort of talked historically about how these 2 orgs once upon a time were bitter rivals, even across, across previous iterations. Here, this is maybe the biggest curse a Wolves roster has ever had against a BDS roster, in that they have not been able to win a single attack over 2.5 maps worth of them now. And they've got to try and split that divide if they want to have any chance at getting themselves to a major. The Bees, pressure on towards Geisha. Tyrant's gonna just use that as the cover as they almost catch Creed's Freck out and about on a bit of a bargee inside Terrace, but as 2 kills, 3 kills go their way, 1 goes away from them. There goes Tyrant, and there might go the hopes and the dreams. Freck cleans up a couple, and I'm glad I'm not the only one sat here, Demo, because I'm a little bit lost. Can you shine a light on this?
Well, it's just very similar to Consulate, isn't it? You can see the intentions there from Wolves, but anything that they try that you kind of harped on about, BDS is ready. And this has kind of been, I think, the issue with Wolves and BDS in this matchup over the past year, is that BDS has kind of always had Wolves' number. And is it kind of, I mean, to be fair, that's not strange, considering that's the way it always used to be as well, even whenever we had the BDS we now know as Falcons, and obviously the old Wolves team, with Mowgli and Bibu and stuff in there as well. It's kind of the same thing, isn't it? Different faces, but still similar score lines, the way things have been going. But I mean, BDS, just like, even just the little small micro adaptations. Oh, let's throw a frosting. Gets a kill. Little things like that, I think BDS are just being very clever. Always just changing things up and keeping Wolves on their toes.
Attackers have located a bomb.
BDS, they are 1 round away from the major, 1 round away from continuing along this lower bracket and finding themselves in a showdown with G2. Just immediately after this, and I'm curious how those two teams are going to hit heads, because obviously then there's the progression along the lower bracket final. They've got to then beat Team Falcons and then maybe eventually Team Secret. So suddenly BDS will go from this showdown, which to be honest, if they do end it in a single round, which they could, very, very warmed up, very confident. G2, they've obviously had a little bit of a break, but then they find themselves dabbling right back into it. Here, Wolves, they do find the opener. Robbie is gone, but they were able to find the opener a couple of times before as well, and it didn't quite have a result. It's actually been on this map an 100% tell on how the round has gone. Every single opening kill has then led to a round win. And I mean, they need absolutely everything to go in towards their favor right now. Robbie gone. Freck is enjoying a time on the other side, but now with the Grim removed as well, what do they have as that pinch on a lead-in? Only really the Dockerby calls and the E1D. They're trying to slip their way in, but he's already gone. He's off across Dragon, off across the races, and off back towards the site itself.
Flipping legs!
Wolves attempting that same clear from VIP. And this time they have been able to actually take VIP, as BDS have had to evac that position. Build Kiba though. That's not going to give you much protection, is it?
I hate Kibering.
Maybe for Doki. That would be fine for Doki, but I don't think it's going to do P4 any
strays.
It's not going to do him any favors.
They got my toy.
A minute 20. Wolves. Slow progress, slow pressure. People pulls themselves back as well, and as Lasmo gets Noodle, they even things up on the push. Virtue gets Creeds, and Tyrant has to keep the pressure up, gets himself a second for the round itself, but as Leader finds P4, the slip of the Azami is caught out. Lasmo and Virtue, they opened the map being that strong pairing for BDS. That back line, those defensive heroes and those planters swing out. Virtue gets a double, ties us up. Azza and Leader with 2 flashes, no kick currently. They're going to try and creep their way closer and closer towards it, but look at the positions that they've opted to play here. Lasmo could also even go underneath with a C4 if they really wanted to. They've got the red light, and they swing out on towards it. Virtue gets 1, but it's a 1 versus 1. Leader alone to keep Wolves fighting, to give them an opportunity. Sprays centimeters from Lasmo, who pulls himself back. It's either side, rotated round. Lasmo sends BDS along, and they are soaring. BDS, they find themselves getting that last seat in the Munich major for EML. Wolves, unfortunately, their story ends here, Demo.
It is. It's a sad day for Wolves. No major shot for them, but hey, Wolves, we'll see them back again inside the Challenger Series. Make no two ways about it. I'm sure they'll be back for revenge. But BDS, hey, improvements. What a lift off from stage 1 to stage 2.
Well, we'll leave that and lift off to a break.
And dash together. Unbelievable. Can he get there in time? Cameraman's going to complete. Big ET finds a huge 4K and Gitro. Their first back. There's only 4 seconds left. There's no way.
Whilst not easy, is potentially winnable.
No.
Give him a 1v1. Giving him both.
They find the down as well. Yesterday they took the crown from LA. Today they take their kingdom from Blackout.
And as quickly as it began, it ends. BDS make it to the Munich Major. Can you believe it? Yes, I can.
Absolutely crazy. 14 rounds, 3 losses. That's it. It's absolutely crazy. A huge domination from BDS. The one that we expected, right? We expected BDS to become the favorite of this matchup, but the way they did it, the domination, it was not always easy for BDS. But here, when it matters the most, they're here and they do it.
They absolutely do. And let's have a chat then with our victors. Freck joining us on the line. He was very nonchalant last week, but you're looking pretty chalant this one to me. How you doing? Congrats! You made it to Munich, buddy!
Thank you I'm very, very chalant today. I'm very chalant.
How does it feel? What does it mean to you to make it to this major with the squad after this entire year of competition, going from reload to stage 1 to now?
I mean, for me personally, it means everything. Like, I've been playing this game for so long, and I've never really qualified or done anything in competitive scene, you know? So for me, this is everything, and for the team, I'm so proud as well. Is last season didn't look so good. Never really showed how good we could play, and on this stage, we showed up. We had a hard time middle of the stage. I'm so happy we picked it back up, and we kept going, and we played so good.
Frank, looking at this team, I felt like you guys were most punished by the inconsistencies of the BO1s. But when you reach playoffs, I saw a new kind of BDS, a consistent one. I mean, even the Falcons game that you lost, you know, it was a really close one as well. Something flipped inside the team when you reach BO3s. What changed? How did you guys perform so well in this BO3 format?
I honestly have no clue. It's in our blood, I think. I don't know.
Frank, the last Dutch player to qualify to a major was Deepak in 2022.
Oh, what happened?
You know what he did?
What happened there?
He won the major. So are we saying, is the dream alive?
It's always a possibility, you know. I'm not gonna say it's not possible. So.
Yeah, still keep in mind. I mean, our man Freck did not have Benelux to farm through to get to EML compete in here. You know, it's a different kind of thing.
Very true.
So it's a different kind of ball.
He only farmed on UK guys today. 14 KD. Freck.
Yeah. Can I ask about that first map actually? Because was you guys, when they picked Consulate, giving you guys defense, was you guys just like, yes, we'll take that?
Yeah, we knew what they were gonna pick. To be honest, it was between that and like Chalet or something.
Mm-hmm.
And we know like Chalet, the side doesn't really matter. So yeah, we got the defense consulate, very nice. So I think we're pretty good on it, to be honest. So
yeah, you was pretty good. You also got a 7-0 on it in the stage, right, as well. So was you guys specifically? There was a lot of retakes happening inside that game. Was you guys specifically playing for that?
Yeah, we know if you don't give them picks, they'll be quite slow and they don't really know what to do. I feel like they're pretty good on getting like the first entries. That's how they won their games.
Mm-hmm.
But when they don't get it, it's like they kind of fumble, they kind of crumble. It's a little bit panicky, I feel like, and you just capitalize on it.
Well, Freck, with this victory, it means that you still have a shot to also make it into the finals of a playoffs bracket. And up next, because you are playing a game right after this, is G2. Doki was saying that he was going to go back and speak with us 100% no matter what. What do you have to say to him out of that?
Come on, bro. I'll see you guys tonight.
I'll hold you to that. We'll see. Hopefully we can chat this evening at the end of this next game. So we'll let you go, prepare, rest up, and get ready for it. Have a good night. Maybe we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Congratulations on making it to Munich. BDS and G2. What a great day.
Honestly, on that map, it starts with some adaptations like this. That's the kind of things that I was looking for in BDS. Look at this. Finding the gap, going aggressive, everyone playing off of each other, off the flash in minibar here. The fact that they saw that two roamers were on the other side of Gesha and decided to all commit on Expo. That's the kind of things that I wanted to see. That's the kind of things that enabled BDS to win attack rounds on Skyscraper when Wolves couldn't, right? It was such a great series for BDS overall.
Yep.
I'm super impressed with overall the performance throughout the playoffs. I feel like we're watching a team really develop today.
Yeah, I will say they absolutely outclassed Wolves today. You know, it looked like a real team that, you know, is a playoffs team that can challenge for the top 4. We saw BDS at their kind of upper, you know, close to their upper limit, close to their ceiling. We know they've got growth potential, but they put in a really solid performance today. In fact, it was that good. Like, our map 1 of G2 had 15 rounds. We had 17 rounds in this entire best of 3.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah, we almost had the same amount of rounds in the whole BO3 than in one map in the game before. And looking at this, I have to praise Freak once again. 22-5. And we said it, right? It's kind of funny. It's never the 3 fraggers showing up all at the same time. But overall, what a crazy comeback from BDS.
And BDS, they did not lose a single defense across the whole best of 3.
And you know what that means? Yep. It means that Wolves did not win a single attack from the entire VO3.
That is a really good point.
See, I know. I'm right there with you. The way that we've seen Wolves play against Secret, it just disappeared today. Yeah. And I felt like that's such
pressure got to them.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. There is no pressure on them. They're already relegated. And that's my biggest worry. I wanted to see more of them. They had the potential.
It was disappointing.
But I will say this, we're sending the best representative out of that matchup. I think in terms of ceiling and in terms of what they can offer in consistency, we're sending the best EU representatives we could have. With BDS going to the major.
And it was clearly there, it was less of a howl, more of a whimper that Wolves kind of end this on, but still, let's take a look at a bracket just to kind of lay it out there for you. Reminder, Team Falcons and Team Secret have already qualified. Team Secret are sitting in the grand final of our playoffs bracket. That'll be for tomorrow, but we don't know who they're going to be facing at this point in time, and we've already qualified our next 2 squads of G2 and BDS.
Now, why is that important, guys? Because there are SI points on the line. So as a reminder, if you go all the way into the grand finals of these playoffs, you make sure you gain at least 150 SI points. And that is a lot. And why does that matter? Because in stage 1, only a few handful of SI points were distributed. This stage 2 is very important, both for the playoffs, but also for the Munich major. So here, by making grand finals, you make 150 minimum, and if you win, that's 300 points, which almost guarantees you making it, basically.
Yep. Just because of the way that it's distributed.
Because you're also going to the major, so you're also going to win SI points, and theoretically, if you win to the grand finals, you also gain a few in the stage 1, so theoretically, if you add them all up, there is a good chance that you're going to make it.
Lots of theoreticals going.
Thank you very much for that, Leo, though. Actually, I want to talk theoreticals with Kendrew, that's actually joining us on call here from Wolves. And Kendrew, thank you so much for being here with us. And it's very nice of you to join us despite, the fact that it is a loss. We want to hear from you. You made it to the playoffs. What do you feel was, for you also as staff behind the team, kind of changing from BO1s to BO3s in preparation?
And obviously there's a lot more maps that can be implemented into a best of 3, so in terms of prep it's a lot more intense, I guess. For us, we kind of went about prep, we kind of tried to focus more on ourselves, because I felt like whenever we did too much prep, it was kind of overloaded the players a little bit, and they didn't really focus on themselves and kind of focused too much on the opposite team. So to be honest, we didn't do too much prep for this best of 3 at least. But in terms of best of 1s, it's completely different realistically.
Kendrew, I want to go back to what I felt was the best Wolves that I've seen, which was the game against Secret. I feel like that game was really showing the full potential that we should have seen from the roster during the stage. What do you think was the biggest change in the team's mental for you guys to perform that way against Secret, and the difference with your performance today?
For me, it's so cut and dry, in my opinion. Like, maybe my boys don't agree with me, or maybe people won't agree with me, but I think the moment that things changed for us is when we got to the 5-1 spot on Leia against Secret. Because we kept saying to ourselves, like, guys, like, this game doesn't matter, like, realistically, like, we win, we go and play G2 for a major spot, we lose, we go and play someone else for a major spot, so it doesn't matter. So we just played to have fun, and then the moment that we hit the 5-1, I think we kind of hit some form of mental block where we was like, oh, we actually can win here. Like, and then it just, like, you saw the collapse. And I think it was very similar here, to be honest. Like, we were very timid. I don't know, like, we worked so hard on our mentality, like, throughout the stage, and we did have good mentality, like, at no point did we give up or anything, but I think, I don't know, I think we just hit some form of mental block and we just couldn't figure things out.
Yeah, I've been on a team like that, Kendrew, as well. I know how it is from a coaching staff perspective to see that happen and unfold inside of games. So what does the next kind of 2 or 3 months look like for you guys? Presumably you'll be dusting yourselves off to go again for SI quals.
I'll be honest, I have absolutely no idea. The future is very unknown, in my opinion. Normally I would like to say that I'm a bit clued in, but org side, player side, I have absolutely no idea. All the eggs were in one basket with this major, hoping that we could at least qualify, and then like make it seem like, okay, well, we did get relegated, but the stage 1 was a bit of a beep show. But stage 2 was better. But I mean, when you come in and do a performance like we did today, I mean, we like I just said to them like that, like we got what we deserved with the work that we put in. At the end of the day, we tried our best, and that's all we could do. So I have no idea about the future at all, I'll be honest. No idea.
Fair enough. Kenji, I want to thank you very much for joining us on here. I know it's not always easy, but I think it's always good to kind of debrief on these sorts of things and understand what happens in the background.
It's a lot easier to speak as a coach. If I was a player, it probably wouldn't have happened.
which is why we
appreciate it, though.
That's why we're very appreciative of your time for joining us here. Kendra, always a pleasure. We've had you as player and as a coach on here, and we hope very soon to have you back on with us.
Hopefully, fingers crossed, guys. Always a pleasure.
Have a good
night. See you later. Bye-bye.
And there it is.
Yes.
With that, our story is complete. I know, look,
hard.
Kendrew's been on main stages.
Yeah.
This man has fought.
He's won a Pro League.
He's won a Pro League back with Na'Vi. We're looking all the way back in Tokonami. He's been with ITB in Manchester a year and a half ago on the main stage, on home turf. It meant so much to him. And it was a great performance. And to have him in here and kind of discuss the hard side of what it is to compete is not easy.
Yeah, no, it's great. It's not great. We should celebrate our teams that do well and go to the major, but equally we should recognize where a team has had a tricky year. Wolves have had a tricky year. They will be relegated, but I think the biggest thing is they're going to feel like they've left performance and they've not shown their true self across the whole year. We've all seen how much talent is on this roster, and they've not been able to put it together consistently enough. I know they've talked a lot about mentality, and it seems to be a big mental block for them. And it feels a little bit like wasted potential, and the fact that we've lost them from this league, we might not get them back. They might, we might have to see players in other teams to see them back in EML, and that's a real shame, I think.
Yeah, and I think we've seen the growth of that team. Not only them, but I want to salute the journey made from stage 1 with Quex, giving a shot to a rookie. It did not work out, but still, stage 2, they improved. They made it to the playoffs, and like you said, the only reason they got relegated was because they dropped so hard the ball in stage 1. If it wasn't for this, they would still be in tier 1 for next year. And I will say this, it's mainly because all of the lower tier team put in the work. They invested in their team, and they made it so that every game would be competitive, even matchco. And that is anything that makes me proud of EML, is that we made our region competitive, even in the lower tier teams, compared to some other regions where clearly there is such a big gap between the top heavy and the bot heavy.
Well, look, I really do want to lighten the mood here because it's been a day full of love, really, today here on EML, because we guaranteed our two teams that are making it to the Munich Major on our Kiss Cam. It is G2 and BDS. We love every part of it. There's always family and friends and support all around, and that's what we want. They join Team Secret and Team Falcons to qualify for the Munich Major. However, our day is not done yet. Who plays in the lower bracket? Well, it's none other than both of these two squads against one another. All of that and more after the break.
qu'au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays et Paris. Pareil toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Ready to make history. What is it about the City of Love that takes us back to it, and this time officially for the Invitational, the biggest event of the entire calendar year? And this time, even more to it, it is the 10th anniversary of the Invitational that started all the way back in a tiny little theater in Montreal, Canada. And bit by bit kept growing, and we were all watching it from afar and in person until now that we get to go to Paris.
Yep.
Hell of a time. I mean, we've all experienced these events as attendees, as a player, as coach, or as, analyst and support staff. There's a whole different myriad of experiences that you get there.
Six Invitational is a celebration. It's a celebration. Obviously, the esports underpins it. That's why we're all there. But it is a celebration of the community, the people, of the developers. There's commandees. There's absolutely everything. Like, it's so good. And you just want to be there. That's the thing. And of course, we've had it in North America. We've had it in Montreal. We've had it in South America. Now it's time to bring it to Europe. And I honestly, I want to spend Valentine's with my one true love, Rainbow Six Siege X.
It's always been the case, right? But for me, it is even more special because I waited all 10 years of my life in this game to see the biggest event ever being played in Paris with a crowd, right? It's the first time ever I will get to back up my own words when I said that a French crowd, and I'm speaking to you guys over there, ne me décevez pas, don't disappoint me, because I really believe that it is the best crowd out there. And it will be tough to beat the Brazilian crowd, I will say this. The Americans are loud as well, and the UK guys showed us in Manchester, but NSI hits different, and NSI in Paris will hit different, especially after 10 years of Siege.
All we're saying is grab your tickets, because this event is going to be like nothing else. There's not a lot left. So, by the way, make sure that you're getting on there and getting them ASAP, because otherwise they're gone and you won't be able to experience it and meet your friends that you silver stack with and you play with on Discord, and you finally get to see them in real life and enjoy this wonderful city with everyone. However, we need to move on to our last game. But before that, speaking of silver stacks, I've always been wanting to learn how to play defense on basement in layer. If only the best IGLs in Europe got together and explained to me how to do it. Oh wait, take a look.
Hey guys, Alphama here. I've cooked some amazing in-game scenarios that pro players might be facing in official matches. Now I've taken some of the best IGLs in the world to try and problem solve what's in front of them. Let's see what they can come up with.
You're defending on layer. Operator bans, Ace, Thermite, Montaigne, Kaid, Clash, and Mira. On the basement bomb site, you have removed most of the hard breachers of the opponent. In turn, they have abused Deimos and Dokaibi to home clear efficiently. Which operators do you pick? Do you go for a home or do you go for a full turtle? Which areas are you holding to win the round?
Let's go, Effect. Make your genius strat for basement layer.
Tell us, Schatz. So what type you want to do? Do you want to do like... no, I don't know how to write.
You
want to do like
turtle
or...
For me,
classic Falcon.
you can't turtle on this bomb site, but Falcons can. Falcons can.
We are just being different.
I
We will not copy ourselves.
I believe turtle is the best way to win this conflict.
What you like?
He's lying.
I believe.
But you know why the turtle? Because Shaigo and sort of like they pick
Just for that, bro. I don't know how, but you just pick everything on the vert and you win every gunfight.
Shaco is actually the best on this. I don't know how. Like he picked the vert, just killing everyone. I don't know how. But okay, so this strat is not
we have Shaco on
So we get Shaco, yeah, we get
Shaco on side.
Operator Shaco. No, we can do like Heavily room or what do you guys want to do? Like
we do G2 strat with the mirror here.
Azami clash.
I think we can have a little setup, yeah.
Yeah, we can reinforce those walls.
In armory.
Azami playing here.
I could cook, but I won't cook.
So what we need? Azami?
Come on.
I won't cook.
I think we need Azami, smoke, to the smoke Goyo, I think, for the late round.
Yeah, smoke Goyo.
These are reinforced. I think a mute, because I think they say they play a lot of Demos Doka, a mute.
Yeah.
So mute.
Mute.
Smoke Goyo.
Smoke.
And I don't know for the last. Can be a trap.
Come on, Cal.
Vigil top floor.
Vigil top floor, good.
Boom. Hatch open.
I like Vigil top floor. Go.
Scopos or Vigil, yeah.
Vigil, so you can counter the...
Demos open.
And then they just together push you in around GG.
Okay.
So, Azam is along here, Mute is gonna play here.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we have a rotation.
Yeah. Smoke sides?
Yeah, smoke on side.
We need to have Loiron garage.
Wait.
Yeah.
We need to have Loiron garage.
You put smoke there. You put smoke there. Yeah.
No, should you not?
If you put Goyo in garage, then someone has to cover here.
So
if you don't put Goyo in garage, then smoke is there, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's a free.
No, it's fine.
Loira can hold all of this area by himself.
So Loira, Shai can't smoke.
Okay, you put the Goyo then in garage.
We actually have Dokill smoke.
Yeah.
Reinforce the wall? Yeah, reinforce the garage wall.
First.
Vigil on top floor.
Yeah.
You can put it. Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, around top green. It's good.
He's lurking.
Then which wall we need to do? These two. We 3, 5.
That's
the collector wall.
6.
Yeah. On side.
7, 8.
Both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7, 8. Then which one do you want to reinforce?
Maybe this.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
Oh, these two don't have anyone here, right?
Oh yeah, it
You can
depends.
reinforce these two.
Yeah, if the Azami play alone, yeah.
I mean,
And then she's open in lobby? No, lobby reinforced, sorry. Yeah, the two lockers.
But if they go garage, then we just need to win the round here.
Yeah, we need to fight in garage.
Loira's getting the 3k.
Loira's getting a 3k, guys.
Sometimes
That's fine.
with mirror.
He just kills everyone.
I mean, if they go garage, we have the Vigil that is above, that can open the edges and like contest the...
With the holes.
Yeah. Contest the... Like Jum does.
Yeah, they'll probably take here as well, though.
So yeah, so if we do a win condition, then Vigil have to go down the stairs, and Mute have to flank, to after make holes there. Basically.
Either that or like, just even as well, just these guys, I don't know.
Also the hatch is open.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this one's the star.
Yeah, it is terrible.
We contest here, we contest here, and we contest here.
Okay.
That's good.
Then it's clear for me.
We're winning the defense. Impossible.
Maybe.
It's impossible to win.
Nice, but like...
Finally, something I can apply in my own games. Thank you very much for that, Alfama.
I did not create any of this, to be honest.
How can you apply it in your own games? Shaiko and Solotov aren't in your stack peeking the verts for you.
Neither is Loira.
Loira is not getting 3 kills.
I can work
in the garage.
We've been working on our core strength, Jack. We can also work on our aim.
That's true.
I love the teasing of each player. They screen themselves so much that they know who is doing what. Like, you know, we had the call of Jum like flanking with Vigil, making vert up top. We had the call of Loira playing in garage and getting crazy, Shaiko pinging the vert. It's just, I love it when you see that these guys, they play each other so much, they know each other really well. Inside out. And they just make funny and cracky jokes around themselves. I don't know. And I feel like in the end, what we learned from them is actually pretty cool. Like, this defense strat can actually work in rank pretty well.
Can't wait to apply it myself, which 100% is going to work. I'm just calling it right now. Anyways, we have a final best of 3 for today. Let's flash it up. G2 versus BDS are two teams that just secured their spot at the Munich Major. You'll be seeing them, hopefully, should they perform well in phase 1 and 2, to make it to the main stage. That would be huge for them and for EML. Though let's discuss BDS first, because we saw them today. They look incredibly dominant, but this is a step up in competition.
Yeah, I think so. I think, obviously, we believe there's 3 kind of big dogs inside of EML. And BDS are kind of the 4th. They're the ones that are challenging the big dogs to be in those places. And it starts today with G2. It's a hell of a gauntlet run if they're going to do it all the way to being the best team in EML. But I will say, they are coming in hot. They are coming in off the back of momentum. We have just seen them play 17 rounds of Siege and only lose 3 of them.
Yeah. And the main thing is that they won most of the defense, actually every single defense that they played, most importantly, and that for me is the key here. I said at the beginning that BDS need to be great in attacks. And I want to show you guys an example of that. I want to show you guys an example of how P4 can call an adaptation. That's one of the things that I said was lacking in BDS at the beginning of the stage. I think we were seeing a constant thing that was, there is a game plan set, but where is the adaptation when that game plan fails? Well, let's take an example. On one of the most defender-sided map in the meta, on Skyscraper, when P4 calls an adaptation. Just let's set the scene here. The bomb site is exhibition. Now, here, we're looking at a spread-out formation where we see Creeds and Leader. They hold a room here with 2 players, and on the other side, as you can see, you see the entirety of the bomb site held by the rest. So technically, you've got, in one head, you've got 2 players here, and on the other side, you've got 3 players remaining, here Tyrant and here Noodle. Now, what happens if you manage somehow to lurk and cut off the 2 different sides? Then suddenly, the home side only has 3 players, and you can play off that. And P4 will spot that, because he asks for a drone. He asks for someone in here, Freck, to start droning the room. And they figure out 1 player main stairs, 1 player Geisha. And P4 makes the call, okay, let's rush towards drums. I'm gonna get the pick, and everyone else commit to the bomb site. And what do we see here? Look at Creeds, completely clueless. He's left alone in Geisha. The entirety of BDS is collapsing on the bomb site. And it's exactly what we expect from P4. He kills someone, dies afterwards, but he made the right call, because then Robbie can push into the bomb site at the same time. Lasmo can jump into the window, and at the same time, Virtue can come in from the breach on the other side, and they can all commit on the... Pay attention here, look at the flash. He flashes main stairs, and at the same time can push into here. And once again, after he gets the pick, look, he flashes the minibar player. Virtue can play off that and get the double kill to the bomb site. It's 2v1, small micro plays, utility usage, great synergy between a few players, but most importantly, guys, all of this is enabled by the fact that P4 is calling the right information based on the right information once again. So he gets the right drone, and then he calls the right take, and that's what they will need to beat G2.
It's crazy how to see how you see when everything just locks in together, gets executed in the proper way. And actually, Jack and I were talking about this, that you will 100% tell us straight this round when it was happening. So thank you for that, because it validated us, and it was a perfect round to speak about it as well, to hammer your point through. However, on the other side of BDS sits G2, a team that really see themselves in the top rung of this entire region and want to carry it forward and make it into that grand final. But before that, they have to prove themselves in another BO3.
Yeah, of course they do. I think, you know, they've achieved the first objective. They've achieved the first goal of the major. But now G2 have kind of got this, I suppose, ego where they want to be the best. And they've got 5 individuals who can all produce big moments. Now, this isn't season highlights. This isn't stage highlights. This is highlights from 1 best of 3. And what I want you to pay attention to is the first multi-kill, Stomper. The second multi-kill that's about to come in now is Blaz. And he manages to get, I think it's a 3K on this round. And when G2 aren't playing particularly well, they have these big individuals, and they did play well today, but when they have these big individuals that can step up and get big kills. Lovely 3K usage again. And this is going to be another 3K coming out. And basically, this is the big thing, is that everybody on G2, Doki in this one, can get these big multi-kills. They're big explosive players, and you can't always count for it. Even Alamo, who had a quiet map 1, managed to get it in the very final round of map 2.
two different win conditions for these two teams. On one side, BDS, they have micro plays, they have to use utility, they have to cheese their ways into victories. On the side of G2, it's individual prowess, and that will take them far enough. But against a team like BDS, that should be enough once again because of just the ceiling of each player. This is enough for them to carry them over some grand finals at international events. So why not a team like BDS that struggled to make it all the way into playoffs?
That's kind of, for me, a big thing because G2, look, you could tell that they had the shakes in the last game because it was potentially a qualification game. They didn't want to mess it up. But here, that load is completely off their backs and they're going to focus up, and hopefully that gets translated into our map bans. Let's talk about that as we continue with the topic. Go ahead.
I feel like anything else than top 3 would be a big disappointment in G2, and I think that the pressure is still there. Also because they need more SI points. Now, woo! This time we do not see a bank ban coming from G2. We see a pick on bank, and that's really funny. It's the first time that I see on the same day a team ban a map that they will pick the game afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, G2, Doki said it, they love bank. They're one of the best bank teams in the world. They had a bad bank against Secret last week. It is what it is. So they're always going to back themselves on it. BDS have shown their bank a couple of times this stage as well. And of course, G2's newest favourite map, despite the fact it's their permaban, will be played. BDS are going to pick into Clubhouse. And to be honest, BDS, we know them as a good Clubhouse team. They will have watched that against G2 and they'll have thought we can take them on that map. G2 won that map against their previous opponent because of hero plays.
And we just saw that.
That's all it was against Genji. We've just seen it in all those clips. It was hero play after hero play after hero play. So I'm not surprised to see BDS pick that.
We arrive on Lair. That's a map that BDS played a lot this stage. That's one of their favorite maps. I will say this, G2, in my opinion, is the second best team in Europe on that map. I think close to Secret, and I think that Falcons is up there as the best one. It is the map that G2 absolutely love. Why is that? Because Lair is the Lair meta right now, the way you attack it, thrive on split theory, split meta, and it's exactly the way Alemao calls all the time. He loves multiple pressure points. I will say this though, what did we see in the terrestriation just before? We saw BDS being able to pinpoint a gap and isolate a few players using a utility and 2v1s. It's exactly the same way Secret beat G2 in the first way. So if they can implement the same kind of play style against G2, find the same gaps, and double up on them, that would be a great win condition for them.
Very much looking forward to this then. Let's bring up our casters, have a quick little chat as they join us on the call. Ami Habibti, how you doing? How was our previous game? It was pretty quick, huh?
It was very quick. It was exciting. I am having a wonderful time. I'm quite obviously not in where I usually am because all of the internet went out where I live. So I had to move about 20 minutes before I went live into a friend's house. There's a drawing of a cat, and they also have 3 cats here. So it's a much better place to be in. Generally, God. They're off. I can't get them, unfortunately,
I expect photos of you when you're done with the show. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll get them on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
When are you not gonna kiss for the kiss cam?
Yeah, let's get some cat cams also in there. Demo. We got a game on our hands. This is G2 BDS. This is potential to continue on. Face off against Team Falcons and then Team Secret. Should you graduate to that level? How are you seeing it?
G2 and 2.
There you go. I'll leave it to you.
Man of many words.
Yes. Why didn't I think that he was going to say that? I knew it.
Send it. Take it.
We've sent it. We've taken it. We've posted it. And we've decided it's going to be a G2 in 2. Is that true?
Yep.
All right.
Simple as that.
I like how you didn't even try and rhyme. You just went, yep. Listen. I keep pulling you aside. Let me just pull you aside here, Demo.
Okay.
You gotta, I know they're your favorite team. Don't have any belief?
Belief in what?
In BDS. They're the other team in this game.
I didn't say it's going to be a stomp. Just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
I could easily see Clubhouse going a fair distance, similar to the Genji game. But Bank, with the way that G2 play this map, I'm feeling very confident about in this first map anyway. And I think with G2, with the kind of trend that we've seen whenever it comes to G2 in best of threes, they don't really mess around. You know, they usually do go in and just get the job done in 2. Like, that's why I say that.
Well, we do know, obviously, Bank, 2 weeks ago was a 7-3 for the side of G2 against BDS. They're pretty handy in how they handled that. And two of the missing sort of factors there that we had in that game were Freck and P4, 2-9 and 2-8, respectively, between the pair. Do you think we'll get more of them here, though, after the day that they've opened up with?
Yeah, I think momentum will just trickle on. And the fact that I think for BDS, they didn't really play like a massive amount of Siege in that last game. You know, it was 7-0 and a 7-3. It's not as if this team's going to be fatigued to any extent. Obviously, G2 has had a bit of a gap as well. Not a very long one, albeit, you know, compared to what it could have been. It was, again, pretty sharp for G2. I actually feel as though that was like the perfect little break for G2 because it was kind of short enough where you're not losing your energy from the previous series, and also not long enough where you're sitting there, you know, thinking, you know, how long are we going to be playing this next series for? Then I think it actually the time that BDS were able to take down Wolves actually suits G2 pretty well.
Before insertion.
Well, will there be a mirror, or will we get a longer stretch here between these two teams? At this point, as has been sort of decreed and decried, they are both qualified for the Munich Major. Does not mean that is all there is to play for. Obviously, we have expectations of who's going to be in the top 3, but if you can get in towards the top 2, well, then your SI points jumps up massively from the current 50 that they're sitting on up to 150 for second and 300 for finishing in first place, which I think you'll be pretty happy with if you wanted to sort of write your way home, especially as 300 has historically been and sometimes the cutoff, granted under different systems, but hey, we have what we've got with the numbers. At this point, G2 attacking and approaching from the top here. Quick eyes in towards stock and across the top of square as well. They're just going to sort of apply some pressure here on towards the swing. It's a big back and forth immediately, but get the wall cracked open. They can't quite find the way with the mute jammers though. And that's a lot of utility dumped and destroyed in the split. They have the Habana, but she's used most of her pellets to assume opening up Kanto, or trying to, assuming there's a mute jammer there as well. And there's the long-range removal, and there is the start of the pressure on Robbie's position.
Yeah, nice little pinch there from G2. Take down the mute jammer, allow that ace to get that wall open. Forces Robbie now out of the corridor. So it will give them the stock office if they want to jump in there. But again, it is being watched by the Jaeger. But as long as you've removed that hallway, it does allow now janitors to be an option for G2 just to walk in and take that gunfight if they want to. The wall hasn't been opened up as the mute and the tub is going to make that pretty difficult for them. But right now for G2, I mean, they're set up pretty well. A minute 12 still remaining or so. And I mean, they've got control of square. They've cleared out that hallway. Now it's just a case of getting this main wall open and then executing. You look at all the util that they still have. You've got all the smokes. You've got the Ying. I mean, everything right now is going G2's way, I feel.
Well, Stumpin gets the first frag as well, and he's looking for the second across janitors, but he can't quite get the shot in towards the bow. So the Glass moves in under the cover of the smoke. They've got themselves close for a 5p4. Took a risk and unfortunately went gambling and didn't really get anything. There's the roll. The Candle is going deep, as does the players. They've cut themselves in. Doki's looking for a fight, and he finds one. Looks for a second. Can't quite get it on Robbie, but Lawyer will have to pick back up. Leaves nobody left. G2 suddenly put the pedal to the metal, and they hit that open road.
Top tier attack. No doubt about it. You won't see a better one today. Straight to the point. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. The setup, everything from A to Z. Pitch perfect. I don't have to say much else. Like everyone just watched it and said, yeah, that's good. Everyone knows that's good.
Yeah, that's the good one, that is.
Yeah.
But that, I like the idea of, obviously, Alfama, Leo's brilliant content pieces where it's showing that...
Why'd you put the French accent on it?
Because that's how he says it. He is French, so obviously that happened. But it's like, you know, when you put two in... Not that I didn't know Montaigne is mountain, but there was the thing earlier on which we actually talked about. Oh, I say joked about when he was talking about a graphic with the mountain in. He did say Montaigne, and I was like, ah. Anyway, I was complimenting him, and then you made me go on a tangent. His brilliant content pieces where he talks about, you know, the defenses they could set up, having Shaiko staring up through the verticalities, great, all of this stuff. But I like the idea of seeing it from the attack side, because there is such a fluid bit of motion. As you said, they just sort of got themselves in the position, went for the pinches, I wonder how much harder it would be to swap that coordination round in terms of how do you not just set up a hold, but break a hold too. G2?
That's for the take 2, whenever we try that again.
That's for take 2. I want to see it, but with the worst IGLs. I want to see it with...
So the 5 who weren't there, is that who you want next?
No. As in you don't take IGLs. You take like 5 entry fraggers.
5 entries. Yeah.
And you go,
5
how do you
entries.
solve this problem?
The thing is,
jump in and I try and kill someone.
None of them will speak. Nobody will open up first. They'll just stand there waiting to be told what to do.
They look around to their IGL to ask what to do. Well, that's the way. Alamau gets Virtue on the split, but they do get 2 back in their favor. However, the loss of the smoke might be a costly utility against, well, the loss of the utility. They do not have Doki on the Deimos to try and drive some of the vertical pressure and catch these loose players, and they now do not have that control of the verticality, the quick pressure they can apply on towards this site as well, where it's at its kind of its nicest and its most necessary. There goes the Ram. Stompin was able to at least get a little bit of the destruction done, but as Frack finds Alamau, it's down to Loira to do Loira things. Cut himself in towards Archives, waits for a player to drift in, hopefully. But as they know about Blaz's pressure, he is in such an open situation to get caught here, and they need a pinch to come together. But look at the motions of BDS. They've just left Demo.
Yeah. Loira misses the opportunity. Just played a little bit too passive and allowed Frack to get out of there. BDS, quite rightly so. Just go back to site, sit in your hands. You got a minute 15 to run down the clock. You've got that 2-player advantage. And Robbie, great swing, takes the aggression onto Loira. Blaz it there with the trade, but still a lot more bodies that he needs to try and find. He will use the nade to try and move that BP, but I'm sure there will be guns pointed towards his direction. Even a Fender or 2 that will just stop his approach. He knows he can't go through there. Even attack from top square. P4 takes the initiative. BDS lock it out. Good round from them. They stop that initial aggression coming in. He's eating a banana.
Who do we tell? Who do we tell about this?
What? He's in a game.
Yeah.
What is this?
Well, it's a banana. It's a fruit. Good potassium, awareness. What would you rather he did? Okay, I guess the thing here is that is obviously a finger food. You know, you're not going to eat a banana with a knife and fork unless you are a psychopath, and they should be investigated if your friend does do that. But he's then got hands and you hope he cleans his hands before he's on his keyboard and mouse again, right? Are you one of the people that
are slimy?
Yeah. Do you eat on your mouse mat?
No.
Okay. Good. That's all. If you eat, if you're listening, if you're out there and you eat on your mouse mat.
Oh, you know whose stream I clicked on earlier and was doing that?
Move up. Yeah, whose?
One of our own.
Oh, which one?
5 seconds to go.
Just the fastest novel land.
Oh, it was Anne.
Yeah.
Anne. What was she eating on a mouse and keyboard?
I think, was it cheese and tomatoes? I think it was cheese and tomatoes she was eating.
You menaced Anne. You were supposed to be the best of us. I'm heartbroken. I'm gonna have words with her after this. Byron, you mouse mat. G2. Slight change in the plan of flawlessing them, but I think they'll be more than happy to keep the continuing pressure. As we said before, you know, when these two teams met not a million years ago on this map, it was one that sort of played itself out where, you know, it's a very frequent sort of place for them to go. I think it was either an even opening or, because I have a very quick look. Yeah, it was actually a 4-2 attack opening here for G2, and almost the perfect reflection of what we've seen so far. But this could be the break in the pace if BDS can double it down, do what they couldn't do that time round. Get themselves locked in with a bit more growth. There's some of that initial pressure either side. They've gone back to the top. They do not want to go down to the basement. There's a site that they couldn't make land. Alamau! Easy pick, and Blaz gets Robbie back though. And that's just it. Oh no!
Oh, well, at least it's traded.
We've seen a P4 moment like that before.
You bring up a really good point though about not wanting to go to the basement here for BDS, and I think they're absolutely terrified about playing G2, where G2 on that basement attack are just so smooth on how they operate it. But then you look at the bans that G2 have went for, Azami and Castle, they're both design bans for this top floor. It makes this top floor so naked in many aspects. But the fact that BDS are still going here just proves how scared they are of going into that basement.
Yeah. Obviously, they could play with electrified hatches with Kai. They could play with some like the mirror. They could play with any of the sort of utility that is often very early removed. And instead, as you said, here. But as Lasmo and Doki both take a little bit of a blow, Doki, how has he done this? Sneaks his way in, misfires the first shot, and the slip through does get caught out. They're down the player, but they haven't got the drop. But look at the position underneath. Somebody's coming around for the flank itself. They're going to see if they can try and get the catch. There's the end of one, and now the call's on the last player. But as you said, there's a chance at a C4, and there's a chance at Freck pulling it together. Now Blaz alone. Freck's going to potentially spray up. There's a spray over the top. Instead, they're actually going to rotate around towards main. I said they have really good retakes. We saw it earlier on. And now in the 2 versus 1, they've got to make sure that they operate together, but they don't quite get the right connection. Blaz is trying to dig a fight in the midst. There's a bit of coverage and emotion, virtue, experience, and expertise leads to clutched rounds.
Oh, Blaz. That is a tough one. Did you notice as well, he kind of, as soon as he lost that, he leant back because he knew he messed up. He actually reaction flicked onto the meeting door, but then he realized, hang on a minute, that's Aurora. He can't come that way, and then by that time it's too late. He gets shot in the back from Janitor, so yeah, that's a tough one there for Blaz. Just the instinct, you know, naturally you would check towards meeting, but nope, it's blocked off. Didn't need to look at that. That's a tough one for him. G2. I mean, a really good trade back and forth there for BDS just to make sure that they at least kept it level. I think that was the main thing, wasn't it? Was they didn't allow G2 to rack up, you know, the man deficit is what they had last time. So yeah, much better adaptation there for BDS, taking the fight to G2. Just don't allow them to set up the way that they want to. Better game plan.
I mean, that as an early drop is horrifying. B4. He's a player that takes risks. The P in his name stands for position. And he'll find himself in crazy positions and just keep trying to get kills out of them. Here we do go down to the basement though, obviously. I mean, what's the choice, right? Even when you know G2 are really good at attacking it, nobody enjoys defending Archives. Do you remember when Archives used to be like second in the rotation?
I remember, like, even back in, like, year 1, everyone kind of went to that bomb site. Like, like, nobody really wanted to go basement, like, back in, like, year 1, but those are different times.
Let me have a look at you, capullo.
It was truly... yeah, obviously there's been changes, and the meta has grown exponentially with the amount of operators, but there was an era... I'm going to say 4 years ago.
I always remember the most iconic moment I think we've gotten from Tellers and Archives was, if anyone remembers, I think it was Rally Major, Team Empire back then, against Secret in the semi-finals. We seen the defuse through the wall. That was, I think, the iconic moment that we have from that bomb site.
It's like when you watch, like, Psycho the movie and you're like, oh, this is where all those other people got it from. It was that clever a moment and that clever a play that many people have tried to replicate since. But that was, it's Hall of Fame. Easy, you know. Now, this pressure. That mirror window means that that breach is going to be awkward. That is the purpose of it. They can't just get an easy deploy and an easy opening up. Blaz is going to have some major work to do. And maybe that's part of why they opted to take the Hibana. There is a lot of pressure, though, onto Hibana right now because if... Yes?
I was going to say... It's actually really clever from BDS. BDS have not chosen to go basement until they've had that extra ban. And look what they banned away. A Grim, another execution-based operator, but look at this. A plant attempted. Oh, he got off the plant to get the kill and then come back out again. He maybe could have stuck that, but then again, the C4 tells a different story. But yeah, actually forcing G2 to almost play a bit faster because they don't have the same execution operators up.
Well, they've somehow won the engagements. Now, Doki is a bit far away, and Blast is just going to get picked up here. They have the ping on the player inside Garage, so they rotate their way away and, oh, stack themselves up for the fight. Okay, fine. You can do that, Doki. You're allowed. Now he's got the kit, and he's going to pre-fire the engagement and stay behind the chassis. There's a premonition of Freck's position, and he sees the sort of chance at an engagement. He's hoping and baiting. It's his to take. Oh, and it's perfectly played! I don't know how he did the first, but you can see the measure in the man's steps for the second.
Oh, he had 2 bullets left, by the way. He just kept pre-firing and firing away, and I was worried that he was actually going to run out of ammunition. But all he needed was the 2 bullets. I mean, Doki, that shot, by the way, wowzer. That is... Unlucky for BDS, you die like that, and I mean, that is not, by the way, weirdest basement I think we've had all stage. No doubt about it, the way that that is moved around. I mean, an early plant at what, you know, around about the minute 45 mark. No real sight pressure, you know, the typical way of taking above. I mean,
the hip-fire drop hatch headshot is nothing you can repeat that a million times and not get it.
Just a brawl, wasn't it? Just a drunken brawl, really, who would come out on top because there was no strategy at all.
I think that's part in case of G2's where they got into server quite early, saw that it was going to be a weird breach and went, well, I think they're hoping this will slow us down. I think we can just sort of stick ourselves in. Obviously went, okay, well, we know, you know, X amount of people is upstairs, run the numbers, let's go for it. It was good reaction from BDS. In fact, great reaction to make sure that they could stop the plant, pressure on, get the kill. But then at the same time, G2, for as long as we've sort of talked about this current roster, especially, they love that chaos. They love to thrive in it and do or die in it. Doki almost stood up for the die bit there. Suffers a bit of a scrape from the top floor, and as Lasmo has the Scopos, they can get themselves out of there. If they do so require, but otherwise just pressure the time, pressure the play, and see if they can put the extension across back towards office and open area. Again, last time BDS were on the defense against the G2 attack on this map, they got 2 rounds. I want to see if they can try and improve that. And that's not the best way of starting it. There goes the opener statistic.
Oh, B4 also goes down to lawyer it in through the top floor. BDS not off to a flying start, as with only a minute being burned away and 2 deaths. That's it. They still have to go against all the util that is still in the pockets of G2, and Laz on a backstab here, looking to move in through lobby, but he has to be careful. He has the diffuser. If he goes down in a awkward position, could be an issue for G2. Certainly BDS, I think backs are up against the wall, and it does feel as though they have to try and make a play, and I think that's maybe what Virtue's after here. He's looking to get a little bit aggro and catch a player of G2 by
he's
surprise.
On his cams in the blue. He's on his cam. Loading. He was watching. Alana was setting himself up. Okay. Looking at more and more ridiculous kills as Fret gets 1, but now he's got to get another 4 to keep themselves fighting here and keep themselves in the lead. But look at this encircling. You've got pressure on lobby, you've got pressure bottom main, pressure inside the site as well. Does get the header 1, but it's just sort of unsurmountable odds there as they came crashing across the site like a wave. G2 pull ahead once again, get themselves 3 attacks confirmed.
Oh, G2, fast and furious to pick things up in that round, and then just take their time. Got there in the end. For G2, everything is kind of going to plan. I mean, you're on course now, of course, for the 4-2 half, and yeah, just easy as you like it for G2 as expected. It's, you know, it's their map. It's what we expect from them, and you know, I think whenever you kind of think about G2 and especially the story of Bank that we've kind of seen develop from them, and of course we had that kind of big match on Bank that they went up against Secret, but Secret were just talk about, you know, G2 being good on Bank. Imagine what the team was like who beat them. You know, Secret were in a different league of their own on that day, but again, still it's going to be a good map for G2 nonetheless. That was just 2 top teams going at it on a map that both of them are so good on, and sometimes that's the way the bigger games go, is we just kind of see those lopsided victories. But yeah, still, I think for G2, everything is going to plan. Everyone's doing their part. Nobody's kind of off the track at the moment. Everyone on the board, everyone's doing the job. BDS. I mean, BDS aren't like too far away from as well. They've got their stat spread just a little bit lower, still in there, but I think they kind of need this round, don't they? Because in a 4-2 that they have to come back on, that could be quite tricky.
Oh yeah, I mean that's, you know, there's almost that element where it was too tricky before. You're attacking, but it's not really where BDS have the strength. They've sort of obviously shown a very dominant defense today, but the split is you're against a team that absolutely loves attacking, and they'll put this extra pressure on towards your better half, and then they get on towards defense, where being an attacking defender still plays well for them. Stompin finds P4. First is cut in half as still eyeing up this cross pressure. This frac does get Blaz back. They're going to try and stick the plant. Alamout's in with the shield on his back, the coverage of the smoke itself, and just the Glaz waiting and sort of saying, look, come and swing onto me. There's a post plant with the windows. They finally find the end of the planter, but now they have two players out on the windows, and Demo, you have two options. Jump out of the top square where you've got Loira sitting waiting for that, or go into lobby and try and get the fight there. So they opt for lobby. They're just going to open themselves up a wider route. One of them drops down to watch for exactly that, and one of them is still on the rappel. There goes the rappel player. That's a double swing out. Now it's just Doki left. Doki gets one, but he's a million billion miles away. BDS, another great retake for the day.
Yeah, it's the same of what they did to Wolves on Consulate, wasn't it? They are very, very quick to come up with a game plan, aren't they? You know, they kind of have it mapped out where if, you know, X, Y, Z, if this happens, we know what to do. If this happens, we know what to do. And yeah, they're not... Whenever the plant goes down, nobody from BDS is immediately panicking or freaking out or, you know, anything like that. They're waiting until the game plan is called, and then they all do it together, which is the main thing that I need to get across with how good that is from BDS, is that you're not dealing with individuals, you're retaking as a team. And yes, we've seen sometimes an individual can go massive and on a retake and pick up these big kills. But why risk it? Play together, play as a team, make it so you're trading bodies back and forth, especially whenever they had the extra man. Use that extra man as a sacrificial lamb, and then just trade the kills, and eventually you'll win. So I love the game plan there for BDS in that retake. Yeah, they've been very good today on it.
I think it's also the sort of statement worth making is that, yeah, you can have a player go big on a retake. As you said, they're lifted up, they're put into that position by the teamwork, by the threading. The same way we talked about it on sort of Consulate when it would happen before. It's not just Fret getting a triple kill. Look at how he waits, look at how he moves with the rest of the team. But when they make this many sort of retake, regardless of the team that they're up against, stick and be successful, that is entirely the sign of a team that's prepared for it. It's a team that's probably drilled it in a lot of situations. As you said, they don't panic, they operate really, really well together, and it's a very, very necessary part of a team's kit that you don't want to have to use, but you prepare for the worst and you hope for the best. And it feels like they've been preparing for the worst and have practiced at the recital.
Drone ready.
An even half is growth from the last time they were here, but now the pressure is on to BDS to try to make their attacks stick instead of where they've sort of had it before, and it's not a million miles worse. As the attacking statistic and the entry goes back and forth, it's sudden blows. Look at Robbie's sort of position here. He's driven immediately in towards elevator. Loira is going to see if he can try and pick up the pieces in the middle of the floor, but predicts where he's being watched. It's Freck with the kit. So Freck's just going to peel back just a little, and they look for the engagement elsewhere. Loira, there's one. Scratches for the second as pressure comes in behind him, but he's almost driven himself a route out. He's going to try and fight his way through. He knows the blind's coming, and he knows the players are going to be not that much further behind it. Caught by the tail end of a Candela and finally put out of the misery, but still being able to get one kill and get away with it as BDS surround him shows what he's capable of.
Yeah, and honestly, a really good pick as well. You know, being able to take off that Dokkaebi, we know that the universal ability that she has is going to be great for those kind of 3-2-1 executions. I mean, the biggest issue here for BDS is going to be how do you remove the Goyos without your nades? You've lost the sledge. So they're going to have to be in a position where you can shoot them off, and there's still a roamer that they have to try and deal with. Stompin, he's going to get a few fire arrows tossed towards him, and it means he has to go for the peak, and Virtue is there to clean him up. But still, a lot of time denial on side here for G2. That's the only thing they have going for them here. You've got the smokes, you've got the Goyo, you've also got the C4, but look at this BDS. They're not even going to give them an opportunity to go for the deny. They've dropped hatches quickly.
Well, there goes one body. Was it the risk? Was it worth the trade? There's a second Doki! Oh, Virtue, a little bit of drift of a position, and that leaves Freck in the 1 versus 2, but positionally he's right in the middle, so he's going to blind one. Maybe drive onto the second as it's revealed. Hey, man, you're on cam. We know what you're trying to pull. There's the next bit of cover. He takes a scrap of damage, and he's just going to try and drift through, but Doki goes a bit wider. BDS maybe a little bit premature in trying to play against that, you know, time denial game, and yeah, they were really, really quick to the punch, got themselves the 4 versus 4, then the 3 versus 3, and they were always seemingly trying to apply the pressure, but in the 3 versus 2, they almost gave them the round in a manner. It became 3 sort of 1 versus 2s. There wasn't the chance for them to operate, and maybe simplifying a little bit at the end. It's been a nicer way to land it. There, it was great pinch, the fire forcing him into the gun Virtue. Just that moment, I think, defined the round.
Again, I don't hate the idea there from BDS.
Attackers have located the
I think
bomb.
they knew they would struggle based on time. You know, whenever you have a Lagoyos, a smoke, trying to go default, it ain't gonna work. So I like the fact of trying to go quick and trying to take it to them. But that's the risk. You know, whenever you're kind of foregoing util, which essentially that's what the
5 seconds to insertion.
who was the first one who dropped the Capitan? Or was it the Ace? Who was it? Whoever it was, the first one he dropped. You know, he's playing no util game. It's just a straight gunfight, and you either win it or you lose it. Simple as that. And if you lose that, you come out as the villain instead of the hero in that story.
Yeah. G2, they get themselves the first, but it was a narrow margin, and that's something BDS are going to keep in their heads, as it was the basement site, a site G2 are prolific on, both their attack and their defense. Fine. We schmoove, we keep going. We got themselves the even half, and you can still try and put that pressure on other sites. You get this, and suddenly, that second site, something you know you're going to see a couple more times, potentially if you win it now, is going to be something that you can play in towards your favor. We talked about those operator bans from before. Castle, the Azami, making this site a lot more sort of sticky. Here, they're both on the board, Demo.
Yeah, this is the big thing that BDS have to try and overcome, is just the sheer amount of util that G2 have on board. And this is the kind of duality of what the bans kind of allows you and kind of disables you to kind of have on the defense. Obviously, with the castle and the Azami, it was banned away from BDS, so their top floor was very naked. You look at the difference now with G2. Areas being fortified. You think about the CEO windows, the double windows in towards the site. Just, it really hinders your approach in terms of what you want to try and do here as BDS. And G2, again, can just dig their heels in. Doki's got all the Kiba barriers too to try and block off the windows. And Doki, oh, not again! How has he done it twice? Ow!
I cannot believe he's had 2 hip fire spray headshot kills whilst falling. Ludicrous. Gets 2 kills, throws himself. I mean, it was always going to happen at some point. If you're on bank, Doki is throwing himself out of one of those windows to see what happens. 2 kills unpunished and a flawless round. Even he can't believe it.
Just lucky bugger, isn't he?
I wish I had that much luck. The first great skill, like, we're not just... But it's hip fire sprays. Yeah. He'll admit it himself. When Fresh gets on the interview and says, "Hi, Jack," and he says, "Hi, Jack,"
You've done it twice. Yeah. Well, they're both called Jack. That's why they say hello to each other.
Yeah, there. But this... I mean... A hip fire headshot spray is just... It's rough.
Is there another Harry in the league? Is there another Hi Harry moment, maybe? I don't know. Have we ever had a pro player called Harry?
I don't know.
I'll try and be the first then.
You could be the first?
Yeah.
You've technically qualified for some leagues a couple times.
Yeah, once.
What league did you qualify for?
No, wait, twice. Yeah, back
Yeah,
in
I think you've done
the
it
Prem
twice.
days. Yeah, the Prem
you
days.
qualified for Prem twice.
Hmm.
A Prem that, you know, had people like Doki in it at the time.
Correct. Hasn't grew since then. Still add that in as well. Looks the same.
Well, adults, I don't think historically, unless you get like.
No, but I met him at 18 and I was thinking, mate, surely are you still
Bomb
growing? That was the
located by
first question I asked them. So actually, the first question was, sorry, did you lose your father somewhere in the studio? Do you want me to help you find him, young boy?
Oh wow. Okay. You messed him up. I see.
I was just trying to help him, just that he looked lost.
I know it's generically like a Scottish energy thing. I do love that he brings the kind of energy to an interview that Lewis Capaldi does.
It's his show now as everybody comes on.
Oh yeah.
Is to defuse a bomb.
Like such strong similarities. Good patter aside, you assume they had the same during the timeout. As G2 now 5-3 up. This is their map, but every map is a chance to fight for it. As we said before, they are in the showdown the underdogs. They're looking to try and get that third spot place and look towards the top two. Anything that helps them get a slightly nicer sort of kitty from the total possible money, and then also what can get them more SI points. That is what is on the board. The steady approach here. Wonder what BDS sort of talked about with their approach, what they can try and remove and play against. Unfortunately, it's not Freck. Doki takes the boogie drones out before they even begin to whir. And Virtue does get Loira back though, so does level things up, but at this point the trade out between a Loira on that role and your sort of Ram, who are you sadder about losing?
Oh, great player there from G2, doubling up. Doki spraying through the wall, just ever so slightly makes P4 just have to almost adjust his aim there, and then Blast comes in for the swing. But you see G2 in this setup here. I mean, this is the power of having the Izami in the castle. Look how safe those players are in towards that top floor. Haven't been pressured at all. Good pick there against his former teammate. Down goes Doki. Caught him as he got across the bomb site, as I think he was quite fearful there of that Blackbeard coming in to ruin him. And Virtue's just going to try and full send it in. Oh, takes down Stompin. Three-piece for Virtue. He is firmly into the bomb site now. Robbie Hall gets the down on the Blaz, and all of a sudden G2. But are relying on Alama of all people to try and get the clutch, and no chance at all whenever you're up against the Blackbeard. BDS finally get themselves in here.
It was good. I mean, the way they sort of handled themselves, obviously they lost that opening engagement. They didn't let it throw them. They still kept on reconvening in a weird way. It's sort of the stuff that we complimented them on in terms of their retakes, right? Is they go with the information that they've got. They're able to orchestrate a plan together, find the sort of sneak in, get kills moment. It's an opportunity seeking that we've always complimented them on, as well as earlier today. They will look for opportunities. They don't just sort of rest and hope for them to happen. They know that you've got to make your own luck, and they are feeling lucky in a few of these rounds. I mean, the sort of route through as well, just catch on towards Doki, the force the pressure, and here the swing in. Virtue winning it out. Suddenly then at that point, what do you really have? You lose the core hold on the site itself. And you know somebody's trying to toe-to-toe with a Blackbeard on the top floor. It's a little bit rough.
I'm reloading.
Oh, here we go.
Yep, back on and a clash on the board.
Yeah, I think for G2 and the kind of different approach now, it is going to be a little bit more centered around trying to control the game. Obviously with that clash, you know what she's going to bring to the table. But I also like the addition of this Oryx. Now, look, it's an operator which isn't very, pick a lot. It's a very niche pick, no doubt about it. It is. And, I mean, here's the thing about Oryx. What does he really do? He runs into shields. That is the biggest thing that we know that Oryx can do really, really well, is that counter to the multi especially. But how often do you get that opportunity? Not very. But whenever it comes to hatches, very underutilized ability he can also do that we never really see happen, apart from this bomb site. Yeah? Whenever you think about the way that the basement is and just how big it is and just the way it sprawls across more or less the entire mid floor for the hatches and stuff that drops down into areas such as vault, plus in towards open area. Typically teams will come in and open up all 5 hatches. Usually, that lobby hatch is only opened up just as a bit of phantom pressure, just that, you know, would say to the defenders, you know what, we could drop the back hatch if we wanted to. We're not going to, but you don't know that. Whereas the Oryx can go on the front foot, utilize his ability, and jump up that hatch. This is an area which is never going to be held by a flight cam because it's not near a staircase. So there's obviously going to be a possibility for that Oryx. And the fact that they've hit that, unless BDS spot him out and know, they're not going to know what hit them if Stomping can play his cards right.
Removing the barb on the stairs to just try and let Freck enter the building. I love this sort of got themselves the early warning signals on either side. BDS, they're preparing themselves for a 3-2-1 as the Bs come out. Remember, this clash is the support for Doki. If Doki gets under too much pressure and needs to get out of there, it's going to be the clash that drives the support. Now, as they get some of the destruction inside the site itself, Sat waiting patiently, and here's the fight in the middle, and oh, Stomping didn't quite get the rewards that he maybe hoped for. Great comms, great response, but Alamau is at least able to level it off. Gets rid of P4. There's the
Loading new magazine.
Okay, not entirely sure what happened there.
I'm dry. No more mags.
But it wasn't good, Demo.
No, and there's not a massive amount of plant denial also on the side of G2. All they have is the echo cams, and oh, they've lost the shield. The Gone 6 gets pulled out. Now G2 are really up against it. And Freck looking for that backstab too, and that main stairs, that could also cause them issues.
Well, here's the plant with the glass as the cover. They're watching for the long range, and as you said, there's nothing really to stop it. An Echo drone, is almost not in the right place. Does get picked up by the cover, so now the Echo's got to make a move. Sprays and pre-fires on towards the glass, but it's actually Blaz that gets the cross, and Alamau gets the cover. Blaz from deep is able to lock it out, and there's only 10 seconds. So Freck now swings in close for the fight, but Blaz, well predicted, hit the hammer home. Lasmo, in the meantime, goes for the plant. Blaz, he's been able to pull this from before, has a bit of the cover of the smoke itself. It's a post plant. He pre-fires his way out the door, but Blaz, 3 for the round, but look at his health Demo.
Oh my. I mean, Blaz, this guy. What a round from him. Single-handedly dragging G2 out of a round loss. G2 had nothing. Look, I'll praise Alamau. The fact that he got that first initial stop with the yokai was enough to allow Blaz to get in position, to stall out some of that util, and he plays that long angle. That long angle that looks straight onto that default plant position. And this is where I'm going to get pretty critical of Freck. I think Freck needed to move. Freck was almost playing flank protection and main stairs, whereas if I'm Freck, surely you try and go aggro there and attack that backstab. Because Freck isn't applying any pressure towards main stairs, towards that back bit of the bomb site, you're allowing Blaz to get into that garage ramp and kill that player on the diffuser. That would be my only criticism there of BDS in terms of why they lost it. Yes, Blaz went massive, no doubt about it. But Freck, mate, you need to get in there.
10 seconds left before insertion.
Here's a very unrelated point, very quickly, related to a previous conversation, because Easy sent me the list of 2 Harrys that have played in Tier 1 CG Esports or been involved in it.
2 of them?
2. One was Crux, the old Dark Zero analyst.
Okay.
Also worked on Beast Coast. And 2, there was a
player?
No, well, they're an analyst, but there was a 6 Karma player back in 2021 whose name was Harry.
And a 6 Karma, I'm assuming Mexican players?
Yeah. A retired Mexican.
Right up my street, we can communicate. I also speak Spanish. Great.
Well. How do we know it wasn't you?
Bring him on the show. We'll have a conversation.
Yeah. We don't know what he's up to, but the local, there you go. But she's just sort of playing a bit of a waiting and baiting game as P4 slips their way in. Gonna try to remove anything that can play against this. They did have the pocket EMPs, but there's the first bit of pressure. There's the first pocket EMP. There's the second, the follow through, and the X-Kairos will pop. Is Lawyer gonna trick this? Sounds like there was a bit of pressure, and well, the Tubarau's going to make it pretty simple to at least delay. And there is the first bit of an explosion. So, fortunately for them, only half of those will pop off. Took a little bit too long to get the Tubarau on. And that means everything sort of is half completed, but the angle is what BDS want, Demo.
Yeah, I mean, it's not... I don't think it's a great angle, per se. I think you would still like the right side open too, because it gives you a much longer angle. There is still potential for G2 to maybe work their way around that opening. Still, though, able to get the first pick onto the Echo. Great operator to take off the board. You see that G2 are really leaning in as well with the information. You've got Maestro and the Echo, so plenty of cameras. For BDS, what's their option going to be here? I mean, there's a lot of them on the rooftops at the moment. They've got a little bit of pressure from Square on the Spider-Man rappel is where Virtue's going to go. P4 able to get Doki, but G2 still holding firm, not gifting any kills from that rappel. But still P4's got his way up through Spiral.
Yeah, I think this is the main thing, right? They're top Spiral now, 40 seconds. They can start trying to formulate a push. The smoke is buying them time, but you can see G2 are desperately trying to hold on to as much terrain here as possible. And Blaz getting the swing onto one. There's the response, though. There's the explosion on towards the site. A 2 versus 1. With a lot of time here for the 2 remaining players. They're just going to set themselves up behind the bomb chassis, go for the plant with Freck as a cover. They have the info, as you said, but seemingly so do BDS. Knew he was coming. Came off and went for the kill.
Yeah, good stuff from there from Virtue. Just has that kind of heads up gameplay thinking, you know what, probably going to be swinging from meeting. And yeah, takes him down. BDS, good attack. Just waited until they had everything lined up. Really good util dump. They picked up their kills. They came away with the extra man, and then they just play out that 1v2. So yeah, great job there from BDS. Better from them. I mean, it's just a good game of Bank overall. I think both teams have had really good rounds. A lot of them have came down to fine margins. I mean, may I be so bold and say that I don't know why I feel as though the BDS have maybe been the better team. Is that crazy for me to say?
No, it's because they have to be, right? You have to run the numbers in these sort of engagements where you have baselines of how teams have performed and will perform. And I think regardless of the results, the BDS have made sure that in terms of, I think, their communication and the clarity of what we can see, because obviously we're not sat there in the comms, it's been really well put together.
Yeah. And I gotta mostly just look at it from a perspective of there's been some big individual moments here from G2. Which have really cemented it that, you know, the reason why G2 are leading in this game. But I don't know, I just think BDS, I've loved watching their rounds play out on both defense and attack. I think they're just the way that they react. I think the G2 is great. You know, that's something that a lot of teams have struggled with, you know, against G2 this stage. It's how do you deal with a team where even G2 themselves don't even know where they want to go, because they have so many of these individuals that can just go off on an adventure. And we don't really know what they're going to get up to. And I think that's very difficult to counter against. But I think BDS are really keeping up the pace with G2.
Well, only one more round separates us from either OT or getting ourselves onto a quick break. This time, they're going to bring the blitz and see if they can try and make that have a bit of a connection on towards the open site itself. You've obviously got the full exploration of the map. Got the Valkyrie playing alongside the Scopos. It gives you this room for growth. A lot of C4s. They're not going to say playing for a retake, but sort of trying to bait them in. Come on in, come above. There's the first C4. It's thrown over the top, and they somehow spin around and drop the blitz. And that could be a moment that deems us as heading in towards the next map. Whoa, what a connection for Loira. Blaz finds Freck, and Blaz finds another, and all right. You say they have their moments, Demo, and that's been G2's difference. This has been a moment.
Wow, wow, wow. Loira against Shields today. Unbelievable. Honestly, he's just brilliant, isn't he? He really is. BDS is gonna lose it here, I think, on Bank, unless they can pull off some big kills in Alamau. In Alamau fashion, as usual, tries to hinder his team by giving a very easy kill away to BDS. But still, 4 players that they need to find. They've got under a minute to do so, and they don't even have the kit yet. They have to go and pick that up still.
Think about where the kit is too. It's so awkward in its position on towards top blue. It can be watched from so many different places. And at this point, you have to clear underneath it. You have to be aware of underneath it. They know a player's on the bottom of the stairs, and they could play their life here. And that still takes 15 seconds, 20 seconds out of the approach. And they play their life and get a kill anyway. Blast is in. There's the pickup. There is G2 with their map.
Yeah, no surprises. G2 take their map in Bank. Back at it again. After that, lost the secret on Bank. They've responded very, very well. But BDS, gonna need to be better. Gonna need to pick it up into Clubhouse. But hey, that's where it gets a little bit scary, because we know G2 have pulled it out today. Usually they're permaban. They've shown today against Genji they can play it.
Well, let's see if they can play it again after a quick break.
Welcome back, friends. G2 are up 1-0 against BDS. And what a performance. Some players putting in a bit of an extra shout. Well, 105%, some would say, compared to everybody else on the team.
Yeah, once again, a situation where BDS plays good, but G2 plays great. Look at this, 4v3, plant going down, 19 seconds left. They deny the plant with the DMR. That's Blaz once again here. And then they play off the Yokai drone, play off the Echo, and somehow bring this round back with a crazy clutch from Blaz. And it's just a question again of like, how good can BDS play when G2's individuals consistently still round away again and again and again? I will say this, impressive play from BDS.
Yeah.
They're playing good. But G2 once again playing great.
Yeah, I think, you know, BDS at their kind of upper limit are no match for G2 when G2 just turn it on and they just flick that light bulb. And we saw it with Blaz. Blaz had some massive impact kills inside of that game, that round that you've just seen. And yeah, I think, you know, for BDS, there's a lot of positives going into that.
Yeah, looking at the stats there, by the way, on the screen, you've seen this, right? Some incredible
This shot, by the way,
like,
oh my god,
he's the luckiest hip-fire player in the entire universe.
Sorry, it gets better for Dope.
And then the nade, and once again,
Luckiest
same
hip
thing.
flyer.
Same thing.
Look at this! Oh!
Once again, I don't know what he does to the game. I don't know how his hip fire is so consistent. And we're watching again that round 10 where Blaz gets his triple kill and gets a clutch afterwards. Those are two examples of Blaz and Doki, the strong individuals in this game that brought rounds away. If you just switch one of these two rounds, it's 7-5 for BDS.
Yeah.
These two guys right now are the only reason G2 wins this.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. BDS have actually put in a great bank there against a great bank team, and they've got a performance that is very, very good. You know, that's good signs going into the major. But G2, they just have that X factor, don't they? Those highlights packages. Blaz has really, really grown into it across this stage and across these playoffs bracket. He has been everywhere today, and Doki as well. I asked for consistency for him earlier. I think he's shown it today.
And just one thing that creates the biggest gap and difference between BDS and G2. Do you see anyone on the side of G2 drop 4 and 11? You know, do you see anyone that drops the ball in terms of frags? That's the great part with G2. Every single one carries their weight in game vision, but also in frags. Whereas BDS, it's a little bit more disparity.
Well, there you go. That was map number 1, much closer than what it looks like really on paper. BDS putting in a valiant effort. Can they push it further on Clubhouse and take it into map 3? We'll have to see after the break. See you later.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité au séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back, friends, and we continue on with G2 versus BDS for a fight to go and play against Team Falcons and potentially against Team Secret in our Stage 2 playoffs finals. And G2 were able to take map number 1 on bank. BDS, however, on the other side, they were not in the playoffs of Stage 1. You want them to carry forward as many SI points, and they have a big G2 on the other side performing day in, day out.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure is on BDS here to perform because G2 won Stage 1. They won a big chunk of SI points, and they're expected, realistically, to make the top 3. But one might think that the pressure is on G2 because they're supposed to go to the Grand Finals. Yep. I will say this, I think the pressure is more on BDS. Nothing guarantees them of performance at an international event, Jack. When we saw the last performance at Reload, they struggled hard. So any points they can get within the league here, going further, is going to be key for them to secure a spot in SI, knowing that they're representing two French players, French-speaking staff, a French-speaking organization. They need to be at SI, and so this match matters a lot for them.
And that's why the SI points comes into so much question, because obviously as you advance through the bracket, you achieve more SI points. And you're right on that international performance, because look at the last international events. G2, EWC, Grand Final as well. They can do it at an international level. BDS, when they played in Reload, they were out pretty early on. They did play some great teams, but they were out pretty early on as well. So, like you said, it's not secured international performance. They've got what it takes, but it does put a lot of pressure on this game for them. And actually one player that they really turn to is the man on your screen, is Freck. And he didn't necessarily turn up inside of map 1. He was absolutely mega early on, 22-5. He was 14-1 in the first map of that best of 3. And he didn't particularly have a great performance inside of map 1. And I think this is probably the one criticism that we've certainly leveled at the front 3 for BDS has been their inconsistency as individuals across the stage. And we've kind of seen that today so far from Freck.
And realistically, he's not given the same space playing against Wolves than playing against G2, clearly. Wolves were defeated, they were demoralized, and they were stunned. On the side of G2, they're fueled of confidence. We heard their team speak as the game ended, and they were laughing, looking at their own clips, being like, oh, you just destroyed that guy. Yeah. They're having fun, and they're going to have fun in the next map.
And we're expecting that to happen here on Clubhouse, our second potentially final map for the evening. We'll see if BDS can claw things away and back into their side and take it to a third. If not, G2 will be running to the bank. Well, that was map number 1. Let's send it then to our casters. Demo, Emmy, all yours.
In the words of Megalopolis, back to the club. Demo, we're going to find ourselves hurtling straight back there after previous showings earlier today. Are you still on the G2 2-0? Yep. Okay. Have you seen Megalopolis? Francis Ford Coppola, Adam Driver. Back to the club. It's such a specific film reference of, I'm going to be honest, not a great movie. Slandering it on the timeline. What was the last movie you watched? As we get our bands done.
I watched Fellowship of the Ring 2 days ago.
Oh, great. What? I assume the extended edition. Of course, because no other editions, anything shorter, exists. Truly a great of all time. Now I want to go watch the Lord of the Rings movies. I know what I'm doing with my evening. Anyway, we're in on club. Capitao and Maverick removed here for the attackers. My first thought is you're going to have problems on towards the rafters, and maybe some of the game. We've seen struggles with Maverick a little bit before in terms of getting the hard breach. Where does your mind go?
Well, I mean, my mind goes just through the kind of history of the map for both of these sides. And I think that's the really interesting story about today is for a very, very long time, G2 would never go in towards Clubhouse here. They always banned this out. Whereas today, they threw it in as a bit of a curveball in their game against Genji, which is already a bit crazy considering that Clubhouse is like Genji's favorite map, and they still went there and beat Genji. And then the fact that G2 have pulled it out here again, it's nuts. And I think whenever you think about BDS on this map, BDS clobbered Genji 7-2 on it in the playoffs earlier on in the month. And then you also look at their game against Falcons. Yes, they did lose that, but again, not a bad showing. So it's a really good map for BDS. So yeah, I think for G2 coming into this game, going to Clubhouse again, I mean, is it stupidity or is it sheer brilliance?
Well, fool me once, shame on however many times we've used that phrase recently. At this point, obviously, G2, they're sitting one map away from progressing alongside what has been a very quick day. There's a quick play against it, waiting to see if they can try and trick it, but no bueno. There's great use of a Twitch drone there. B4 does what the job needed to be done, and has since...
Look at that recoil. Do not use that gun. Oh my word. That gun went straight up off the window. Oh, well. Speaking of guns, DMRs. Again, always going to be a topic, and there's Lawyer on the one of two DMRs that the defenders still have access to. Virtue is able to get the trade, though. So, honestly, I think Virtue has had such a kind of steady game. Even just a steady kind of series as well. I think he's just appeared with really important kills here and there, and wow, Virtue giving it back to his old former teammates there, Alama and Doki.
Yeah, I mean, as we came into the map as well, as Freck finds Loira, there was a little bit of a cute moment of like, good luck, have fun, you too, baby. But you know the history between these. They were already setting themselves up to fight outside the major as well. Now, can Blaz Stomp it hold out? We talked about how G2, they in some books weren't the stronger team on the previous map, and they did it off clutch plays, and now they're going to see if they can try and do that once more. Sprays either side, and there's finally an execution. Freck was watching and waiting for that fight, and look at this surrounding BDS. Get rid of the last problem in the bathroom. Get themselves off to a first round start.
Yeah, easy enough for BDS. No real issues for them. Just a pretty standard take coming in from Cash. Taking construction, playing the windows, flood in free logi. All standard stuff, but BDS did it to a very high level. And, you know, even though BDS had lost bank, still really good showing from them. You know, that's the thing that the desk kind of mentioned was, even you can still have a good performance and lose. And I think for BDS, whenever you are dealing with a best of 3, it's fine. You've still got another map to go before you're really, you know, I've really lost the game. You can lose a map as long as you don't lose a series.
I think that's it, right? Is you take blows. And it's one of the lessons that always needs to be learned by a team that's going on towards the international stage, is that suddenly that thing that seems so rare and is usually the end of your run for a lot of teams that haven't hit internationals, the best of 3s, becomes the norm. You have to have a wider map pool. The map pool is the maker or the breaker of a lot of teams, and that whole element of prediction in terms of bans, of sort of preparation in terms of how you're going to ban against teams as well, can't be as decisive. It's the game of chess that the coaches play before the rest of them get into the boxing segment. At this point, off to the first step, and I want to talk about the sort of bans and the removals. It's two aspects of almost two different plays against the hard breach and against obviously the keybers to give themselves that further extension and give themselves the range and the routes they can run. The destruction of the castle underneath. The Blaz deploys on that Clash Shield. We've seen it not be the most effective thing in the one demo we had in the previous map. But we'll see if this one is something that runs them a little bit better.
Again, good basics here from BDS. Just using the util that they have, clearing away that downstairs hold. Can't be common to see that lounge hold coming in with the castle. BDS looks as though they want to actually go for a construction take. They've got themselves in towards bedroom, and now we're obviously going to be looking for an opportunity to open up that single wall. But it's also very interesting the fact that, you know, they've also brought the Monty in. You know, generally the Monty we would kind of be used for pushing garage, but they're actually going to use the shield for construction take, and where they're going to use them, I'm still not quite sure. What is the ideology here of bringing the Monty in if you're not going to go garage?
They're looking for at least something before they can try and make their approach here, but they've not actually really been headed anything. And as he said, the lack of approach. I called it at the time. With the Capital ban, it becomes a bit more awkward to get your stretch in towards the garage side, and yeah, you can send them onto Yuck, you can have the coverage, but outside of flashes, they don't have anything. No frag grenades, nothing to hop over the top. They really cannot remove that player. And they can't get into this position as well because of the clash. They finally find the first, and it's on to Alamau. Castle's gone, and that's more on towards the site itself as the clash just buys themselves some time. He's about to be surrounded, and Doki wins out inside rafters. But Lasmo, taking red stairs, could be a big lead in, unless that happens. There's the catch. Stomping gets one. Freck almost gets got by Doki, but somehow absolutely decimates the man on rafters. And now with 40 seconds, a 2 versus 2 as Loira just bites back.
Oh, the issue here is, though, Emmy, one of them's a Monty. So really, it's up to Freck to get the kills. I mean, Virtue, he's going to try and swing with a pistol, but Stompin has repositioned himself into construction. And, oh no, the barbed wire! It's what takes out Freck. Oh my. BDS, I thought in really good shape. It was looking good, and then really just Doki ruined things from rafters, didn't they?
Oh, well, that's the power of that position, right? You know, it wasn't that it wasn't entirely uncontested. They obviously were trying to put pressure on, and the way that they removed the problem is ridiculous, in that Freck went past, swung back, got the kill. But, I mean, these sort of tragedies that we get to see play out in front of us. It's just that sort of powerful position, and that is just... It's like a horror film. Spooky season.
Mm-hmm.
You want like a full like Metal Gear like dying sound.
It's actually very on theme. That's like a saw death right there, isn't it?
Snake! Yeah.
Was that the first ever saw kill? Was the barbed wire in?
It was definitely
sure
up there as an early one.
I'm pretty sure it was the first. I think it was, yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the early where those films started, and then they got to the point where they tried to dress him up as a young man and they just put a ball cap on him. I'm like, yep, he's wearing a cap backwards.
Just save yourself the hassle, watch the first 3 and stop.
It's like when they also, you know, Dexter, the TV show, talk about horror stuff, and their way of making him look young was to just put a really bad wig on him.
Oh,
amazing cinema. Freck is almost sat watching. Took a bit of a scrap as he walked towards the site, and then he took a little bit more as he smashed open the door. And I think that's just sort of G2 saying, no, come on in. If you think you're hard enough, let's step up. And 5-1, he's definitely having a decent start.
Interesting approach from BDS, choosing to ignore the roamers. Stompin and Loira were both intending and holding in towards CC and Cash. But nobody really interested in actually challenging onto that, which I find a little bit strange. When you're leaving roamers up there, one, it's going to kind of restrict you in being able to work in areas such as oil pit and also blue. Because really, if you're Robbie in this position, you know, you're going to want to try and play around blue hatch, utilize your nades and the Deimos combination, but you're always going to feel a little bit threatened because you know that there's a player upstairs. So it's just something that BDS have to be so careful of, and it is a massive risk. You know, that roamer could completely ruin the approach here for BDS, who are very headstrong at the moment, may I add, and just trying to get themselves into the bomb site.
Well, the headstrong fight is going to swing its way out over stock. They're still adapting and moving themselves away. Stompin goes up as well. Makes the choice to be a problem later, but as Alamo goes down inside the site, that means that they can operate with way less bodies. Drop on the hatch, pre-fire either side as Blaz gets caught out around AK, so I assume there's the trade back as P4 just actually instead just keeps driving. There's the trade back. Doki gets one and gets himself across the divide, but too many options, too many possibilities, and stuck for choice, leaving Stompin. Going up above turned into the problem of, well, they know he's not below. Misses the first engagement as the track comes out. I mean, this is just a bit brutal. The burial at the end of a long round. The Deimos calling everything that he's doing. In fact, joins the hunt. Trades out for one. BDS, great execute.
Yeah, good stuff from BDS. Again, a little bit risky leaving Stompin up, but Stompin and his attempted flank did not work going in towards blue. It would have been a different story if he was able to get one. But nope, misses that in that opportunity because that G2 just could not. It just couldn't hold back against all that pressure that BDS were applying with their util. You've seen their nade placements were really good. That player in towards AKs just couldn't do anything. And again, a very difficult position to play if you don't have the Azami up. And you can see that BDS, you know, they went for that Azami ban. They've restricted at that point where really the person who plays in there, all it takes is one nade because he's going to be held from the hatch every single time. He can't get out of that position. So yeah, good work from BDS assessing the weak points, using their bans that they've went for. Strong stuff. 2-1.
It's good traded rounds. I think that's that sort of important follow through, right? Is they're not being shy, they're not being sort of passive, they're on their attack, which is their weaker half, and they know that it's a map that obviously has been tested in Manners towards G2. They need to make sure that they sort of keep testing it, keep putting the pressure on, and
10 seconds to go.
in that same sort of excuse, you know, how far could Genji get with it? How far can they get with it? All the way towards OT. Think about how that sort of played out from the side of Genji was primarily on their defense. At this point, BDS have already leveled what was done on the attack by Genji, and it's still very early doors. They can keep themselves sort of driving forward. If they can get one more, then suddenly that overtime that played out statistically wouldn't have played out earlier on today. And then you think about, okay, well, bank. If there wasn't a couple of clutches, statistically, those rounds could have gone away. They're not a million miles away, BDS here. And the pace has been brilliant as they get themselves set up around CC, apply the pressure here on towards Rafters, and start to see if they can clear across.
For BDS, it is a very slow and measured approach with a lot of these rounds. They're just going to take their time, use their util really well, just doing the basics. And really for Clubhouse, if you can do your basics, that is the main thing that we look for. And really the top teams in the world on this map are teams who can play that slow play style, because there is a massive checklist that you have to go through on a map like Clubhouse. Yes, there are rushes, don't get me wrong. We see a team like Team Secret do really well on this map because of those like little pocket rushes that they can pull out, but they are very difficult to do. Secret, I would say, are an exception to that, so usually it is a slow and methodical playstyle that we expect to see, and BDS doing a great job. You can see that they're also really safe. They do not want to give picks away from G2, because that's where they know G2 is going to be at their strongest. If you're giving G2 those freebies, they're going to run the man cap up and up and up, and you just can't get through that. So I like the way that BDS are approaching this, slow and steady. Will it win the race, though?
At this point, the first scrappy engagement comes together, ultimately in Zoki's favor, but in the meantime, Freck got caught out elsewhere. That's your ace gone. That's also the limitations now of your hard breach. Whatever's opened had to be what needed to be opened, and you hope that they've got that pressure itself. Going to try and recollect the kit. In the meantime, obviously, Loira went down, but Loira often plays those extended positions. They've lost it out, and they're still trying to get some pressure underneath Doki, the Buck. Whirring away, but think about the time, think about the pressure, and almost another body taken out. But now they've got this side closed down. They've still got to pass construction. Not another barbed wire. Oh, not another round for stomping. Virtue drifts on by and drops him like he was nothing. Leaves us in again. Another 4 versus 2 on this site. But bit of motion gets one. They also get one elsewhere as well. And narrow escape, but now they know exactly where the last player is. Alamau, he has 2 smokes in his pocket. He could try and buy himself an escape route and get some wiggle room, but look at the rotation. They're just going to go get the kit, try and get a little bit of width on the approach so they can throw themselves in. 13 seconds, and when they hit it, it's got to stick, and it does. BDS, 3-1.
Surprised he didn't take the opportunity to actually reposition, because he had plenty of opportunities to do so, but no, just stuck in the corner. He didn't want to move. But BDS, again, just very simple and basic siege on that top floor. A little bit more scrappier, had to dig in for some of those kills, but still, BDS just trucking through it. No real issues for them at the moment. Your G2 are trying to play that aggressive playstyle, but BDS are just very switched on for it. You know, they're not letting these opportunities go to waste. They've really been able to, I think, nullify the kind of clutch factor that obviously G2, we know they have in abundance. So I think that maybe, I mean, I kind of mentioned that I think BDS in that last map, I think they probably played the better Siege. I think it was down to individuals and big clutches from G2 that got them over the line and bank. Whereas now you're faced a situation where G2, they're not clutching up these rounds. You know, BDS are winning them pretty decisively. And really for G2, it just kind of exposes that they're not maybe playing the greatest of Siege today.
I think it's that sort of problem, right? Is there's the old adage, it doesn't matter how good you are, it matters how good you are on the day. Where if you're not quite pulling the game out, I mean, it's 2 best of 3s within the same day, within the same sort of space. You're already going to be tired and extended from one of them, but at the same sort of breath, they're lucky that they were able to do the distance before. Imagine if it was the other way around on the bracket and G2 would have had to get through BDS to get a place in the major earlier on today. Would they, with their performance in that game and BDS in their performance, would it have gone that way? You know, it's those tough sort of bits of maths that you can try and throw together, and it doesn't matter ultimately at the end of the day, outside of it being a thought experiment. But sometimes hypotheticals are fun. Doki thinks being outside the building is fun. Let's see if we can maybe get an early peek on towards anyone that approaches from that spawn. It's Lasmo that could be the bait, but it depends if they've droned him out. Yes, they have, says the pre-fire, directly to where his head was.
BDS not going to give G2 any opportunities at playing that aggressive game. Really for G2, I think that the timeout from Romalio is just try and maybe lean into more of a turtle, but look who they just lost. Laz? How have you died? For the shield is what was he thinking?
They've really not used a clash well today, G2. I mean, you know, it's not the most sort of obvious setup and operator, but I don't know what it is about how they've tried to deploy her today, but whoever has been holding onto the Clash Mantle has almost felt cursed that it sort of takes away from them. They've got 3 C4s to try and catch either players above or delay the plant itself, and oh, there's at least 1 prep, but it doesn't quite get anybody. Loira takes a shoulder of damage. Nothing beyond. There's a little bit more of an explosion starts to happen above the side itself. It's not really happening inside. They have sort of peeled themselves back. There's a lot for the execute here for the side of BDS. They've still got loads of flashes, a couple of grenades. They've got, you know, the bees as well to go for the drive. They're set pretty comfortably to not be stopped here. And you're wondering at what point G2 operate.
It feels as though that BDS with that first pick, so much free range just to really do whatever they want to, and they've got everything that you would need. I mean, you've got the hatches open, you've got that util dump whenever it comes to blue, of course. Maybe the only issue is going to be that mirror window, because they have used all of the Habana pellets, so they don't have anything left to remove that mirror window. So I think triple wall church take, this is going to be bold. It feels as though that's what they want to try and go for here, but against that mirror window, I don't know. It's a big risk, and you have to make sure that your util is on point whenever you're going to go for this. But there's still Wamidis, there's still, you know, denial here of the util that G2 could utilize.
There's the stress, there's the pressure, and there's the first blow against them as Stompin finds Freck and finds a little bit of safety and sanctity amongst it, but they're playing on the wrong side of an open mirror window, so they could see that approach coming, and there's 2 more, 3 more make it. Stompin gets himself another for the round, and Loira gets the end of it, and for all I sort of said they had for their execute, they could not make top or tails of it.
Yeah, just couldn't deal with the mirror windows. Yeah, I think they had the util for blue, and I think they maybe should have forced their hand a little bit more through that. Certainly the players in church, really that mirror window, just they can't do anything. And I just wonder, how did he use all 18? Like, was he just impact trick through all of them? They don't even have like just a single 2 remaining?
There's a high possibility. Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where you sort of try and run the numbers, but then you're bad at math.
just a weird one. Because again, really good shape. You remove the clash right from the rip-off, 5v4, but
located by attackers.
just nothing really comes off, and I just think it's down to G2 changing up their approach. Playing a little bit more passive, yeah. Apart from maybe Blaz had to go to the toilet during that time. Maybe he didn't hear what Malcolm told him to do. You can see everyone else were happy enough just to sit, play the util.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
BDS, they've still done very well in their attacking half, but if they could get a 4-2, I think they might be sort of driving us towards the third map quickly. Rear window, the chance of tricking. Gonna be that main call. Oh, okay. Trick Blade and Doki. It's the stuffer. And think about this position. Everything we talked about last time was Doki inside rafters that drove them in, and here, first body gone, suddenly they've got a direct route through, on towards the wall, on towards the pressure, and G2. This is entirely slipped through their fingers. Wall gets popped open, they have full rafters control demo. This is exceptionally quick.
Yeah. Just picking up the pace. I think BDS, I think the call has been right. You know what? We need to go a lot faster here, man. We need to take the fight to G2, and again for G2, lose that opening pick without anything in response. In terms of what they're going to try and go for, I assume it's going to be the bedroom 8 once more, because just look at their lineup. It's not as though they have anything to really deal with the garage. So, yeah, bedroom and Logi is what they're currently working on. You've got some players coming in from that side. I'm actually going to go for the wall being opened up right now. And again, are they really going to risk trying to go for the default whenever you know you're up against a smoke? I mean, I suppose with the time, it makes sense though, no? Like, if you've got garage control, and typically if you're coming from garage, it's all about the plant denial. That's usually the issue. It's just how safe players can sit over towards red and throw their util and stop that plant going down. But because they've been able to take garage so quickly, you're now in a position where you could just burn through that utility with such ease. Lasmau takes a lot of damage, but gets a kill in return, and look who they've been able to take out. It's the smoke. The util is now gone.
There goes one more for the trouble. Freck tears his way across and stomping a back line with a single impact to his name and no impact on the rest of the round. 4-2. Attack half here for BDS, and it's almost as if we've had a bit of a prison break from G2 throughout this day. And you keep getting glimpses of the problems with the light. It keeps being shone, and then they just slip away. Then they just stay in the darkness. But here, BDS have fully turned the light on and brilliantly sort of shown, no, these are the flaws, and this is, we've got you. And again, you have high expectations for G2, as we always do, but so well played today by BDS.
Yeah. I think G2, just the energy levels dipped. That's one thing I've noticed just on the player cams. Just don't see the same happy-go-lucky guys that we're used to seeing. Obviously, I think for G2 that last round, yes, you lose that early control, but I like the fact that BDS were attempting to take everything. Even though they've gotten garage very early on, and again, generically, the last time we were here, we seen them try and go for the kind of construction take. And for G2, the fact that there's still pressure coming in from the construction side, it would make you believe that, hey, they're still maybe trying to go construction here, but it's just BDS are giving themselves as many options as they can. And it just puts the pressure on G2 where you've got that split pressure, and G2 are just between themselves. They don't know what to hold. Do we hold in towards bedroom construction? Do we focus on garage? That's the tough thing for G2, is that they just didn't really know where BDS were going to go, and that's because BDS gave themselves as many options as was possible.
Now, can G2 rally? Can they re-find the spark of their sort of clutches out earlier on? Currently, you've only really got Stompin sitting positive across the board, and those players that we complimented earlier on today, Doki's brilliance across throwing himself out, and Blaz doing continual Blaz things, just hasn't operated it on towards their defense. So instead, they've got to try and make it land. In the meantime, you talk about how teams are working on a sort of balanced level. It's not the biggest sort of shakeaway for the side of BDS. It's not that their kills are much higher, but their deaths are definitely lower. And that's the split in terms of their team game, making sure that they're always taking these things as team-driven objectives. This is the stickier problem though. There's almost more pressure on towards Freck to start doing Freck things. We've commented on it a couple of times. His extension, the way he gets himself around a map is what really pulls it out of players. And they cut themselves halfway through the core of the map itself, and they're going to start trying to roll some boogie drowns down the long main corridor. It's P4. But pulls himself away and is chased. Freck takes a bit of damage as well, just holding on towards top blue. They all get back to the site.
Yeah. DDS, I kind of attempted a bit of a loose hold, nothing too in-depth. Now with all them being back on site, we will see what G2's really made of. Yeah, this is a full 2-minute round to set up, prepare, your execute. You've got everyone alive, you've got all your util. Realistically, this should be a walk in the park for a team as pristine as G2. Yeah, this mighty G2 team everyone loves. If they can't even attack this, then we worry. We do. You look what they've got. They've got the util dump, they've got the Ying, you've got the Brim, you've got areas that open up the hatches, you've got nades, everything that you need. Triple wall looks to be their option, but we need to get Blaz down over towards bottom main stairs before they even think about going for that. That was the issue that BDS had, was they could not clear away this mirror window. If you look at G2, they've got the 10 Habana pellets. They've got options now. They can remove that mirror window. Disable Virtue from playing as aggressive as what he wants to be right now, trying to deny access to that main stairs.
So the pressure on towards the swing on Moto. They know there's going to be a shotgun on the other side of the door that acts like a stop. When they hit it, they got to hit it with coverage on towards blue as well. Zoki drops down. Oh, actually, it seemed like he would for a second, but it's the roll of the blind that goes across, and there's the pressure. They knew pressure was going to hit blue, so they actually stepped out to see if they could get a lucky kill on towards Moto first. There's the blind on this side instead. It's sort of part of the drop, and there's the off to the races, sprayed through. P4 somehow survives as Freck's able to swing onto one. There's a couple that go back and forth, but Freck keeps locking it in. The shotgun can't quite get on the rotate. It's Freck. Still in the core, a 1 versus 1. Loira versus Robbie with 20 seconds at this point. He slips his way through. Does he opt for the engagement? They're getting themselves into this position. He's got 12 seconds, which means one opportunity to come off the plant and go for a swing, really, truthfully. Loira, oh, he's gonna stick it as he made the right choice. No.
Oh, Robbie. Big old 1v1. So the irony is, Doki was able to kill the player beside the drinks cabinet with his shotgun, but because he used the shotgun, he actually had blown away the cover that you would want to have, planting right beside the little wooden cabinet. So you see this right here, shotguns the player, but removes the wood paneling. Therefore, Loira cannot plant there, because then there would be an angle that you can see from Armory onto him, which meant he had the plant in the box. Now, the differences between the two positions is that if you plant on the box where Loira did, someone can walk from blue and just wide swing all the way around the edge of the room, beside the jukebox, and see you clear as day. You can't do anything against that. Whereas with the cabinet, you can't kind of walk all the way around the room. Yeah, just with the layout. You have to walk towards the player, which gives you a more favorable gunfight.
Well, now with this step in a right direction.
10 seconds remaining.
Will this be BDS again, just sort of hurling themselves further and further forward? G2 further and further adrift. The perfect step in towards the new half as well. And it just sort of shows how they can keep setting themselves up. Freck again. The form he's had, I'm sure there's some graphic or some manner of graphic our desk is thinking about of Freck in best of threes versus the Freck in the league. They already had a bit of a comparison of just him earlier today, but across it, he's felt like a talk about him, there he is. He's felt like the player he was in stage 1. He's hurt, turns his back and goes for the sprint away and gets out of there as well. That's at least Robbie back, but...
Yeah, missed opportunity, but still, at least a kill. And a good pick as well, don't forget the Azami. And there would have been probably, at least 2 keeper barriers still to recharge. Stopping, just straight up wall by Freck. And now G2 firmly back in control, and already, with 2 kills and still 2 minutes remaining, on this top floor, this should be simple for G2. Just all you have to do is sweep across, play your trade game. You've still got the util coming in from stomping. Got all 5 Bs still up. You've got nades, got flashbang, yeah. Should be fine. But I did say that last time, so we'll hold our breath at the moment for G2.
Ice ready.
Low control of top red. I talked about how it was at points late for BDS to get this much before. They had a lot of focus that was taken out, and they still managed to make it stick at some moments. And here, G2 been able to get it a little bit quicker, but you think about the positions that still need to pressure, and well, they're still positioning them. Stomping. Said P4 often finds himself in these odd positions, and there is another one that he is punished for. Leaves us in a 4 versus 2. It was actually common ground the other way around in the first half, and at this point, with the reveal of what's open and where they're going, drop the drone and pull themselves off towards Logi. It's a nice little move, but he's about to find a friend above the hatchet itself. That's the worry. He hears them coming out. The bees land as well, and will he get caught? No, they don't spray on the back of it. They don't catch anything on the C4 either, and he's got a bit less to work with. Lasmo does get one, but he's under intense pressure right now, and he needs Virtue to offer some support. Virtue, he's able to drift himself around. There's the hop in. There's double for Blaz. Said we didn't quite have them before, but oh, we're definitely getting him now.
Yeah, better pacing there from G2. I think using the extra man, just ran through the playbook. Pretty standard stuff. Really just the same kind of issues that I believe G2 had whenever they were defending up there. It's if you lose those initial first engagements and you're dealing with the gym and bedroom. I wouldn't say either side has been great at defending Cash. I don't think I've ever seen Cash go for free real estate as what both these teams have kind of gifted over to each other. There really is not the kind of same battle. You think about whenever VP would play Clubhouse. Think of Passion on the Clash sitting top red with about 3 ADSs. I'm not seeing that same level. You know, both teams are more than happy to kind of let that go if they need to. But then that's such a big issue because you're giving so much time away for teams to execute onto gym and bedroom. And the main issues with that bomb site is how claustrophobic it gets. Whenever those windows are going to be opened up and there's an extra man playing on said windows, there ain't a lot of safe positions that you can sit, and then you combo that with utility dump operators like your Ying and your Brim. It's a nightmare to defend. So really, a lot of the time we see that the gym and bedroom is all about how well you can deal with the extension, how well you can pick off the attackers in those opening stages. 5-man turtle on that bomb site, even a 4-man, it's not fun to play. Not.
At this point, with a divide of 2, BDS, they want to try and get this one pushed over towards map point as quickly as possible. Make sure they can sort of put the pressure on towards G2, because suddenly when they get within touching distance, you know what this team is capable of. And you want to make sure they stay uncomfortable, feel uncomfortable throughout all of this. As you said, taking some of these portions on the top floor especially is just, well, holding on to them has been the problem, actually.
Look out, it's live!
But as they try and get themselves on towards the taking CC, just preparing, watching, waiting. Blaz has the range. Now the pressure can come across. They're very quick, very elaborate in what they want to do, and that is no pressure on towards rafters for now. The take is entirely coming out on towards this site, and ooh, not entirely sure what happened. Yeah, impacted the C4. That's rotten teamwork timing there, unfortunately.
It is unlucky, but for G2, very fortunate. Got the wall open, which is the main thing at the moment. Loira. Waiting to see if he needs to make it a little bit bigger, but he should be fine to get through that. No issues that I can see. For G2, all the pressure coming in from construction now. The main thing that we always look at whenever teams are going for the construction take, Emmy, in towards Cash, you need to apply pressure on red stairs. And that is usually done by sending a player downstairs into lounge and going up that staircase.
They know somebody's coming, but if they lose somebody on the front, well, they've got to try and opt for this kill at the right time. It's just drawing Stompin's focus out. Now, Freck's playing this well. He's keeping himself just a little bit further away. He's got an ump. And that, I mean, it's not the strongest gun. It's definitely stronger than that at that range. There's another one for Robbie as well. They're still concerned. Great motion here by Freck. He's got himself into Logi, and he can just apply this pressure. He can get caught out at this point. He's already done more than enough in that he's drawn the players out and away from it. It allows a little bit of a swing back, but as the fight is so scrappy, Loira, oh, he's beating himself up to not get that kill, but he does get somebody else instead because he just screams in on towards the breach. Robbie gets himself a third for the round, and Fortunately, Alamau cannot quite get the catch he would want. Grenade forces the motion elsewhere. A 1 versus 1, but Robbie! You said you wanted more hero plays from BDS. How about a 4K?
Wow. Oh, Robbie, again. He's been the 1v1 king. Wow. So close. G2 just can't get it over the finish line. BDS, Robbie, it's been that guy. Wow. 6-3. BDS. A massive gap now is formed.
Club and G2. It's not quite a partnership or a match made in heaven. They might have been able to get a couple of wins on it recently, but I think, as I said before, this is the light being shined on the floors by BDS. Yeah, it's coming down to these moments. Fine, it's 2 1 versus 1 sort of clutches, but you can see the frustration on the side of G2. You can see that they're struggling with the sort of reasoning on why this isn't quite going in their way. And now, back down towards the basement. One of the things about this game and how it's played out, G2 have had 1 opening kill, and it was on the very first round. Since then, every single other opening kill has gone into the favor of BDS.
Reloading.
Big stats. Big stats. I think for BDS, I don't really think they care about the stats as long as they're winning the rounds.
I think they'll be. I mean, I think the entry game is sort of leading in towards how this is going, right? It's G2 have never been able to operate in a way at full strength. Yes, obviously some of them will get traded. Yes, obviously we have a 6-3 scoreline. That means that 3 of the times, or 2 of the times, it's gone into their favor. But I mean, that one they get, and they do it by just sending it in, but it's very quickly traded back out by Freck, who gets rid of Stompin. No Ash. So now those mirror windows you're thinking about, okay, well, you've got to keep some of that in Habana, because otherwise you can't quite get rid of them. They're just going to try and use the blitz, I guess, to shepherd fights, fine, but then where do you put the blitz on the execute here, Demo?
I mean, typically whenever we see the shield be utilized, that is typically in towards construction. But really, is a dirt tunnel take going to be an option for G2? Probably not. Just don't think they have the util dump necessary to kind of go for that play. Could just be a straight kitchen drop, and I think it might be Alamar with a shield. Just put it on his back and just go for the plant.
There's the plan. He's in, he's off, and he's going to go for the plant itself. Is there a C4 to catch it? Yes. And then there's also a fight that goes across either side. Quick reaction by BDS, but now it's 2 versus 2. So G2 going to try and get the gun skill to run it through to the end, but it's only Loira left. No, it isn't. It's a BDS second map in the series, which means that we fall to a best of 1 here, Demo. BDS have fought back.
Yeah, credit to BDS. Looking really strong. Really good opening half as well. Their attacks were crisp, they were clean, slow, methodical. The way you play Clubhouse, yeah, good stuff.
Well, good stuff, great stuff, and break stuff. In the words of Limp Bizkit, we're going to a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, BDS, bring it back! And just like you see on here, in the words of Demo himself, it was brilliant! Oh, that's so good!
I knew Jack was not going to say anything, and I didn't want to leave you hanging. So
thank you very much. Well, you know what?
that's on him, though.
That is on me.
It's brilliant.
It really was so good. And I think, you know, one thing that we talked about was how BDS were not going to be worried about seeing the G2 performance on Clubhouse earlier. And actually, BDS looked club, and they showed us just why, Leo.
I think that the team play is the real key, the way that Clubhouse played this. Yeah. The whole meta and the whole way you play Clubhouse, it really thrives on step-by-step methodical play, right? If you think of the way that Alema calls for G2, I think that you could really see the big difference in the way that they played the map before, Bank, way more open, where you can get aggressive, where you can slip your way in, where you can have roamers, where you can go and have those split takes. And the side of BDS that loves the traditional way because it can give them a preset plan. Exactly like Chalet was perfect to beat Falcons on it, and well, Clubhouse is perfect to beat G2 on it. And it shows the potential and growth of BDS.
G2 got over the line earlier when they were up against Genji through individual hero plays. Like, we saw lots of them. They weren't always, you can't always consistently rely on them. And I think this map showed us why Clubhouse is ultimately G2's plan. Now, in terms of the objectives for both teams, it's objective achieved. So for G2, they've already shown Clubhouse now, they might as well allow it through and allow it to be played.
And look at this graphic. For once, what do we see? The three fraggers on the side of BDS are stepping up. They're all stepping up when it matters the most against a team that is individually skilled. And it works well because now Frek is back on his Frek mania. He's now back at the level that we expected at the beginning of the stage and basically the level that he should at the first BO3. If you look at the way he played from map 1, only 8 kills. Well, he reached 8 kills halfway through the map already, and we knew he was going to come for this. And with 14 kills, almost doubled his amount of kills.
Almost.
Thank you for that, Jack.
No, I will say, like, you know, it's map differences as well, isn't it? Like you said, the playing G2 on Bank, it's going to be hard. There's a lot of space. There's a lot of creativity that can follow on Bank. With Clubhouse, you know your positions, you follow through, you go in the same positions at the same time, and you can therefore leverage that, especially when you're in a team that likes to leverage those step-by-step plays. And I'm not surprised to see Frek flourish on Clubhouse.
And this is despite the fact that we talked about at the end of map 1, G2 look so comfortable and they sound so comfortable. They're moving around, they're having fun, they're laughing, and it seems like it was all serious business now for them.
Yeah, and it's the opposite now for BDS.
Exactly.
BDS are having fun. Because what? Because their fraggers are now fully confident that they can take those gunfights and win them. And so we're here, we're seeing two teams in EML that have both improved drastically even. And I will say this, I think that BDS is proving a lot of haters wrong. They're proving that they can rise to the occasion and can contend with the best of 4. Me first, I did not think that BDS could contend with G2. And I'm happily surprised with the level they're showing.
It certainly gives you hope for when we get to the major. I know there's a whole bracket to play out for the EML playoffs, but it gives you hope that when we get to the major, because, you know, let's be real, at the start of this stage, you would have said G2, Falcons, Secret,
maybe
and then
VP.
Probably VP would be the 4 teams. And certainly last stage, they were the best 4 teams. So if somebody else was going to replace them, they were going to have to step up internationally. Now, BDS still have to prove it internationally, but those 2 maps against G2 show that they can do it.
Once that burden, that backpack of what had happened before went off and that they qualified to Munich, everything was good. And now we'll get to see them on our 3rd map in the series. Who gets to play against Team Falcons tomorrow? Well, there's one map dividing us. We'll see you after the break.
Easy, easy, teammate.
Jesus. Nice. All right, listen. There's a few guys left. I'm going to entry. You're with me. I need you to stay on cams and support us if we need.
Got it.
All right, with me. Clear. 3, 2, 1. Cover me. Jack. One on the right. Oh, shit. No, call! Get off your cams. We need help. Fucking Alamo. Take the case. Go on without me.
Shut the fuck up, Jack.
What? Is he okay?
I've been worse.
Friends, it is decided. For a chance to play Team Falcons, we go to map 3 between BDS and their opponents of G2. And this one is a map that has honestly grown on me over the past 6 months, and it is Lair. It was not high up on my list. Nighthaven was at my heart, just like that. But Lair is up there, and it just, the way that it plays out, really, really well.
Well, I think if you look at the differences actually between Lair and Nighthaven as our two newest maps, Nighthaven is quite constricted in what you can do. It's got a very firmly established meta. You can't really flow too much outside that meta. Lure is developing a meta, but you still have a lot of creativity and a lot of different ways you can attack and defend. You know, you think at the top floor, you can come from the operation side, you can go from the R6 room side. Same with the middle floors, you can either do top down or you can do direct. And even the basement, you can do the top down with the Rara strat full clear, or you can go garage cross. There's lots of different attacks and defenses that teams can do, and I think that's why our teams love Lure so much. It's a perfect map for both of these teams.
It is the perfect blend between the playstyle of Bank that is really open and thrives on sweep takes, and the playstyle of Clubhouse that is closed and has a frame. It is the mix of the two. It is the mix of the two playstyles, the one of BDS and the one of G2. We're in for a great match, and most importantly, we're in for a match that will guarantee that team is going to get to play Falcons and maybe then reach grand finals for a share of the 300 SI points if you're first and 150 if you're second.
It's a lot of SI points. That's a lot that BDS would love to have given their situation to kind of compensate for what happened in stage 1. Let's not dilly-dally any longer. Our casters await. Flute and Demo, take it away.
Thank you, Milos, and we are going to be carrying us through to the guaranteed last map of the day, last map in the showdown, and that last team in the top 3 gets to keep themselves progressing and prepare to fight Falcons. We find ourselves here, though, with a G2 a bit behind their usual par, and BDS, who have looked sharper than ever, Demo.
Yeah, it's been a great series from BDS. Steady is the word I would use throughout this series. G2, the last map, just a lack of energy in my eyes. I think the team needs to get themselves up for this. Is it maybe a case of G2 where they think, you know what, job's done today, don't really care what happens? No. For G2, go in there and keep moving up the rankings, yeah? They finished first last stage? What? Why not go for a back-to-back? Where's the ambition?
I mean, you know, ambition is a virtue, and, well, he's on the other team, so...
BDS have a virtue.
Yeah, it's throwing ourselves in. Master Office, R6 room, starting here on this map. I'm kind of distracted by the old chat, I'll be honest. I was half listening to the things you were saying, because...
I mean, I'm used to it.
No, I know. In game, I'm all yours.
That's fine. No one listens to little old me. Just look at me, just stuck here out in the cold.
You're in the cold? Why is your computer outside? Get inside. That's not. I didn't ask you to do that.
Just as usual, everyone's inside having a Christmas party, and I'm out in the snow.
Being visited by 3 ghosts. Telling you.
I don't think I was rich, because I'd be okay if I was rich, but I'm not.
The worry is if we start talking that Mariah Carey's gonna unthaw and come for us, so we must.
Michael Bublé.
Yeah. Yeah. I like how he, you know, Mariah Carey lives up to her love of Christmas. Michael Bublé seems like he's been cursed to be a great Christmas singer, and he loathes the curse. Anyway, enough about Christmas music. Let's see if it's sweet chin music as Robbie tries to scream his way immediately across and underneath the site. He's going to see if he can try and kick upwards at anybody that's inside itself. You've got the Deimos, you've got the chance of tracking anyone on all this soft, and there's the reveal that he's underneath here. So he's about to maybe find a fight as it's Loira who wants to creep their way a bit closer, making sure he's not on an active drone, but the drone is about to roll its way towards him, and the Solus, he's going to get caught out. What will he do with the 2 pocket proxies? Probably not a lot, but he's going to bide his time on this approach.
Always tense. That first mid-floor battle. Get the spot onto the Solus. Did he spot him enough to get the track? That's the question that I would like to know, but... Oh, the P90! Not favourable against the Deimos. Loira goes down. Good first engagement. You know, won by Robbie, who really today is just the 1v1 guy, which is weird considering that Stompin is in this lobby.
I mean, we're setting up the next challenge, right? There's Doki leaning out and getting back last mode. Now, they've now lost one of their hard breachers, but they always seem to double stack. And Virtue is there as well, but look, P4! How many times does he make a play like this? It doesn't always connect in the same way, but there's 2 quick kills, and there's a quicker round. I mean, what a strike.
It's P4, just P4 things. I mean, he is the backstabber. He is the faceless assassin who takes on many forms.
I do love it. I mean, it's the sort of thing about P4 as a player that's well known is that he takes risks. And he does it in such a sort of cavalier way. He'll throw himself in, he'll charge, and there's a period of time where it would generically go more wrong than right. But now he's finding a form. It's just terrifying because if it does go wrong, it doesn't shake him. He's like, I'll get him with my next backstab. I'm going in, you know? And that mindset, it's the mindset of a killer, Bella.
Great start for G2, and certainly a map like Lair. It's a map that both teams, of course, have played this stage. I think both teams are fairly confident. I mean, I always said I really like the way that G2 attacked this map, and hopefully we will be able to see quite a bit of that if we get onto their side. Or should I say when we get onto their side. Whereas, I think for a team like BDS, you know, I think Jack kind of summed up very well. You know, map like Lair, you are kind of still playing that kind of slow and methodical playstyle. But you also do have the kind of added blended factors that maybe Back might have, you know, with the quick kind of aggressive positions that you can take. Because the map is just so gigantic. I believe the last time that BDS actually played Lair, it was a win up against, a loss against Falcons. Before that, they had a win against Genji. So again, a bit of a hit or miss record, but still not bad for BDS in terms of map scores just in general.
Well, there's I said it's all or nothing, and P4 this round, nothing. Gets caught up early on there, not sure where he was trying to fully get himself situated. Laz disagrees. Now they've got to operate for 2 minutes without P4 or any of his gadgetry, and also as C4 removes Lasmo as well. This round has instantly bounced back. What a different turn of face. The spin. Doki and Robbie get big chunks out of each other. They're sort of just saying, look, come on, swing, swing. We know you're coming at this point. Ooh, Robbie does get at least one. They're trying to get the pinch on this player between them, but are they going to try and fight their way out via Robbie? It does seem that way. Slips their way across. Lucky timing for the defender to not be caught by Robbie's position. And I say that, he's just going to step in anyway. He does get the kill, but gets caught out. Stomping. There's a 1 versus 1. I don't know how you strike that up, but as Loira picks up the pieces, it does at least count as the trade. And that leaves the 1 versus 3 here. A minute left. Freck has a lot of time and a couple of sets of Bs. But I was about to say, there's always the chance that these C4s being the end of him. It's just down to see if he can find an opportunity to strike his way through G2.
I mean, they really do though. Don't even have the kit either. G2 just sit in their hands, play their angles. Know exactly where he is. See all 3 of them, guns lined up, straight into that position. Knows where Loira is. Is he aware that Doki is also to his left? Now he will know. There's too many angles. I mean, 3 different angles the guys to fight against, and it's just never gonna happen for him. Yeah, G2 win that. Yeah, G2 just a really good trade game. You know, going upstairs, that's where a lot of the heavy fighting was done, as expected in this bomb site. And they just trade it really well. You can see the initial attempt of trying to clear upstairs just did not work for BDS. And I think whenever you look at that bomb site, if you take out those key operators that you need to have for the util dump, that bomb site is just it's mad to try and attack it if you don't have the util to back it up. And yeah, if you lose that util, yeah, you can't really go anywhere with that. So yeah, BDS just faltering on their top 4 player. But again, good stuff from G2 though, making sure that they have that man advantage.
Well, that's a step back in the right direction, blow for blow for now, and G2, they played themselves pretty strong in the start. They're going to opt to go back towards the top and make sure that they can try and get this one as strong as it was before. Obviously, this is the site that, you know, is the most common played, sets itself in. I'm wondering why they're just trying to avoid the basement, but they're usually a team that is happy to stretch onto multiple different sites. In fact, they're often a team that sometimes picks the site that nobody else ever wants to go. Sometimes just as a show of strength of being like, oh, you can't play this site? We can. Not that it always comes out as a win, but the intent is still there. Here, though, back towards Master Office, redo what they couldn't do the first time round and sort of say, okay, look, you may have had this once, but, you know, we can get it the second time. We can win out the rest of these, and if we end up coming here again, well, you'll probably lose again. BDS, it does give them another opportunity. And remember how this sort of started with a scrappy fight underneath that couldn't quite go into a Solace's way? There is no Solace this time around. Instead, oh, it's a fretless round. The punch, the pressure on the mirror window, and a Maverick that can't quite get themselves on the wall.
Yeah, losing out on Frack is not going to be helpful. Not only do you lose the Grim, but just Frack as a player. We know what he brings to this roster. Lose him, not great.
Activating Selma.
For BDS, I mean, they're obviously trying to play that kind of, I won't say just basic style of Siege that we have come to kind of expect no matter like layer, but I think G2 just seem a lot more locked in, almost. They're not letting the same kind of things happen to them. They're not sitting back and allowing BDS, you know, they'll take the aggro through them this time. Just a little bit more high energy, which is what I asked of G2 that they need to try and bring. But really, they've got every avenue covered. Like, this is quite good as well if you look at G2. They're bringing plenty of stuff just to stop these crouch boxes. They've got traps, they've got barbed wire. They're not allowing BDS just to slip into the bomb site as what they did previously.
Couple of tears of heads off either side, and well, they've been able to at least get one of the players out as Doki's removed and keep the pressure on towards the site. But think about how far out they are. P4 is still running some drones in, trying to get some control, and maybe has one more Flores drone to make it work, but his Lawyer is fighting Virtue on the other side, and it's a 1 versus 1 here. They have to find a way to close down on a single player, but Alamau and Stompin win out those engagements, and now P4 can only be described as late to the party. Stompin, sick of Alamau, kills him, and that's why that's happened, not an accident. And that leaves us in the 1 versus 3. P4, last time he opened up here by crouching in towards the site. This time, as we saw in the previous round, I mean, look at the positions G2 are in. They're keeping their meter close to their chest. As soon as he enters through the door, it's a play on contact. They hear the rip of the flash, and I mean, they're just perfectly reactive to each other, Demo.
Yeah, again, G2 just closing it out. No real opportunity to give BDS any chance at a clutch. But yeah, again, for G2, they've adapted. Not allowing those quick little micro plays that BDS had went for previously. They brought in the traps, brought in that bit of barbed wire, slowed down that approach from BDS, and almost felt as though like they lost Freck, and they kind of looked like a little bit lost. Like they didn't really know where they wanted to go at that point. And people started trying to make a play, and it's backfired as things go from bad to worse. So yeah, a little bit of a worry here for BDS. I definitely think they need to try and get this next round, or else they may be opening themselves up just to kind of get, I wouldn't say steamrolled, just based on momentum, because we know what G2 are like.
We do, but I think it's fair to sort of say that BDS on their defense today have been brilliant across both sort of maps. I think this is a map where you're looking at a 4-2 defensive half, you're looking at that sort of control still into your favor, and you know, it's sort of backed up as well. I think across the board, it's not the most defensive-sided map, but it is the most played in EML. And it sits, I think, within the top 3, definitely. So it's that sort of idea of they're just getting enough work done, they're getting themselves driven enough. BDS, they want to get themselves 2 attacks that they opened up with 1. And since it's been 2 rounds in a row, slows them down a lot, which I think you're sort of commenting on there as well, and you're seeing that G2 are sort of stealing the pace back in towards their favor. And BDS have thrived on that quick application of themselves in towards the map, but there's always still time in this. As they drop their way down towards the basement site to see if they can try and pull this apart. No go for that Twitch drone, but yes go for Freck shooting Blaz in the head. There goes your Vigil. Trying to get a peek out of the doorway, gives a camera and control of it all away, and it's just kind of wasteful for the Vigil.
Yeah, Blaz goes down very early on without having any real impact. Again for G2, forcing them Really have to try and get that kill back, and Stomp is trying his best to do so, but pivots off, use that Kiba to give him a little bit of mobile cover. He's really up against it at the moment. Let's see if he can maybe try and fall back to his teammates, and Alamaus came over to try and give said support on that clash. BDS don't really have anything to go against the clash, so this is the main thing though, but Brett just slips in, look at that. Takes down Stompin', and yeah, 3v5. Very quickly, G2. Where are they going to go from here?
That's it. Alamau, he's going to get himself back towards the site. Freck didn't want to overextend his welcome, but they know somebody's above. They're spraying through it, and Freck takes a lot more damage than Doki did. But still, the fact that they have the 5 versus 3, the fact that they know Doki's loose, and they have a minute 20, they have so much time to try and close this down and make it a 5 versus 2 or a 4 versus 2 and play on the trade down on the site itself. Instead, they're going to push and punch the site. It's a game that they've done many, many times. When they know that they have an advantage on it, well, why not throw ourselves in? They won't expect it as much. They're trying to buy as much time as possible. Loira checked and double checked, and now, well, I was going to say it's just one left, but it isn't. Strong return to form there for BDS, and is that what you kind of wanted, Demo?
Of course it is. Yeah, I think whenever you look at that basement, G2, they're not going to turtle. We learned that from the IGL Summit whenever they were talking about, okay, what kind of style of siege, and you know, EFAC goes turtle, and they go, well, you can do that because you've got Shaiko. We have to roam. So again, you have to roam. And I think for G2, obviously that no impact at all from Vigil doesn't help. And it just leaves Stompin' in such a difficult situation where, yes, you know, Alamau came, but what... There's only so much that Clash can do. Yeah, has the shield. Shield doesn't have, you know, guns equipped to it. You can't walk around and just press, you know, just sit there and have guns firing out of the shield. So it is still, at that time, only Stompin' who can play with a gun. And if he misses an opportunity, which he did, Freck slips in, picks up the kill, it's done. And you go 3v5 on that bomb site with having very little influence on the BDS attackers. It's over. And that's exactly what happened. BDS have that 2-man advantage. They just work the basics. They work what they need to do. They get themselves set up in positions for that kind of horizontal push across. Coming in from Garage. Yeah. Simple stuff. And I think, Lair, we've seen it before on these attacks. If you do the basic stuff right, it makes these attacks look great. It makes the map look so easy to play.
Yeah, I think that's the sort of spread of it, right? It's why, I guess, when you have a new map come into the pool, there's always the questions of how's this going to play? I have fan favorites, yada, yada, yada. And people had questions about this map when it first sort of came in. You had the back of Labs that was really good, and we'll get to the follow through here. Does Robbie know? No, is the answer. A Stompin' pops up, puts him down, and heads on out of there. A failure to launch for a Nook. And they can just get themselves back towards the verticality. Anyway, as I was saying, we had a bit of a slow adoption of this map, I think. And over the past sort of split, especially in EML, seeing how teams have driven creative attacks has really brought it to the forefront. Scrappy fights underneath, and Freck's just going to get out of there because they cannot afford to lose. And if it goes into a 5 versus 3 on your pressure on the top floor, pressure in the basement, the round is done.
Moving now into this mid floor, and same struggles I feel for BDS. You're put in a situation where we know you're gonna have to try and go above. Yeah, G2 will hold upstairs, they make the vertical angles. You have to try and clear those roamers. Already, you lose that first pick. You're at that man deficit. You lost nades as well, which would have been great for picking off little bits of the util. You think about the Nari trips. Obviously, the Renegates are going to need to get burned by something. They get the kill back, but still, a minute 10. I don't think they have enough time to try and clear above now. Because if they do, I think they're leaving themselves really sparse of time and actually going to go for the execute. So this is now a big decision that BDS need to make. And I'm looking at the lineup, and all they have is the Kappa. If those Kappa bolts are not going to hit it smart, they've got nothing in terms of util.
It's also the split of they don't have anything to have opened the wall as well, but they do have Virtue. Oh, swings his way around. Gets the double across the top, and this is that split, right? I was about to make the point that they don't have anything to open the back wall, so even if they try and snuck themselves in, well, this position that Doki's in is a powerful one, but at this point as well, even if they're not outside that site, they can just try and, Capital bolt themselves in, drop the hatch and go for the fight at the same second, 20 seconds. And it's got to go sharpish. They're trying to find where the two players are. The Kiva's going to slow them down. All plays against the utility, sprays through. Another Kiva. There needs to be a punch from the side, and there it is, round the back. Freck leaves just Blaz alone, blinded, sprayed and caught, and BDS operate brilliantly on the back of Virtue.
BDS were looking to go upstairs. Yeah, they actually wanted to push that. What I don't understand, why have the two G2 players pushed into them? They double swung on the hallway. You look where Virtue is in this scenario. Hopefully we'll get the replay on it. This right here. Why are they pushing into him? They have cleared top floor without really going into top floor.
I said it before, ambition is a virtue, so is patience. And they opted to not bring any and found him instead. 3-2, BDS at this point, in some books, have done more than enough on their attack. Got themselves the even guarantee. G2, it's still very scrappy between these two teams at points. But when you have, obviously, Freck still operating the way he is and has been today, when you're having moments like that, again, you sort of called for those clutch potential moments, right? And we said that was the thing missing from BDS's performance earlier. Now we're getting it, and in some manners it's been taken, and in some manners, like it was there with the double swing onto Virtue, it's being helped along a bit by G2's decision-making. Now they've got to operate with the hope of getting an even tie on their lair defense.
Yeah, not great for G2, but I did mention before, their attacks are good. I will say that about G2. They understand the fundamentals of how you can approach a lot of these bomb sites, especially that mid floor. I always love seeing how they operate on that bomb site. BDS, definitely a change of pace in terms of the operator selection. I mean, this just kind of leads you in to think, okay, it's going to be a little bit sneaky with the Glaz being picked in there, but also you've got that explosive nature of comboing that with your Ying. So I think it does open the door for quite a lot of possibilities. Main worry, once again, how do they deal with the clash? I think this has been something that G2 has brought. I wouldn't say that BDS has ever really brought a hard counter to the clash, but I wouldn't say the clash has had like any influence tonight. Like, really, no. G2 have not played the operator well.
No, I said it before as well. Seemingly, whoever picked up the mantle of the clash is cursed at this point. There's a swing out. A very ambitious Loira is almost punished, but did they actually get off what they wanted to do? Yeah, yeah, they did.
Yep.
Okay, now they only have, well, 2 exothermics in the pocket of Lasmo, but they're gonna have to rotate him around.
Oh, that's crazy tough.
Drone up and running.
And they're gonna have to go somewhere else. I don't think they can go for that traditional plan.
I mean, not without a lot of work already done. So instead, it seems like they're gonna propose themselves top green, pressure on the opposite side. We start to get the call in from the window itself. P4 though, he's just being smoked out, I think, and oh yeah, fire instead. He still drives behind it, and this is the decision making we talked about of him as a player. He's fearless. Sometimes it's a benefit, sometimes it's a boon, but here as it opens the door, removes the smoke, 50 seconds, there's the cross, they're just sending it, Demo. All the way in, BDS, once again, scream and charge their way across the top. Blaz blinked and all of his team was dead. Does get one. I mean, you know, P4 and Lasmo massively hurt, but at this point they can watch it from a bit of range. They've planted on the default and Robbie cuts him in half anyway. 4-2, attack in half.
Wow. Really good stuff again from BDS. Don't know how they've done it, honestly. With that breach not being opened up, cannot get a Thermite into that position in towards top mess. Not going to happen. So their options are very limited. You have to give credit to the Glass. That made the round, took so much damage from smoke or the flames. Don't know what it was exactly, but whatever it was doing tick damage to him. And he just kept pushing. And as long as he's at 1 HP, he's still a threat. Gets the opening pick. Disruption then just flies through the ranks of G2. and they can't stabilize. I'm going to have to come back to that clash again. Where is the value coming from that operator? Like, really? What has that clash been able to do? On the series, not just this map, by the way. They're not making an isolated thing here. And I'm not just going after Stompman because they so happen to play that. We've seen Blaz on it, for example, as well. The whole series, the clash just has not done anything.
Oh, we've seen, I think the only person who we've not seen play Clash is... I'm trying to think, in map 1, I'm just having a quick look through. Yeah, Lawyer, the only person who hasn't played Clash today for G2 is Doki. And I think they've maybe lost pretty much every single, or at least everyone has had a loss on it. But even then, in the times it's won, it's never been that most effective sort of position. It's never been that difference maker or decider.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm reloading.
Either way. Can't all pin it on one thing. What we got to pin it now on is the second swing round. G2 not allowed to operate with 2 of the choices of shield. I mean, maybe at this point, with how their luck has gone with the clash, I don't think it's... you could probably leave them with shields and just see if the curse carries on either side. BDS back where they've been happiest on their defense here. I said, you know, 2 rounds, they might have been happy with it. They must be over the blimmin' moon, demo. Quick break. On towards the site wall. They can get their eyes towards Mask and the chance at a plant. Just get some of this prep work done here, G2, and then start prodding and probing on towards Ops.
I'm reloading.
They've got the Keybers and his army setting up partially aggressively. It's just a burn utility, burn a bit of time. Oh, I do like the little Elamine behind it as well.
It pays off, though. Elamine. Into Ops he goes. He knows what he's after. The drone work. Did for himself. Was good. So that... As we think about falling off. No, I mean, for Nazami, it's all about playing your life here, isn't it? And slowly taking a back step. It's allowed E2 to get themselves in, and they can look to open up at least the first wall. And move, of course, in towards Mez. For BDS, denial there with that smoke. But no ranged hard breach for G2, so they may have similar issues that BDS had whenever it comes to that main wall that leads into the bomb site. You know, trying to thermite that or put a hard breach gadget on it, it's going to be very difficult, but I will say that they've got like a Captal, for example, which will make things a lot easier. Just fire off, stop them from pushing around so you safely can. Go for the wall being opened up. That's just going to do it dry. Mostly because nobody's in a position to really challenge onto it. Laura's got himself in the bathroom to stop that cross, so... Yeah, Stomping can get the wall opened up. So, I mean, immediately for BDS, they know where they're going to plant. You know what's coming. That wall being opened up, it signifies, okay, it's going to be a default plant. How do they work around this?
And can they? As the pressure starts to surround them, it's the fire that pushes them to the end. There's another kill picked up by Blaz as well. It's 1 on Loira with a cap can. But at this point, Freck against the world, really. BDS. They just got isolated. G2 were able to cut the angles. The opening kill, not entirely sure how that came together from the windows, but then they had bathroom. Then Doki had the confidence to push up the main stairs, gets that locked in, gets that cross. Okay, now we can get the plant. Now we can just focus in. Think about what they took in totality was not a huge amount, right? They didn't really have anyone putting pressure on the back of site from green. They didn't really have anything else, but what they had it very firmly, and it allowed them to build in.
They went and they took what they needed. And really, for that team, it's okay, let's get bathroom. Then that means we can upload the wall. You look at the operators that they had on board. You've got the Grim, you've got the Capitao. Grim, as we know, is perfect whenever it comes to the art room. You just Grim out everything, jump in the window, take your picks. Last did that. Capitao, able to clear out the player in behind the desk. Oh, he was that player as a smoke. Oh, now we can plant. Just everything went their way. And BDS just didn't really react to it. Like I said, it was obvious the way that G2 were going to go about that attack, but BDS just kind of let it happen almost. You know, the smoke. Like, what was he hoping for? That the fire was going to miss? He needs to get... I think the smoke needed to throw his util. I know it may sound crazy. A lot earlier to get himself out of that position. He should know that he's going to be dead if he stays behind that table. Use the smokes early to get yourself out, so then at least you can still stay in the round.
it's also the sort of element, right? When they're in that position, they have so much control. Yeah, okay, you might be able to stop them planting on the default if you time those smokes right with a minute left. Fine. But they know you're there. You are 100% there. There's Keybers behind it, and it is the position to be in to deny this. So you can try and push them down so they have maybe instead of no time, they have 15 seconds left if you deploy them a bit earlier. But if that buys you a chance at an escape, it buys you a chance at stressing them out anyway.
Yeah. It's the longer the round goes on, the more mistakes it could happen. Because everyone knows if you're under the pressure of a clock, everyone's human. Everyone makes mistakes because of that.
Drone is ready to go.
Now at this point, G2, they've been able to get this round back, put themselves a little bit closer towards the fight. If they can tie themselves up and level it after their first 2 attacks, everything sort of said about how good they are on attacking this map will start to come together. They've opted to try and double down on this in terms of the site itself and in terms of the adaptation of the hold as well. Not really a huge amount of change apart from this. The slow down on the swings. You've got the Fenrir that's going to try and make things a bit trickier.
Ready to go.
And then obviously that's it, really. Over the cap can.
Yeah.
Will that really be the main change?
It's a little bit more aggro, isn't it? You know, you can see that they wanted to hold ops a little bit longer that time, but still, it seems to be kind of brewing up the same outcome. You know, where they're in where they want to be in towards ops. They can now rotate their util dumpers. Again, you have that grim more towards ops. Robbie's been able to get Doki though, so they have got the first pick. And look who they've been able to get though. It is the Capitão. So clearing out Freck in behind that table, you need to get something else rotated. And the only thing that they would really have is probably the nade from Loira.
That's it though. With that first kill gotten at least one back, Robbie might have done all that was needed to be done. The Keybers aggressively on the door this time, and the Fenrir to just slow things down. It's earlier pops of the smokes as well. He's entirely out of them at this point. They're not playing that, as we said, the do or die position, and somebody's rotated underneath too. There's somebody that can try and apply some pressure on towards the default plant, and that is the time that has been brought towards them. You assume it's Virtue with the C4, but as Stompin gets P4, we're going to find out. There's the plant being attempted. Alamau moves off, and Stompin gets one more for the trouble, but Loira does go down. 7 seconds. They don't have the kit. They don't have anybody left because Freck swings it round. Freck! Bloody Freck!
Oh my. Blood is emoting on them.
He always does.
Again.
But the thing is, okay,
wow.
Last time he did that emo, it was against Falcons, and then they started doing it back and won the map. So I think, I think he saved it for the 3rd map this time, so they cannot watch the VOD and know that he's been doing that.
So that round should have been G2's. Nailed on a G2 round. No doubt about it. A tremendous toss into the bin for G2. It more or less played out the same way, did it not? Take in towards ops, open up that breach, get the util dump coming in from the arc side of things, pick up the kills, which they did. And as usual for BDS, their knight in shining armor comes gallivanting in, picks up a quad. Simple as that, they couldn't kill Freck. And it's not so much, I think, the case of strategically, because I suppose you could make the argument, oh, well, if Doki didn't die, they could have had the cap. I get that, and I made that point. But still, in a 2v4, at that stage, you trade your bodies. You just kill the guy, but they couldn't. It's just one guy's killing you as you're trying to rush in.
I think one of the things that we can sort of talk about and not be like, see, we're right, was the stress of time. For me, is what sort of raised that big problem. And that was the delay that, in a way, you know, BDS could have cooked the round before. They had options, they had changes, and a brilliant way for them to grow into it. What a round and what a day for Freck. Here, 5 apiece. Once again, setting themselves up, but the 5-3 divide is the one that G2 is being haunted by. And that entry statistic, before things slip away from an even hand on either side is something that I think we've continued to find eludes them. This confidence keeps kicking in. Only 2 rounds separate BDS from continuing along the lower bracket and preparing themselves for just such a rematch against Falcons. Something they'll probably be happy for. And Freck is trying to drive them there. Caught out, stomp in, make sure it doesn't last very long, and wants to keep sending himself for the next fight, but there's only a couple of bullets left. Baited into Loira. He chased for the kill, Robbie did, and unfortunately he met a fate. And now Virtue desperately trying to get around the back of the site, get around the back of the push, takes out 2 drones. They know he's here. Oh, he expects the fight, but he can't win it out. And now, yep.
I mean, I think for G2, it's just a case of keeping that man advantage now, isn't it? Same way that kind of BDS steamrolled through this, but a double flank. You never expect the second, do you? You never do. And now that makes things a little bit interesting. I mean, if Plasma can get pick here, then it's on.
Well, this is the thing, right? This is why you immediately drop the hatch back onto site, because if G2 thought there was only one left on site, they would immediately operate. He cannot sit and hold on to the verticality. He knows that they're just going to charge, and at this point, G2 are having to retake the vertical. You can see the outline has gone above. It's taken time away. But he's so desperate to find a fight. And then you look at things like the Goyo canisters, and you look at the health of Loira and Stompin, and you're thinking, okay, maybe this one isn't impossible. The flash comes out. They have themselves partially covered here. Plasma is still the one that's desperate for the engagement. Just going to keep sending him his way around. 30 seconds and he pops the fire, but there's the kill. And there's P4 popping another.
That's the kit.
28 seconds. They're trying to double up so they can push. There's a 2 versus 1 on towards contact. They've got to wait at least. And look how far back he's going. The safety. And the pre-pep smash on towards, but as the plant is being put together, there's the spray round, and Loira actually went down and came back on towards it. There's another bit of motion here. P4, he's trying to find the opportunity. There's one. Oh, it's ring around the rosies, but he doesn't have much left. It's Stompin to clutch this one out. P4 almost the hero play of the day.
Oh, I thought it was there for him. I really did. Constant information from that bulletproof. As soon as the Dokkaebi Call wore off, you've seen just constant red pings to try and stress the players of G2. But Stompin holds his nerve, wins a massive 1v1 for his side. I mean, G2 almost bottling that round, which is weird considering where they were. They were 4-2 up in that round. But it was a double flank. I mean, this from B4. Never expect the second man. But aggressive, and also was able to take down the player going for the plant. Now here's a big what if. What if he played his life for the kit instead of giving them the opportunity to plant? That would be the what if, isn't it? Because you think about the HP as well. Them having to push into a Scorpion rather than the Scorpion pushing them. Different story.
My last story pauses for but a beat. As we have a quick tech pause. 5-4, and in the pace of this game has felt like a brilliant back and forth sort of brawl, right? You can sort of say that on club G2 disappeared a little bit, but the way that these two teams have just been adapting and responding to each other is some of my favorite elements of Siege, is that live round learning, that live active, this is what they're doing, how can we change things up? About staring into the distance.
Is he okay? Somebody check.
So. You know, so Derry does a 2-halt. The genius that he is with technology provides a wonderful tool for us.
well, steady on with Genius Comms being flying around.
Listen,
steady
I don't
yourself.
want to have to start paying a subscription towards his talent tools because he could. I'm pulling this from hidden data. Of the opening kills that we've seen across all 3 maps, only 2 of them have been successfully traded between these 2 teams. Otherwise, it shows how isolated these both approach. Those sort of fragging players that will just take errant routes.
Sorry to stop. Did he just smell himself and get disgusted with what he smelled?
He did. Listen, he's been competing for like 6 hours today. Imagine if you were competing and sweating in a shirt for 6 hours.
Yep.
How do you feel?
POV, you've had a full 8-hour rank session.
8-hour rank session.
Yeah.
It's like a weird threat. Like, you smell yourself after an 8-hour rank session. You see how you like it.
Oh. Where's this gonna go? Oh, Virtue. That looked like a tired blink. Did you see that? I was like, I need to stay awake. I need to stay awake. I've seen that before.
That's the time.
He's yawning. Oh, they're both tired.
It's a long day. It's a long day and you're playing at the highest level. You're playing at the level where, you know, fine, they've done their day's task. Both of these teams, the goal of the day from the start of it was to get into the major, was to win that first series. They've both achieved that. And it's not that they now don't go, okay, new goal, let's win, let's beat the others. But if you were to ask somebody, would you rather give it your all in the first game that gets you to the major or the second game that progresses you along the bracket to then face Falcons? You'd probably go the first game.
Yeah, of course you would. And also I think for BDS, like a really good opportunity for them to finish 3rd place. And you wouldn't have said that with this team a few weeks ago. You know, BDS, going into the final play day of group stages, it was out of their hands via 2 teams if they were going to make it. Well, kind of. Well, I suppose BDS were playing Fnatic for a straight shootout. But you think about Wolves. Wolves had an opportunity just to kind of lock them out too. Wait, no, I think no, it was just a straight shootout. It was Magico, sorry, I'm getting that confused. But still, there was an opportunity where they could even made it to playoffs. And for them to push on and get to 3rd place, I mean, that would have been, wow. You wouldn't have said that. You would, that'd be crazy talk.
Now with a little bit of a break in the motion, BDS almost had the chance at a clutch of bringing things even before. No, I say even, bringing themselves up to series point. So both teams have had many clutches that could bring them even or better. It's truly been some hero plays back and forth. Quick play. Round on, that grenade will force them into somebody's firefight with the Fenrir on the catch. It's one and Doki a step behind. Freck was able to get one out of it, and it's the Dokkaebi gone as well.
Not a bad trade. I mean, the Fenrir no longer change around where the traps are going to be on or off. And the Dokkaebi, I mean, it's only Carl at the end of the day, I mean, so it's not too crazy. Stomping should get a hit here. Yeah, there he is. Lasmau just dancing on the table, gives himself up, and G2 can keep it moving. And this is what I talked about whenever it comes to this mid-floor approach. I love the way G2 approach it sometimes. And this is just a full-on top 4 clear, doing a really good job. Got themselves in the position that they need to. BDS, gotta be scared. They're gonna have to try and get out of here. And Virtue almost loses his life. And that should be enough to scare them off. Now we have the vertical pressure that G2 can apply onto the remaining players in bomb site. P4 is gone. And now a 2v4 that Robbie and Virtue have to deal with. But look, they're in the bomb site. They're now the attackers.
Everything is sort of flipped on its head here as the pressure's coming in across. Reloading! And now as they're just going to get themselves planted, I mean, Stompin's got it locked down. They're trying to find the fish, and unfortunately none of them are biting. G2 snuck themselves in, crashed it across the top, and now they tie us level.
Yeah, strong from G2. Good take. Clearing in towards that top floor. Good pinching that first guy in towards Mez. And then, yeah, just going through the motions, get the hard breachers in, Stompin finds one. And then from there, you know, 4v3 for G2 to play with. And then it was just, really for BDS, they just had to fall back. You know, just a slow and steady approach. You know, it's kind of like no man's land, isn't it? Where one side is slowly moving up a couple of yards, build a new trench. Right, here we go again. Up we go, build a new trench. That's the kind of approach that G2 went for.
Oh, the tank timeout from PDS. It's just gonna slow things down for a brief moment. I mean, as you said, it's sort of G2 taking things at a different place, taking time, then pushing, then taking time, giving themselves time to piece it together. Having a quick look as well. Up to this moment in time, today, Freck has netted, I think as I do a very quick bit of maths, 58 kills. And I've asked Fresh to double check how many kills he had before this point, because there's a chance Freck in the maps that he's played today has equaled his entire Stage 2 performance. Or if he hasn't, he's not far off it.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Here's a couple more rounds to try and keep getting himself closer and closer.
10 seconds left.
And we talk about missing elements right now. Unfortunately, Lasmo might be the one that's a little bit far away.
Yeah, and again, I'm a big fan of him. I think a great player who just gets stuck in, very consistent as well, I feel. Mechanically, very sound. But just not having the greatest of layers here for him. I mean, thankfully, neither is Alamau, so it kind of balances it out a little bit. See how G2 want to operate this, because Alamau, speaking of him, he's wanted the glass and see if he can try and sneak his way in and try and get a little bit slippy with that glass. But really, it's the Warden that needs to watch out for. His old teammate Virtue taking up the mantle off that operator. As long as they have a bit of information to kind of feed him through and say, right, well, the person you're not pushing, it's not the Warden, so it should be free. If he heads up in a situation where I'm seeing a glass smoke off a Warden, then we know they haven't done their drone work correctly.
It's about to get hot.
You can see how tentative they're being. Just deep thought on all the approaches. And yeah, so Fresh has just given me the numbers. Freck got 53 across all the best of ones across the stage, and he's up to 58 just today. If you want a perspective on how his performance has sort of swapped. They're looking for this early engagement, and G2 aren't being offered it. They're having to do a lot of the numbers.
Time to ring some
Try and find at least a closer step and a closer route. It's the longest I think it's been for them to get this ops breach. Now they can focus themselves across. They have eyes on the default plant, but it's also, I think, the longest that we've had all 10 players standing, I say, as Lasmo, unfortunately, becomes that first removal. And, you know, Laura might have been yawning in the cams, but for him, his ability to play when he's tired is still tenfold above a lot of people when they're absolutely on it.
Freck, here's an air job.
Yep.
Oh, firms it. Is anyone gonna hear that though? That is the question. There's a certain sound range that you have. Maybe. Not sure. Looks as though it's gonna be the case as he's inside reception, and Doki actually places the camera now. I think maybe he did hear something, and there we go. Shoots the drone. Makes his presence aware. Now for G2, they know it's a 3v5 on site if they want to go that route, and maybe they are. Down goes actually Stompin, but there's a down on the Virtue, and another kill comes in, but it's very trade-off by Robbie again. Oh, how has he got that with a pistol? Free for him.
Just threw himself in, and Alamau staring through the scope at things moving away. We hear a C4 ripped. It's ready to be loosed. He's pushed himself all the way up, but the timeout, it's worked wonders here. BDS, they are one round away from getting themselves along at the lower bracket.
Oh, Robbie. Robbie. What can you say? He's just pulled his team out of it. And he's done that quite frequently as well today. Him and Frack. Really. I mean, I can't even just say those players. I think everyone just stepped up. Like, really, it's a team performance from BDS. Everyone's had such great moments. And it's really showing. It really, really is. From a team who had their, their turmoil inside of stage 1, we come into the stage 2. Things didn't really get better for them outside like 1 week where they dropped 1 round, but then they just suffered loss after loss, and then they just about get themselves into playoffs. We think, okay, let's see what they can do. Definitely the best showing that we've seen here from BDS from the whole year. Like, no doubt about it. This has been BDS at their best. This is showing us what this team can do.
10 seconds left.
Jammer ready.
6-5 BDS.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Eyes on the prize of staring down Falcons once again, of claiming a spot as a top 3 EML team, and maybe, if they can keep up this form even further. What a growth they've had throughout the year. As you said, this is the sharpest they've played as a team throughout all of it. G2, they are only 1 round away. They're a team that has been on the brink time and time again and pulled it back together. But missing Doki, missing Alamau as well, who is your sort of lead-in fraggers. It was said before that the players that have stepped up massively for the team of BDS, I mean, they're still stepping up. Freck, Robbie, and P4, as Robbie does get caught by Alamau, have been continual. Unfortunately, G2, their fraggers, their entries, their statistics have just been a little bit more hit and miss. Now they have a first blood. Now they have a second, though. And as I said before, they're a team that's been in positions like this many times, and they've made sure that they can try and opt themselves in for the fight. At this point, BDS, they were close to winning it out on this side from a clutch before. It was a 1 versus 2 with a swing that devolved into a 1 versus 1 post plant. As they crouch themselves across lockers, lock in across the warehouse. How can BDS build against this?
Just a straight horizontal take here for G2. Got the 2 picks that they needed to get. The players now hold in towards warehouse. Really, for BDS, what can they do? I mean, I would expect them to try and get aggressive. That's kind of been the nature that they've liked to play at some points, and certainly for P4, he's ready to see if he can pounce on that opportunity as a player is in towards the mid floor doing a bit of vertical work or breach and charge. It's going to be Loira, but no, it just feels like a matter of time really here for G2 until they get this round overboard. You can see where Stomp is rotated now. Also, this great rotation over towards Blaz, who has been traded out but still got his 1. There's P4 to pick up Stompin', but now they know that the site is completely open to move in and go for this plant. So really good reaction speed for G2 to immediately get onto that basin where their teammates had just died.
Too little, too late for that angle. And maybe too little, too late for the round as well. P4, he put his head back for a second there. I think he knows he's heading to OT. And yes, he is. I remember we saw that angle behind the reception desk the other day and we were like, that's insane. And now I've seen it a couple of times today, so I think other teams agreed. But not done yet. Of a best of 3 in towards a best of 3 of OT on the 3rd and final map. Falcons, unfortunately, you can't start prepping your game just yet. You'll have to wait another 6 to 9 minutes.
Oh, OT. I mean, we said it basically a best of 1 now, isn't it?
Yep.
So both teams get a point. Is that not how it works? Both teams take points.
Bad news.
Oh wait, sorry, we're past that, aren't we? Yeah, look, great game so far. Really lair, back and forth, big moments from big players. I mean, that was a very clean G2 round at the end of the day. Good execution onto the warehouse, pushing in, clearing away those 2 players trying to hold it. And then, yeah, just very quickly go in for that plant whenever they see that opportunity. So very clinical G2 work. Still, not out of yet BDS. Take on the defense. Wow, this would be the least favorable side based on what we've seen so far.
It's the weird way that this game is sort of played out, right? But also it's the fact that we have seen in the latter half, in every single round, apart from that last one, somebody had at least a 3K on one of the two teams, which is an anomaly, I think it's fair to say. And in the opening half, we only had one player achieve a 3K or better. It was Freck. And it just shows how much these teams are just throwing themselves in, how much it's come off the back of somebody making a hero play and somebody making a hero sort of moment.
C4 out!
C4 out, doesn't quite catch Blaz. The hard breach is allowed to live and thrive a little bit longer. They have themselves a bit of range hard breach this time. As we said, G2, they've been very clean at taking and attacking this. And you do wonder why they opted to come back here, but at the same time, it's also that period of time where when it hasn't gone, it's also the only defensive site that BDS have been able to win, regardless of how close it gets. And now, they're going to see if they can try and keep that momentum going, Demo.
I do worry about that C4, though, being ripped, because that's the only C4 that they had. So really, the plant denial, it puts a lot of pressure on the P4, and oh, Virtue peeks out for no real reason. And little does he know that Alamau's back on that glass. You would love to have Virtue alive on that Warden for that. Bit of a retake. They're just going to try and retake Mez here. Loira's seen the guy cross. So G2 immediately should be aware of this. BDS are going to go really aggro to try and get some kills back. But because the information has now been passed over, G2 can recalibrate. They're going to be ready for this. They've spotted out the player that needed to find being Robbie, who's just going to be trapped now. They're actually going to try and get him back. Smoke off the bathroom window, but no, Robbie. Loira's jumped in, found two of them. A free piece for the Brazilian. Blaz jumps onto another. Freck all by himself. A quad kill for Loira.
Well, that's not really what we've expected, but they tried to put the pressure on. They tried to change things. As I said, it's been the only defensive site that they've been able to win. And one of the times it was close and down to the wire. One of the times it was a lot more solid. And I think they sort of said, we're going to need to change something. We need to apply some extra pressure because G2 will get this. They're a great team at getting this, and just did not quite add up the same way. Virtue's yawning. That's our second yawner. It's all right. There can only be at least 2 more rounds, Virtue. Oh. I mean, Loira. To be fair, I think since we saw Loira yawn, I think he's gotten at least like 6 kills. So maybe that's he's ready for bed. He's ready to put this game to bed. We're back here. Back here on the top floor. It was one of the two that G2 were able to win. The other one was Bunk's briefing, so I think they're feeling a bit more confident here. Especially on the back of a strong attack round win like that, but also it was how they both started and ended their defensive half, and in those ways, BDS won both of those. They know how to approach it, they know how to destroy it. We're back to a limitation on shields. The triple ban there, in terms of the electrics and the mute, really puts you in a bit of an awkward place early on. So they have to be a bit creative in how they get rid of the hard breach. And BDS only bring the single hard breacher of Virtue. And we've seen how losing that hard breach massively limited them last time.
Yeah. BDS haven't been on the attack for quite a while. Have to ensure that they can lock back into that mindset that you need to have. Open up the mind. The mind is quite like a parachute, Emmy. It's not open. It's no good to you.
I don't even know where you pull these from apart from on maybe t-shirts. Lasmo takes a couple of shots to the toes. You're gonna hit me with a live, laugh, love next. As they try and get themselves some control of ops, but we've talked about how they try and slow down this approach. They try and get a bit more aggressive. They make sure they're not as comfortable. That is as uncomfortable as they could be, as Doki just fully steps in, and a single grenade removes all of that. And oh, there's 2 quick kills. That's from the breach across the way, I believe. Maybe even actually from underneath. It's stomping. gets one as the pick back up. We can hear the blinds, the Candelas rolling in towards Ops. It was from underneath. They have the angles, and now Stompin. He's got himself to a semblance of safety. The Tubarão will buy them some time. But look at the positions here. They're going to long arm the chance at a throw. In fact, no! Alamau goes out, double dips, does some damage, and pulls back. A 3 versus 3. The breach will still come together, but Freck finds another head. Wants to swing in. He's about to have a close engagement, but as the blind pops out, oh! Big risk, bigger reward, Virtue. All that's left.
E4.
That's it. The smoke canister will force him further and further away into a rough engagement. BDS, for all the fight that they've had, for all they've been managed to achieve, G2. They've put themselves 2 versus 1 away from progressing along the lower bracket. Another smoke. They're not overextending. They're not overexerting. No. They know how to play this game, Virtue. And they know your game probably better than anybody else. So at this point, he's just hoping to bait them in. They have some of the read. There's the hole and the confirmation. Doesn't even know where to begin to go at this point. Tucks himself around. There is still the C4. Look at the rotation Stompin's taken, though. He's on the other side of the door. He's happy. That C4 won't quite net the kill. It's a post plant. No, it isn't. It's a game over. G2. A rough day still ends in success as they progress on the lower bracket. BDS have played the best Siege we've seen them play maybe all year, but definitely this stage. And they are on the major, but Demo, they probably wish they could have a little bit more. And unfortunately for you, we're not going to get any more of you either. In fact, we're going to throw straight to a break. See you in a bit.
G2 victorious over BDS. What a game that we've just had between these two squads. Back and forth the entire time. And for that, though, Doki said he'll join us on the interview later on this evening. And indeed, he lives up.
What's up, guys?
God, I get it. You know, you ever get this feeling of deja vu?
Nah.
I get it when I see Doki in interview. I feel like I'm
That rhyme?
I think like G2 game rhymes with Doki interview at the end, you know? I feel like that's just the story.
Yeah, because we always win, right? Apart from Genji and Falcons and Secret.
You know,
but we did beat Genji
in the
today.
10-team league.
Yeah.
That's still not too bad. I mean, you still made it, and you're here, and you get to play Falcons tomorrow. Very much looking forward.
Oh, yay.
And then maybe a Secret
Why?
afterwards.
Why do you react that way? You're supposed to be like the best of the best. Isn't that the whole thing?
Bro, let me just tell you right now, okay? So we've just stressed out all week about possibly not qualifying for the major, okay?
Yeah.
We've came in today, destroyed Genji. First game was very hard. BDS, no prep. Tough game. They're playing good Siege. We're playing like not to 100%. It's tough, okay? And then you're like, okay, I can go to sleep now and rest. But no, then you realize you're playing probably the two best teams in the world. Again, and not including us in best of threes.
To be fair, Doki.
And you need to win because you got to go to SI because it's hard to make SI these days. So it's like...
You don't get pity invites like back in the day.
Falcons, yay!
Oh, well.
Are you scared or are you just tired?
I'm done. I'm just done. I'm done.
I'm retiring.
I'm sick. I'm really sick.
Yeah,
I can't see. I'm playing. I'm like this. I'm like, my eyes are just bleeding.
Just move back to the new glasses. We don't care how you look.
It's not the glasses. It's the sickness. I'm sick. It's the winter, bro. It's shit.
You live in Scotland. You're used to the winter. That's basically life there.
That's true. It's always cold. Yeah.
I feel
we should have a tournament in like Brazil again, so it's hot.
That's a good idea.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's the best idea I've ever had.
Yep.
We agree on that.
I do feel for the support staff of G2 more though, because will Romalio and Cameraman not now be up all night prepping the two teams for tomorrow?
Doesn't matter.
No, you're not bothered about them.
Don't care about them. Okay. They're old. Like they have it easy. They're just old.
And they're in the warm country of Brazil as well.
They're in Brazil. Romalio, by the way. Romalio and Camera worked their ass off, okay? Romalio and Camera worked their ass off. And Romalio says last week, he's like, I'm going to go to the beach. Okay. Fair enough. But no, to be honest, I'm not trying to downplay. Those guys work their ass off. They just constantly work, doing, you know, we have 10 new strats every day for theory, and we have smart enough players that we don't need to practice it. We can just play it. So it's really nice. Like, they had strats prepared for BDS. They say, guys, just play this. Look at the sheet. Look at the operators. Play this. Like, trust us. It's brilliant. It's really good.
Doki, you can also go to the beach in Scotland, right?
Yeah.
You can.
I can. Technically, I can.
There you go.
I might freeze to death, but yeah, I can.
At this point, there's not much of a difference between your current situation and that situation. So we'll you know.
Oh, true.
You're sick. See, it took a second. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sick. Well, hopefully the sickness doesn't kill me, but you never know.
Yeah, well, because we need you to tell us.
One can hope.
We need you to tell us what Blaz's cat's name is.
I don't know.
You know what? All I'm gonna say is, if you win tomorrow against Team Falcons, I expect you to know.
To be honest, I probably won't remember to ask him, and I also don't care. It's like, whatever. It's probably some stupid Blaz name. Like, I don't know.
I care, and I thought you would care about it too. Fred, there you go.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Typical French name, Fred.
Yeah.
Well, Jack,
I will get that information when you go get some sleep.
Yeah,
I will be in Blaz, and I will figure out the situation.
Yeah, this man is losing his mind. Go sleep before we lose ours.
I'll see you tomorrow, guys.
We'll see.
Tomorrow.
Maybe.
I will. I haven't came this way to just lose to Falcons. Like, duh.
If you have Blaz's cat's name, maybe we'll talk about it. Anyways, have a good night, Doki. Bye-bye.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night. See you later.
Not one question about Siege there. Brilliant interview from Doki.
To be fair, we're the ones that are asking the questions, so it's kind of
really on us, to be honest. But we know it's Fred or not.
Oh well. Anyways, moving on. What a close match. And it ties back to exactly what we were saying prior to this map that it's the playstyles of both of them at the same time.
And I think Doki is maybe lying when he said G2 didn't do prep on BDS. Maybe the players didn't, but certainly the staff will have.
Yeah.
However, he did say something important. BDS are playing really, really good Siege. That was a very, very, very close game. Of course, it went to overtime as well, right at the end there. But I will say that, like, ultimately the difference for me is G2 have that little magic stardust. They have those big game players and those big game moments that they can manage out, and that literally was the only difference. Because I actually thought, on the balance of things, I'd maybe argued that BDS played the better series, despite losing closely in overtime at the end there.
Strategically and as a team, I feel like BDS won the game. But the problem is always the same. The floor of the player is so much lower than the floor of G2's players. Look at the EPS score once again from the side of Alemao, Doki, the players that performed the least, the worst, sorry, in that matchup. It's nowhere near Virtue and Before on the other side, and it's been a problem, right? The recurring thing.
How many kills did Freg get? Ridiculous amount. Freg got more kills today than he did in the entire league stage.
What?
It's crazy. It was
Two best of threes.
Yeah.
And he was already doing well.
And ultimately, that's probably the I would say the criticism that we will have of BDS. You know, you showed it in your keys to victory earlier, where the free fraggers of BDS, they have their great days. Frex had a great day today, but they have their bad days as well. Last Mo at the end in that last map had his bad day. And the inconsistency is there, that the kind of ceiling of these BDS fraggers is more or less the average of most of the top fraggers, of the top 3 teams, of the G2 players, of the Falcons players, of the Secret players.
We're in a meta right now for the last 3 to 4 years where they've removed the flex support and the HUD support. You only have one place for one support, and then you have one entry and 3 flex players. That expected that you have 4 players that are able to frag out. The problem with BDS in their roster is that you've got P4 and Virtue that are stuck on support side, that are playing the worst operators, and they cannot overperform the others. So you absolutely need all 3 fraggers to compensate for that. And that's the second problem. It's very rare that all 3 fraggers perform the same way.
Well, gentlemen, let's pull up our bracket then for today, because we've had a hell of a day with 3 best of 3s. As you saw, G2 and BDS officially qualified to the Munich Major. They'll be joining Team Secret and Team Falcons and representing EML in Munich in less than a month's time. That is a lot, but our bracket continues, Jack, with more.
Yeah, of course it does. We've still got the lower bracket to play out, and if you'd have asked me at the start of this bracket, who do you think the last 3 teams should be? I want to see G2, Falcons, and Secret in consecutive best of 3s back to back to back. Of course, it will be G2 against Falcons tomorrow. Winner then goes on to play Team Secret. So it's going to be a day of incredible siege. And yes, there isn't Munich major spots to play for, but those 6 invitational points are going to come in absolutely massive.
Yep.
Because the team that finishes third gets 50, and then it goes up, it cascades up.
Yep. 150
so it's basically simple. Yeah, it's simple. Across the 3 teams that you have here, one team that wins, so Falcons right now, or G2, triple their amount of points. They're sitting on 50 SI points.
Yep.
If they win the next game, they get 150 guaranteed. And then if they win the game after the grand finals, they not only take the EU crown and more cash prize, they take 300 SI points, double their points once again. And this is key to get to SI. And like Doki said, it's hard to get to SI now.
Yeah, it's not so much necessarily about, like, if you can look at it from the winner point of view. Whoever wins and ultimately wins the EML gets a slightly easier run, and they can have a worse result in terms of the major and still get enough SI points. But whoever finishes third tomorrow, the pressure is going to be on them to have such a deep run at Munich.
To give you an idea, last year, teams in the top 10 were qualifying to SI with 600 to 700 points. But that was because you also had 2 majors. Things were split in a different way. But let's say you're making almost half of the points that you need to be in a comfortable spot just off of winning the playoffs here, which is a lot of points for you to have in front of you. So 3 teams, 1 spot, and 300 points potentially to take it all. We'll have to see tomorrow. Thank you all for watching today, this wonderful day that we've had for qualifying both BDS and G2. Have a wonderful night. We love you. We'll see you tomorrow for some more.